The one word that I truly like is resilience. So there always be setbacks, but you just gotta bounce back and become tougher, stronger, and wiser. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GENEXUS. So about how I started off my esports career, it all began with just forming my own team and competed in PMCO regional finals. So I just went in. We were an underdog team pretty much, like nobody knows us when there was already Yoodo and some other teams existing. And then out of nowhere we just became champion in Malaysia. And yeah, on that very day a few teams, a few orgs approached us. One of them was Team Secret, and that's how we were signed to Team Secret, the whole team. So I played under Team Secret and competed for PMCO Spring Split, Fall Split, and then to a new format, PMPL Season 2. But I didn't quite play, so Season 1, yeah. So I retired in Season 2, right? It was not PMGC back then, it was called PMWL World League. Yeah, eventually I made a choice to retire. I did a lot of things after I retired, but none of them is gaming related. I would say because I was still kind of down. I've got no passion for gaming anymore at that time. I would say the fuse to me coming back was actually Yuhai. Secret qualified to the national finals and Yuhai was still in the team. Yeah, that one time he asked me to watch him play in the final. He said that it will give him good luck and that definitely if I watch then he will qualify to Southeast Asia and all. And yeah, just him being adorable. I watched the game and that's when the spark truly reignited. It was a starting point. It was a kind of like a new chapter for me. And then that's when I tuned my mind, I changed it a little bit, adjust my mindset.
Sedaya upaya cuba untuk menghalau keberadaan Biu-Biu Amradi di hadapan mereka waktu ini.
Biu-Biu masuk, Biu-Biu rusuh nak cuba barbar.
Four rivals dikeluarkan dengan sangat-sangat awal.
Now that the passion is bigger than ever before, now I'm just finding my way back to achieving that one esports dream that I haven't quite achieved yet. And now here we are. So now with a new team, new teammates, everyone with the strong desire to win, we are gonna go all out and get that champion.
Hai, saya Aizen. Saya hari ni share pro tips untuk korang. Okey, planning kita orang nak masuk dari kiri. Time ni Eko jaga CLC untuk cover kita orang dapat entry ke depan. Homebois tu kita orang biar dulu sebab kalau dia ke depan CLC boleh tembak dia. Kenapa kita orang fokus kat CLC tu sebab tempat CLC depan CLC nak main tu lagi selamat nak main. Tempat tu ujung circle dan boleh fokus kat satu arah je Homebois. Okay, time tu pun kita orang dah tahu position tricks kat belakang sebab Eko bagi tahu. Jadi saya pun dah nampak nak seorang. Lepas tu kita orang cepat-cepat push kat tam sebab tricks jauh nak datang dekat dengan dia. Saya pun suruh Zik better untuk lawan daripada Revive sebab dia dah betul-betul bermuka.
1v1 tricks lawan dengan Zik. Siapa yang lebih kuat? Siapa yang lebih hebat? Dan itulah dia kemenangan.
Jadi kalau kena jadi fragger yang power, firepower kamu mestilah kena kuat. Tapi korang kena ada juga scouter yang power untuk kasih info kat depan. Jadi kalau ada cukup info, kita boleh tahu enemy kat mana dan kita boleh bantai dia. Ini salah satu strategi yang biasa orang pakai kat PMPL. Dia nak try entry tapi saya jaga dia kat depan. Saya pun dah tunggu dia sebab dia dah baling smoke. Dia nak entry, so saya pun dah tunggu dia untuk pick saya. So saya pun dah confident dia dekat smoke tu betul-betul. Dan saya spray untuk dapatkan kill.
1K hanya berbaki Harm dan juga Aizen saya pada waktu ini. Sam 9 dab di bahagian belakang. Tapi wah.
Okay, kalau main PUBG Mobile bukan saja game tembak-tembak, kena pandai jaga diri sendiri. Dan communication adalah kunci kemenangan. Okay, jangan lupa saksikan kami di PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Dan jangan lupa sokong yang tim korang minat dan 1K. Bye.
kita akan bersama segmen Cuba Teka ini siapa dengan 4 ciri-ciri yang akan diberikan dan semua yang diberikan ciri perlu teka siapakah gerangan orangnya.
Handsome. Mine. Salah.
Ramai Eko Disney. Oh, handsome. Eye shots.
Semua handsome. Handsome. Sam.
Bukan.
Snipes. Six. Handsome.
Pernah pergi PMGC. Rex. Yuhai.
Farang lah. Pernah pergi PMWL. Fredo.
Fredo. AP.
Disi. Jumper. Happy.
Mata kecil. Fredo. Aisyah.
Geek.
Mata kecil. Arul kot. Apa buru? Mata kecil Aisyah. Aisyah mata kecil. Mata kecil. Man Farang. Tak apa lagi.
Baru comeback. Siapa tu? Kid ke?
Mat Toy.
Comeback player.
Comeback player.
View.
View.
Kenapa dia tak ingat lah.
Oh, he went to PMGC ah? Oh yeah, I never know.
Dia pernah. Oh yeah, I forgot tu. View.
Oh, View. Oh. Aish.
Me?
Mata kecil. View. Oh.
View.
Mata kecil. View. What? Easy Very easy. No sweat.
Okay guys, itu saja untuk sesi Guess the Player dan terima kasih kerana menonton. Jangan lupa follow PUBG Mobile.
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun. Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat. Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat.
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang
Keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa saksikan kami. Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini. Pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April.
Season 4 ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik.
Kelakar semua ada, jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada. Di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there. See you there. See you there. Bye-bye.
Kalau PMPL ada trofi untuk tim paling handsome, tim kami lah sebab kami ada Man Farang. Handsome naik.
Untuk mental kita orang dah prepare lah. Sebab kita orang main untuk enjoy je, bukan untuk kemenangan. Tak juga. Untuk juga.
Pada Boyka dan Zuli, kau letak aku sub pada season lepas. Season ni aku akan buktikan memang lunyai tim kau aku buat.
Okay, untuk bocah-bocah baru yang ganas-ganas sangat, korang kena bantai juga dengan yang otai-otai. Pengalaman lagi penting daripada korang punya skill.
Bekas IJL dekat Forever. Saya nak proof dekat dia pernah berkata kepada saya pandai tembak tapi tak ada otak. Kali ni saya nak tunjuk kat dia dan saya dua-dua tu ada.
Kepada Aziz, good luck untuk PMPL season 5 nanti. And harap-harap dapatlah.
So to my ex-teammates, I'm back with a better team. So feel free to come by and say hi to us. We'll give you a sweet bullet in the head. Pew.
Maybe Biu come back is a good thing, but partner with my teammate, I don't think so because I played with them before. Maybe just like this, and I'm here.
Oh, untuk for rivals saya just nak cakap good luck, buat yang terbaik. Tapi korang kehilangan permata sebenarnya.
Bagi kita orang adalah Dingoz sebab diorang dah beberapa kali langgar drop spot kita orang senyap-senyap. Tapi kalau kita orang langgar korang kat drop spot, korang jangan PM manager kita orang
Rival kita orang untuk season ni ialah RSG sebab coach saya tak suka RSG and SM9 sebab diorang dah pernah langgar drop spot kita orang Itu memang kali ni diorang tak bagi peluang
Rival kita orang ialah Forever sebab saya tak suka sangat pemburu tu. Pemburu tu mulut je lebih, tak power, lemah. Pemburu. Bayang mana sini? Takut.
Forever as well. In every single map, we are like neighbours to Pemburu. Kau 13 dunia, tapi aku akan bantai kau.
Apa juga?
THQ because pas scrims dia turun dekat our drop spot which is Sunhawk. So kalau diorang still stubborn nak turun kat tempat kita orang akan buat diorang sampai diorang disqualified and tukar tim baru.
Esports, korang langgar, kami akan langgar korang balik. TABAH NC kali ni bukan TABAH NC yang dulu-dulu tu.
NSEA they more to placement point actually. And diorang punya player tu memang good at survive but and diorang just good at ngendok.
Okay, lepas saya Biu datang balik tak ada efek apa-apa pun. Dah rehat lama-lama tu confident ke nak masuk balik. Aku rasa takut nanti lepas season ni berehat lagi panjang nanti.
Pag nakatapat nyo kami, smooth muna kayo. Wala kayong gagawin sa amin.
Kepada tim Filipin, harap korang berjaga-jaga dan keep training untuk melawan tim-tim di Malaysia.
Pada Aziz Mika, hati-hati bila nak tembak kotak orang. Takut aku pula yang tembak kotak kau nanti.
Jangan selesa sangat ada bokeh tu. Kita orang dah tahu taktikal dia. Kita boleh baca juga. Ini buku taktikal bokeh.
Saya nak challenge Demi Boy untuk jadi Terminator lah. Terminator sehari ke kan. Takkan tak mampu kot.
Din, bulat kat SSO. Kalau tak okey nanti season depan join tim kita orang.
To be a champion, you must fail first. SM9 on fire.
Jangan ingat air yang tenang tiada buaya. Kat situ ada Homebois. Hati-hati. Homebois family.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
The flight to the 2022 PMPL Malaysia-Singapore Philippines Spring Split to kick off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kuza. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita
Stand up. Never give up on fight until you
Teruskan
succeed.
Stand up.
What is up, gamers, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH. My name's Contra, your host as well as your analyst for the entirety of the evening. And yes, we're here to cure your Monday blues with some chicken dinner. So, of course, with that, we'd like to thank PUBG Mobile, Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Crafton, Lightspin, and Quantum Studios for hosting this on a weekday. And of course, we're going to be continuing off with day 5 of week 2. Yes, we're approaching week 3, and that's going to be continuing on 2 days later from now. But of course, we're going to get all the great chicken dinners to conclude week 2 to see who's the biggest winners for the entirety of the matchup. We got 5 games going on for this evening, and I can't wait for it to start. I hope you guys are excited too. If you haven't followed us yet, make sure you drop that like button or even subscribe if you're hanging out on YouTube, TikTok, anywhere else. Just go ahead, keep yourself up to speed with all the latest details that you can catch up with for the entirety of the PMPL. Now, for those of you guys who are new to the PMPL MYSGPH, later we'll break it down to you, the schedules as well as the rules and who's going to be playing for the entirety of the day. So let's have a look at the format of the PMPL MYSGPH. And if you are just tuning in for the very first time, welcome on board. We're already in week 2, and it's the final day of week 2. Each day will have 5 matches to be played out, and we're slowly approaching to the country grand finals after week 3, which will be happening pretty soon as well. And after that, we're going to be looking at the top 3 teams from MYSGPH to fight for the title to be crowned as the C champions. But of course, we'd like to see who are the best teams from MYSGPH. We've also got one day of the C play-ins, and later on, the 2022 PMPLC Championship. Moving forward, of course, well, there's going to be all the rules as well as format, Chicken Chicken Dinner, how much it offers. You guys should already know by now. But let's talk more about those bonus points. These are what the teams are fighting for week in, week out. Every game's going to be pretty important because they accumulate all those placement points. And when they finish out on that top one rank, they'll be awarded with 20 points, and that number will be lowered down on each position points. So all these bonus points will be carried forward to the country finals. This is what we're talking about. Chicken Dinner awards the team with 15 points, 12 points for second place, 10 points in for the third place finishers. And we see the numbers slowly dwindling down from fourth place onwards. You've just deducted by 2 every other placement, all the way up to the 8th place till 12. They only walk away with 1 point each, and it's vital for teams to secure as much elimination points possible. 13 from 16, you don't really get too much, so might as well fight it out for it. And the total prize pool that's at stake here for all of the 20 teams to compete, it's 1,000, well, I almost say 1,000, but 150,000 US dollars on the table. So by the end of today, we'll be seeing who will be awarded with that full 20 points of bonus to accumulate to the grand finals. On second spot, it's going to be 19. You see that number going -1 all the way down to the 20th place. Nobody really wants to be at the bottom, so it's time for them to fight for it and be the one. So with that being said, GENEXUS, they're still on the top spot right now, and Axis Esports, they're closing right in. We'll take a look at the teams that will be participating. We start off with Group A. We got Geek Fan, R2K, Farang Lejund, and Clutch Guerilla. Over in Group B, it's going to be Team Secret, Sam9, Team GENEXUS, as well as Homebois. Group C, we've got Axis Esports Club, EVOS VIP, Dingoz Esports, Team Bosskur, and in Group D, we've got Team SMG, RSG, MAB Esports, as well as ALMGHTY. Last but not least, Group E, it's pretty much stacked up as we've got Yoodo Alliance, Team Hawk, TABAH NSEA, as well as KHI Esports. Now, other than the high prize pool that we have for this entirety of the season, we have individual awards as well. The Gunslingers of the season will be awarded with $700. That's basically the top prize for the highest fragging player in the entirety of the league. The longest surviving player as well walks away with $700. So for everybody, we've also seen a lot of field medics out there, especially on Sanok. So somebody's going to be able to get those extra dollars out there. Now we're going to be recapping on the scores that we have. 1 more point is all that it takes for GENEXUS to break that 200 mark as they sit at that #1 spot, while Axis Esports are at 183. 10 points behind them on third place. It's Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals that's been able to catch up game after game. And we saw Team Secret was in the page 2. Now they are on the top 4. Looking at the second page, Farang Legends definitely had a little bit of struggle. Now they're at the bottom of the standings. Team SMG haven't been able to get too many of all these points going for themselves as well. So we want to see whether or not will all the placements be changed after the span of 5 games to be played out. There's a lot of impressive chicken dinners being shown throughout the course of the week. And for today, the final day, match 5 is where we're going to be able to conclude it all. But we start off here in Sanok with Group A, B, C, as well as D to be playing it out. And later on, we move towards Arangel on match 2. 2 matches of Miramar, and we end it back on the classic map of Arangel once more. So with that being said, I hope that you guys have your own predictions or the teams that you guys have been voting out for. Well, if you do wonder what's mine, well, it's time to unveil. I'm starting things off here with Axis Esports Club. They've been showing us that they've been very consistent in Sanok, which could always be very random when it comes down to how they play the game. They usually go in with healing and stuff, but consistently they've been able to make into the top 3 of the standings. The last time we played Sanok, it was KHI Esports that gotten that victory. We'll see whether or not could they challenge them as well. You guys definitely share us your thoughts, but I believe it's about time that we get ourselves ready for the very first match of the evening. With that being said, we'll definitely have to check if the casters are ready. MYSGPH, if you're ready, let's pass it over to you guys.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PMPL Malaysia Singapore Philippines 2022 Spring, and it's going to be really exciting today because this week we saw this thing in Malaysia called Phenomena Filipina or Philippines Phenomenon.
Oh, how do you get that word again?
Oh, well, it was from a friend.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
It was from a friend.
A friend.
Yeah, a friend.
A friend.
Yeah, so it's very interesting because week 1, KHI was one of the lowest teams ranked. But enough about that. Let's talk a little bit about why we're here today. And that's all thanks to our sponsor, which is Realme GT2 Pro. This year, Realme, as the tech trendsetter, will partner with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in esports with the best-in-class product. And just now we're just talking about how pretty this phone is. And of course, we cannot forget our official digital telco partner, Yoodo. Yeah, Yoodo. You do you. No, I'm just kidding. Yoodo.
Well, that rhymes.
It rhymes, right? Yoodo.
Yeah,
Let's switch to Yoodo. We should, because you get 5 gigabytes of free high-speed data plus 20 gigabytes of PUBG Mobile data, which means unlimited PUBG Mobile gaming. So if you're a kaki, in English, you call kaki like leg.
So if you're a leg.
No, you're not a leg, but you're an addict. In Malay, you call it kaki gaming.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Gaming addict. If you're a PUBG Mobile addict and you're always running out of data, especially during update patches, which is something that I always struggle with because I always forget to update. So this is definitely something for you. All right, so first match of the day. But before we get into that, can you recap a bit what happened this week?
So this week is a very interesting week. Earlier this week, we saw GENEXUS as well as Axis redONE. These two teams were super hot, especially GENEXUS, who came from behind from last week. It wasn't their week last week, but this week was a totally different team. But yesterday was really interesting. Yesterday, we got most of the chicken dinners were won by the Page 2 folks.
Wow.
Yeah, so including like KHI, including like a couple of other teams. Basically, the Page 2 folks starting to step up. Plus, Guerilla was starting to step up as well this week. So
which is very interesting.
I know, right?
Because when you think about it, it's always like this in PMPL. Usually on week 1, we'll see like, okay, usually these teams are going to be coming up. And then suddenly on week 2, week 3, it's like a 180.
Yeah.
And we're just like, wait, weren't they on the very bottom spot last week? Yeah, so it really shows that on week 1, not everyone is showing all their cards on the table. They have all of these. I would like to call week 1 the getting to know you, the icebreaker week.
Oh, okay. Something that I can't relate though.
Oh, why?
Yeah, I guess because I'm
You have
not,
no friends?
Yeah, I'm not dating at this moment.
Oh,
so
well,
yeah, can't relate.
Hashtag find Sir Cloud love.
Well, that's a very long hashtag, but thank you for advertising that.
Yeah, but it is quite interesting, right? The getting to know you moment where people kind of figure out where exactly everyone will be dropping, what kind of strat they go, what kind of rotations they play, and that makes it super interesting. And you know what this means with KHI's on top? It means that KHI broke the Rubik's Cube of each and every one of the teams to figure out where exactly each team is going to go. But let's talk a little bit about a patch notes.
Yeah, so here it is, the PUBG Mobile version 1.9, whereby there are new inputs into the game. So if you haven't updated your game, you gotta check this out.
This is where Yoodo comes in.
Yeah, this is where you use your high-speed data, of course, with Yoodo. But besides the patch note, there's also this new game mode, which is do not turn into a balloon, whereby if you got shot, you will turn into a balloon. And that's not something that you want to. I mean, that's why they name it that way.
Yeah.
But without further ado, Tash, can't wait for the first game. And this is Sandhawk.
Oh man, Sandhawk. I wouldn't say it's my most favorite map, but I am loving the changes coming in from some players. Like last season, I believe a lot of teams were more playing healing, but this season we are seeing a lot of teams more opt for those bloody, kind of crazy sort of kills. And on top of that, they will find you. If you're going to be playing healing games, they will kill you and they will take those bandages.
Wow, that line sounds familiar though. Yeah, I get the reference. Yeah, but I do expect to see some familiar faces playing the healing game still.
Kacang Susu from Axis redONE is definitely one of those one of those suspects, those usual suspects for sure. But seeing that the flight path is just directly straight in the middle of the map, I highly doubt that we'll be seeing anyone with so many problems trying to get to where they want to go.
Yeah, I think it will be a fairly okay start for most of these players, let's see who's not playing. So Almighty is playing with the 3 team members for some reason. Hopefully it's all okay on their side. But one question I'm wondering is that where will MAB drop? Because all these while they have been challenging GENEXUS in boot camp. Now GENEXUS is on form. I'm not sure if they want to do that anymore. So it comes a question where will be their drop spot. So keep your eyes on to MAB Esports.
Yeah, that's their usual spot, but bootcamp is not the only. There's not only one team dropping there. There's a few actually, according to this. I mean, also we have another team there. GENEXUS also drops there too.
Yep.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we are gonna be seeing those early fights. But when it comes to early fights, right? I think we know that it's more of like an RNG thing. It's who gets the guns first, who finds the first drops, and who gets those guns first will be able to win the fight. Or sometimes some players would drop at the same spot, but they see someone there, they immediately just run. They don't care.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think that's something that we can expect. So coming in from trends though, which teams? Whoa, we just talked about that, but look at that, Matoy finding one already.
Yeah, you wanted early action and you got it. So
We
it's
didn't
against
see it
Kim.
though.
I saw it. Yeah, I mean, well, hopefully we'll be able to get visual on it soon. But it was Kim, and yeah, here you go. So looks like Kim is not going to be saved. I don't see any of his teammates nearby. At this point, he's probably going to Matoy.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where they just kind of want to cover as much ground as possible early. And on top of that, Matoy got a gun so very early as well. And he was like, okay, I see someone there. Let's see what I can do with this. Got it. And I think he's going to be happy with it, especially since we know that RSG is one of those really scary, strong teams as well. Has a big name here in PUBG Mobile, especially in MYSG. But look at that, Matoy. He already has that point straight into his pocket. And I think for tonight, a lot of people are vying for that first place spot just to overtake GNX as well as KHI if possible.
Yeah, they open up quite a significant gap with a lot of teams. But hey, anything can happen, right? What if they don't gather? What if they gather like only 1 digit throughout the day, and all other teams that got like multiple chicken dinners? I mean,
yeah.
mathematically, it's still possible for a lot of them.
I mean, to me personally, if you go back to the lobby and you at least have about like maybe 5 kills, you should be fine. So long as you don't go to the lobby with 0 points is always a good thing. And on top of that, I really want to highlight here is that so long as you're consistent enough throughout every match, you don't necessarily need to get a chicken dinner in order to keep getting those points. So long as you get maybe 8 kills or you get those placement points, like how a lot, Axis redONE, they will always survive maybe to 5th or 6th place with the healing game. And I think that's more than enough because you'll be getting quite a number of points actually in your pocket.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, if I had this conversation with some of the players, but wait a
Why
second.
did you blow your friend up? Geek fam, are you okay?
Did he not buy you dinner yesterday or something? I think there's some unsettled scores between
He was
them.
like, this is what you get. Wow, hello?
Okay.
Why? They just blew themselves up here.
Right, you know, Tash, normally this is a signal for a possible remake.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I don't know. This is normally how they do it. But we still go on, of course. And
Yeah,
looks
no
like
worries.
Rex will be
I
eliminated.
think everyone is blowing themselves up at this
Yeah.
point. It might be a remake, but it sounds like everyone's just like saying to each other, "Come on, guys, meet me on top of the hill." Oh, all that training used now to blow your own teammates.
Well, there you go, Tash. So
Yeah.
there's a confirmation that everyone will be looking at us again.
Yeah, not a bad thing though. Hashtag help Sir Cloud find love.
Could use a little bit of that. Yeah. Tash ain't giving me some of that.
Anyway,
So,
I'm
yeah.
a great wingman. I'm a great wingman. Okay, so let's talk
Pretty
a
sure.
little bit about who is playing. It's A, B, C, and D, right?
Correct.
So coming in from previous trends here, what team does exceptionally well on Sanhok?
Honestly, teams who do really well on Sanhok are teams who play the healing game.
Really? I
Yeah.
thought that those who would be taking care, like be the big guy in the middle of the big school bully, you know? Like we have the playground bully, but what about the circle
Right.
bully just holding on till the end? Don't they usually get the chicken dinner?
Oh, because there are times where the school bully gets caught by the teacher.
Oh no, who's
Yeah.
the teacher though?
Well, maybe teacher Contra.
Teacher Contra.
Yeah, that's why he's away looking at the game somewhere else. Yeah. Whereas those who are like, okay, I'm just supporting the school bully doesn't
Yeah,
get caught
yeah.
consistently, and they get the most out of it.
Yeah, as well as that. I mean, there are some situations where we've seen someone playing the healing game outside. They heal enough and then they just shoot inside of the circle. That happens too. So it is a very slippery slope. Like, I think a lot of people think like Sanhok is those maps that is very hard because it is very RNG. You don't really know where necessarily you will be getting the most med kits, who will be getting the most. But I do really like that initiative some teams do. Like, they know, because you know, some players, they only come in for Sanhok, and they're like, okay, we have to look for this guy. We have to look for this guy.
Correct.
And they instantly have like this target on their head because they know that they're going to have the most bandages, the most med kits, and they're going to find them, and you know what happens next.
And you know that, and you know that's not fun being kacang susu.
Yeah.
It's like it's only it
I
has
mean,
happened before.
his name literally translates to bean milk.
Bean milk, yeah.
Yeah, bean milk. I don't know if it's soy
peanut
bean
milk. That sounds more like it.
No, kacang is not peanut.
Kacang can
Kacang
be-
tanah is peanut.
Then bean is literally kacang.
Bean is nut milk.
So yeah.
I don't know. I don't really want to have this
there you go.
conversation anymore.
Yeah, I don't want to know what kind of milk is he carrying around.
Contra is doing a game with us.
Are we supposed to play guessing now?
He can't talk to us, so we had to guess what he's trying to say and indicate. But let's talk a little
That's
bit
the
about
rule,
that
though.
later. Okay, so right now, on number 1 is KHI. Let's talk about their track record on Sanhok.
Right. So yesterday they got a chicken dinner in Sanhok.
Okay, are they playing healing?
They didn't.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, Sanhok is this kind of map whereby if you got the circle from the start,
Yeah.
you're pretty much getting the chicken dinner. Like your
Right.
chances are like 95%.
You have to take care of that circle, though.
Yeah, as long as you still got this 1, 2, 3,
The
4.
firepower.
Correct. You're likely to get, because everyone's either playing the healing game or they're
Yeah.
trying to get into the circle. They got shot because it's a very small map. So that's how KHI got the chicken dinner. But a chicken's a chicken. You can't
Oh,
take
so
that
that
away
was
from
the
them.
map they got the chicken at.
Yeah.
But they got 2, I believe you said?
They got 2. Yeah, they got
Yeah.
2. Let's see. It wasn't yesterday. It was another day. I forgot which map it was.
Okay.
I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was a Miramar.
Miramar map.
Yeah.
Okay, so that really shows the firepower. So let's talk a little bit about them some more. So KHI, do they have a change in lineup if they were to play Sanhok?
Oh, very interesting. So they have a permanent change. Well, not a permanent change, but I think it's a change that they didn't expect, but they needed to, which is Rankid, their previous in-game leader, had to step away. And he was replaced by H2R,
Okay.
which is a young talent. And with that replacement, they've been showing a lot more fights. They've been fighting better. They've been getting more points. In fact, they got chicken dinner since that replacement. So I think
Right.
I think that's
was
something
their
that
IGL actually. Now that you think about it, yeah.
Yeah.
So H2R will be taking his spot as IGL, I believe.
probably, or maybe someone else. Not too sure. That shuffle can happen internally.
Right.
But what's important is that the results show after that change. So I'm pretty sure they're going to
Interessante.
keep that lineup even for next week.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about other teams on Sanhok that
Yeah.
really shine. We talked about Axis, redONE, and in your opinion, which team also does really well?
Wow, I think Yoodo Alliance for Rivals is doing really
I
well
mean,
right now.
technically, they're a team that's quite balanced across all maps, I believe. They're very consistent. While their first week showing wasn't the best, I believe, but it looks like, but they're one of those teams that you really don't really look at them, and then suddenly they command your attention.
Yeah, they were like, if we talk about them like earlier this week, they were like at the bottom half. And then they slowly crept up to the middle, and as of yesterday, they were like number 3, I believe. And not only that, on the top 5 MVP nominees,
Right.
2 of the players are from Yoodo Alliance for Rivals.
Wow. Okay, so that really shows how strong they are as a group. And on top of that, with Voki coming in, I know it's the second week, but I really want to talk about this. I feel like Voki's experience as well. I mean, the whole team is quite experienced when you think about it. They have gone pretty far. But when you think about it, I think Voki's addition into the team really adds extra value. So now, back to Sanhok. This is going to be really interesting because just now, I really like the flight path. I'm just really disappointed there was a remake. But now we got a really... I don't like this flight path. Every time it's not skewed to the middle. I don't
You're
like
OCD.
it. Yeah, not that I'm OCD, but we're going to be seeing a lot of people rotating in from the southern side.
Well, yeah, I have to agree. So, like Sam9, who likes to drop in Hatin, well, it's a bit of a travel for them. Camp Alpha is probably going to be almighty, so it's going to be a little bit of a travel as well for them. For the rest of the teams, I think it's going to be okay. But yeah, it's never fun to be needing to drop in somewhere that's unfamiliar and needing to go to your area on foot. So hopefully everything's okay for the teams. But just looking at MBB Esports, so I did wonder, like, okay, where would they drop if not in a boot camp? So it looks like they drop around the area of Kuwari, just outside of Langkawi. But this is a circle that's super hard. Whenever it's a Camp Alpha circle, it's never fun for most of the teams.
Oh, not really. No. And if you talk about Camp Alpha, there's only one team that's really known to drop there, and that's actually Team Huck. But then again, they have 2 drop spots if you think about it. But then again, when we talk about this sort of circle, Camp Alpha circle, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be directly there. Sometimes it can just go skewed way down south, and then suddenly you have a water circle. And you know, last season was one of those seasons where we saw the most water circles I've ever seen ever.
Yeah, I remember last season there was like a few like right in the middle of the water.
And then there was a bridge circle?
Yeah, I remember
that was
one.
not fun.
That was not fun. If you were on the bridge,
I mean, it's fun
technically
for
you won.
us. It's fun for us as viewers. It's fun. But then as players who did not manage to get the bridge, not very fun. And you know who gets the bridge will be winning.
Yeah, once in a while it's fine. But if it happens all the time, it gets annoying.
It really does. It really tests your skills, and it really just teaches you, like, okay, we need to practice a way to navigate through water circles. And I think some teams may be prepared for that because, I mean, we talked about like rotations, right? And we always talked about like, okay, we know what to do when the circle is here, 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 but what if it's like super here or super up there, you know?
In this case, that's what's happening.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know why. A part of me, I have this hunch that the circle is going to go straight up north.
Ooh.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised as well. If it goes straight up north, it benefits Sem9, and I'm sure the fan base will be pretty happy about that.
Yep, that's right. But speaking of that, though, we are looking at Geek fam. They do know ALMGHTY is here. And we hear that the sounds of the guns are going to be coming out immediately. Picks one out, sends him straight to the lobby. And that's our first blood. But I was about to say, there is a little bit of beef here between AMT and Geek fam. Apparently, every time they drop, it's always in the same spot.
Yeah, I think there were some occasions like in Erangel as well. But sometimes it's tactically, right? I mean,
yeah, it's tactical.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that these two teams probably had the same idea of how they want to play their rotations.
Yeah.
And you know what? In Malay they say jodoh.
Wow.
Or fate, you know.
You mean like my other name called Joe?
Oh, I never knew you had another name, but
Yeah.
nice to meet you, Joe.
Joe. My last name is Doe, so I'm Joe Doe.
Moving on, we are going to be looking at Dingoz. So what can you tell me about them?
So Dingoz, they were hard on week 1. They were like super hard. But week 2, they hasn't been, well, they haven't lighted up yet. Let's put it this way.
They haven't found that sweet spot yet, huh?
Yeah, I guess this is the thing about, this is my theory, right?
Okay.
So if you're like super hard on week 1, like
Yeah.
you're up there, like you gather a lot of attention, and everyone starts to study you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so this is what's happening in week 2.
That's why Sem9 is and EVOS are on 10-11. It's safe, you know? In the middle.
Like, I'm there. Like, don't talk about me, but I'm there.
I'm just quietly watching in the background.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Team Secret, do they like to play healing?
I saw it once in a scrim. Toy played the healing game, but for the most part, they don't. iShots used to do that back in, I believe it was PMW or PMGC, either one of that, and he famously got that chicken dinner.
Ooh.
Yeah. I remember it was because, so he played the healing game, he was outside the circle, so it was healing.
Uh-huh.
But as he walked closer to the circle, so obviously the opponent had one last player, right?
Yeah.
So he sniped it from afar and he got the chicken dinner
Oh,
from
wow.
outside the zone. That was crazy. That was
Wow.
insane.
Okay, that's where it was very famous from. But
Yeah.
looks like a Geek fam. They are the one winning the bridge for now. You saw ALMGHTY
yeah.
had to swim there. They were like, oh no, my friend is gone. Gotta swim.
I mean, this is the disadvantage, right? Like what we talked about, the flight path doesn't allow you to immediately drop into your spot, which is Camp Alpha, in this case for Almighty.
Yeah.
So, so they lost one team member to Geek Fam, and now Geek Fam kind of know where they are at. They just need to bridge camp.
Yeah, that's right. But GNX is also a team that we are very curious about. So they didn't do too well in week 1. They were just there. They were okay. I wouldn't say they were the best.
Yeah.
They were like Sem9 and and Homeboys, you know, like over there. But then like suddenly on week 2 they just popped off. What happened?
I have no idea, to be honest. But one thing I did notice about GENEXUS is that during the 2-day/3-day break that we had, they were still scrimming.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like for most teams that I see there, observe is like, oh, everyone wants to take a chill pill, everyone wants to have family time, whatever. But they scrim. They did like 2 sets
Winners
of scrims.
don't rest.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're just showing that they're hardworking mentality, and to me, it's paying off for them.
Yeah, they're Singaporean team, right?
Oh, they're Malaysian team.
Malaysian team?
Yeah.
Wow.
Singapore team is Almighty.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
the one they got caught like.
Oh, wow. Okay, no wonder. They're probably arguing, the same drop, so they're like arguing like, hey, some shots are coming out there.
Oh, wait a second. Where did they come from?
I'm not too sure. I think they were already waiting on the bridge for them, and Rex lost his teammate there.
Oh,
But Dingoz playing very dirty here, playing the role of the troll bridge. His teammate will be paying dearly there. Nearly gets knocked out of the way. Brian throws out some shots in return, misses every single shot, unfortunately. But it doesn't seem like it's any problem for RSG right now. But who's in trouble, though, is Dingoz, and they picked the wrong person to fight with.
And not only that, though, Sem9's on the other side, so you kind of like got... You kind of like have
Sandwiched.
3 teams, and now, yeah, Dingoz is sandwiched between 2 teams. How are they going to get away from this?
Yep, that's right. Brian as well. Out of the game as well as Small Boy. Lost 2 players just from that.
Yeah.
And when you cross the bridge, people always say, look both sides. And look at that Kim sending hell back, but he's gonna be knocked out.
Man, I feel it in my gut the moment he got shot there. For some reason, it's like ouchies. But it's Yoodo being gunned down by Snappy. And hang on a second. There's a 4th team somewhere. GENEXUS is somewhere around here.
3rd wheeling, let's talk about 4 wheeling. Let's talk about that.
I mean, that's over my quota, man. Whatever quota that is. But hey, at least Dingoz, they have 1 person on the high ground that's, I believe it was, it's Yoodo, I guess. So he has the vantage point, and that is the best spot to be at this moment.
Yeah, that's right. But Sem9, they're not a team that to really wait and see. They see someone coming in front, they are not going to hold back. And especially just now, I think we talked about how, you know, third party is also a strat. It's not the cleanest strat, but it gives you what you need. And just like that, RSG lost 2 players. 1 person from Dingoz. Did he just fall off? Yeah, he did. He said goodbye and good night. High ground was used the wrong way.
Yeah, I think he got knocked when he was at the high ground. So instead of like bleeding out and giving the point to the opponent, he chose to suicide. He committed the seppuku. Yeah, not Sudoku. Someone said Sudoku yesterday.
I don't know who that was, but
Keith, if you're listening, that's you. Yeah, don't hide the fact.
Oh my god!
We're not doing Sudoku here.
I mean, it's good for your brain. I mean, you can do Sudoku as you do the seppuku, you know, doesn't matter. But let's talk a little bit about... Oh, let's not talk about that because Adik Boy is running for his life. Got shot at, take some damage there. But the shots are just randomly coming. They call it the spray and pray. But looks like their prayers are not heard.
Well, I guess it's a little bit too early. At least in Malaysia. But here we go. So we have a team secret on the other side. So I guess that's the team
That's not Sis Jenny, right? Get it? SMG Jenny?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's Bro Jenny.
Bro Jenny.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Looks like the circle. Gonna go... I don't know why, but looks like there's a little bit of a shift there toward the left. Coming in towards the north.
Okay. So the prophecy from
The prophecy is coming.
Okay.
The prophecy is real. But coming back to that, when you're crossing a bridge, I noticed in PUBG Mobile, is that when you're crossing a bridge, there are... Oh my god, I was right!
Wow! The prophecy has spoken.
Yeah. Anyways, coming back to that. When you're crossing a bridge, you should always expect a bridge troll. 100%. Because it's the easiest way for you to get killed. And especially if it's the only way through and you have a vehicle, you want to bring the vehicle over.
Totally agree. I mean, we saw what happened to RSG. They tried to cross the bridge, but the trolls are there. And they got gunned down, and now they're kind of like swapping roles, like the trolls now being pinned down, kind of sandwiched because Sem9's in Heartin. So I guess it's just running fast and hard. But okay, let's talk about fast and hard action here. GENEXUS on to RSG. And RSG, they're playing with 3 team members, so they have a handicap against GENEXUS.
Yeah, that's right. Rex waiting from the side here, throws out the bomb. Is it going to hit? Not quite, but Rex running for his life. They are low on manpower, but not low on bombs. He's going to be hearing that, but you can see there, someone, team of Almighty, down onto the hands of Geek fam. But for now, it looks like there's a Mexican standoff here. RSG, 2 players left, sandwich between GNX and Dingoz, I believe.
If only RSG, or if only GENEXUS knows that RSG is only 2, they might just push it. But I can understand why they hesitate in case someone on top of the hill is watching over them. So they're playing that they're playing it fairly safely. And plus, we are still the second circle. There's still time for GENEXUS. But hey,
they're pushing
either way,
in.
They are pushing in.
They're pushing in. They're looking for blood, but looks like they haven't pinpointed there yet. It is a small village, but it takes some time. They are going to take some damage from that bomb. Snappy gonna come from the back, but Rex gonna get Luyu out of the way through the bombs as well. But for now, Rex and Kim gonna be playing some tag team here. Doesn't matter if there's 4 people. The spray gets 2! Not able to find one more. There are 3 people left. They need that information to play it from Rex from the side there, making sure that no one's coming from the back. But Kim, he really needs to heal right now, and their car is smoking.
Well, at least they managed to even up the odds for now. But it looks like Snappy will be picked up by... Kim goes down. Nice down to Rex. The last man standing. Looks spots him out. And now they know exactly where he is. RSG will be the first team to go out, but...
not without a fight.
Not without a fight. At least they got 2 elimination points.
Yeah, that's right. It's really, really unfortunate because RSG looked so good right now. The spray and praise just now that he threw out was good. It's just like timing where he had the Molotov out really just bit him back in the butt.
Wow. I mean, I feel the pain there. But speaking about pain, so R2K is going to feel a little bit of a pain.
And SMG too.
Ooh, no. This is not the position you want to be in. Just look at this. GENEXUS, they have the vantage point against SMG. Oh, not only
you have Team Secret too!
This is another bridge troll!
Oh, man. Kid, he gets one. Gonna be going for the other. Can he get it? That's the question. And he is very comfortable here. And there's Jenny swimming under the water, trying to get caught here. The thing is, once you swim under, you really can't see where they are going to be. But eventually, you're going to have to come up for air. And Jenny, as soon as he came up for air, Kid said, haha, found you, little fishy. Gonna be making you into a barbecue.
Well, you know what they say, what goes down must come up. Yep, that's SMG.
I thought that's the other way around.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, SMG is giving us an example, so I'll take that. But anyway, R2K is having a hard time as well now that Axis Red One is keeping them at bay.
Yeah, Anik Boy as well, out of the game now. I like how Axis is taking care of this area here. Great place to really get those stragglers getting into there. Just gatekeeping, circle keeping as much as possible. Mika putting in that damage. Zane out of the way. And Harm, he doesn't know if he wants to help his teammate or not. Because if he goes in the water, he'll be defenseless just like his teammate. And looks like the circle. And look how, oh my god, I'm scared of myself. I was just kidding.
Tash, you called this before we even started. You called it that it will go way up north. You got what you asked for.
It was a feeling, but look at that. The only teams inside the circle is 1, 2, 3, 3 teams. That's all they got.
Expect warfare. Expect a lot of fight as teams try to get into the circle.
It's gonna be a bloody island
massacre.
Massacre, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's gonna be Camp Alpha Chainsaw Massacre.
Not really. Alpha is north, so that's
That's an unnamed location.
West,
Chainsaw Massacre.
let's call it West Hatin's Chainsaw Massacre, the movie part 2.
There you go. Directed by Tash Bunny herself.
Yeah, that's right. But Team Secret, they're gonna be very happy, and I like the way they're getting into this onto the island. They're playing on the sides here, which means that you don't really have to take care of your back, only your front. But look how many teams are over on Hatin.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so that's Sem9 and Team Secret. They are in the same vicinity, and that's probably going to be an El Clasico between them. But talking about another El Clasico, so Homebois and Team Bosskur now fighting for the same compound.
Yeah, that's right. They really like the Longhouse. They say this is my island paradise, but Homebois only has 2. But right now, Psycho gonna be taken out right now. Naoki coming in from the side, not quite able to find out where exactly the other members of Homebois are. And the other members of Homebois, of the other 2 members, are exactly not too far away. They do have high ground vantage in the back there as well. But slowly, Bard gonna come forward here.
Ooh.
But 666 is the one gonna be finding out first. And Bard coming from the side here. Left, right. He goes. Finally gets one more. Gonna want to finish him off. But
To the left, there you go.
They don't see him. Should have knocked first and said hello.
Well, I guess as what the Kingsman would say, manners maketh men. So now you learn your lesson. You gotta knock before you come in.
But look at that though, Oxy's red one meeting with another Malaysian team. Bravo cooking up that nade here, throwing it out. Matoy running for his life, did not eat any of the damage, but Matoy getting hit from the side here. Gonna have to run inside the house for cover.
Yeah, Team Secret, they managed to recover themselves. Sem9 still keeping eyes on the Team Secret. Team Secret, they've yet to entirely enter the compound yet, or enter the circle just yet. Bravo has a high ground advantage, but
Bye-bye,
Matoy
dumb cutie.
taking a nice second floor, so he could probably spot out Bravo.
Yeah, that's right. Bravo quietly playing the prone game, but Depp is outside, making sure if anyone were to run outside, they're gonna get caught. But meanwhile, though, look at that, Jenny. One finds Snappy as well. Gonna be very happy with that massacre in 2 different places. Wow. It's just so much to see. Almighty out of the game, 0 elims. And Geek Fam is probably happy with the outcome.
Well, Geek Fam would have wanted the points for themselves, but anyway, I guess it's nice to see your opponent bowing out. Now
Mano
it's between
o mano.
Team Secret, Sem9. This is the El Clasico.
Oh, wow. Dumb cutie out of the way already. And look at that, GENEXUS, 5 kills already.
No, right? Already 5. They are still looking strong despite them playing with only 3 team members. Now, Bravo has a DBS. DBS is super good when it comes to close quarters combat. But his position on the high ground, okay, now he's going to utilize the DBS well with the nade. On to Team Secret. Kid goes down. Team Secret falling apart.
Oh, that was so beautifully played. Team Secret falling down 1 by 1. Soon to be overwhelmed by Sem9. But if you look at the kill feed, though, there's a lot of other stuff happening. MAB in trouble. CLC just going crazy. And Matoy, Fredo, the last man alive, gonna be barbecued to death here.
Oh, no.
There's nowhere for him to go, and Bravo gonna be very happy with that because that was actually his Molotov. One elimination for them.
Oh yeah, he actually denied himself, so no points to Sem9.
Oh, wow.
And, okay, guys, calm down, calm down. It's done. I think they didn't know because they weren't the one to eliminate Fredo.
Yeah.
So it probably didn't cross their mind, but guys, you can chill now.
They were like, we gotta make sure that no ends are loose. Gotta cover our tails, you know.
Yeah, you don't regret it later on, right?
Yeah.
Now, Geek Fam, they managed to sneak their way into the
they have 3
island.
kills.
Oh yeah, 2 of them from Almighty, or at least 1.
2, I believe.
Yeah, thereabouts. But they're not in the circle yet, so that will be the next objective, trying to get into the circle. But look at how many teams are right in front of them. There's Farang Legends, we have Axis Red One, we have GENEXUS as well.
Yeah, considering how small the area is, I'm surprised that not a lot more teams are actually out of the game just yet. QB spots one out here, and that damage put inside immediately finds Mika, but he will be shot back in return. Jumper from the side wants to join in. He says, hey, who did not invite me to the party? He's just watching right now. Not quite able to get that angle. Throws out some damage, but look at that. Mika already out of the game. Jimmy OP gets 2. 5 kills for them as well, putting in the same spot as GNX.
Well, Jumper sprayed and prayed, and his sprays were answered with that elimination point onto Insomnus. So now Geek Fam has yet to find a way into the circle yet. Damru has 11 first aids. I mean, it's a starter pack, but that's not enough to secure him a second place finish. He needs more than 11 if he wants to play the healing game.
Yep, that's right. Repo Boy as well. This is one small area and Farang needs to take this fight. Right in front of him is another team and that will be Geek Fam.
Ooh.
Sorry, yeah, it's Geek Fam. QB will be the one eating all those bullets right now, and QB out of the game already. Repo Boy is gonna be happy with another one from Snipes as well. And Mika OP gonna find another member of EVOS as well. But Snipes gonna be stolen his point by CLC, but Helton will be the one to get Miracle out of the game.
So Geek Fam, I believe they'll be eliminated at the 12th place, if I'm not mistaken. Now just look at the teams inside the circle. We have Sam9 in the circle. We have Homebois right smack in the middle of it, and GENEXUS actually traveled quite a fair bit to get into the circle. How did they sneak into this when they were somewhat in a sandwich situation in the circle? It favors to GENEXUS.
Oh wow, they're gonna be very, very happy with that. But if you look at the circle there, it's not quite a very big area with a lot of cover. And this is where it comes, where the teams have to figure out whether if they want to play the healing game, if they want to play inside the circle. But look at that, Axis as well has 5 in their pocket. Gonna be very happy with that as well. But bit unfortunate because a lot of the teams that we see on top usually are not really there. But where is Kacang Susu exactly?
The healer for Axis Red One just got eliminated by Harm. Okay, but all right. Their current position, they don't necessarily need to play the healing game. They can play it regularly. The bad news is that they're only playing with 2 team members left, and it's going to be Mika as well as Jumper. I mean, this is a dynamic duo that has clutched it in one of the Erangel games against the Homebois before this. So let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, that's right. Mika, one of those players who like to go big or go home. Smokes are out from him. He wants to meet up with Jumper if possible. But they're going to have to take this fight if they want to go through. We do have people playing outside the circle trying to get in. And look at that. Mika already with 4 kills. But Farang Adik gonna be finding somewhere there on the side up there, but not quite getting or landing any of those bullets. The problem is with the circle, with the shrubbery, but eventually GNX Bew gonna find Jimmy OP and finally will be in trouble because where CLC is, it's hard to move to where the circle is, and Bew gonna be very happy with Jimmy OP's point in his pocket.
Oh, absolutely. Jimmy OP is one of the healers in this game. He's obviously representing a clutch Guerilla, so they wouldn't be happy with that. Now, Farang Legends, they somehow still managed to survive this with all 4 of their team members still intact. Sam9 coming in from the other side, but they have Homebois to deal with right in front of them, and Damru will bow out. So it looks like it's going to be 11th place for a Geek Fam with 3 elimination points. And clutch Guerilla out as well.
Yep, that's right. 9 elimination points is not something that is so tiny and small though. Probably enough to give them the extra points, but look at that. Farang taking in a lot of damage from GENEXUS, even though they do have the high ground advantage. But the thing is, GENEXUS inside the circle, but Mika OP gonna find Putra Zerail there from Sem9. Gonna be very happy with that as well, and Mika OP gets him out of the way, and Harm also gonna be bowing out as well.
Yep, that's going to be R2K at 9th place, 1 elimination point for them. Sam9 needs to push on forward. They do not have any more time as the zone starts to close in. Stone together with Bravo and Depth. They need to find a way into the circle, but they need to fight against Homebois. They don't have a choice.
Yep, that's right. But it's SMG as well. 1 elimination only. They're gonna have to be happy with that. But now Axis Red One with 6 eliminations, doing quite well as well. But Bravo taking some damage there, breaks the door, not quite getting the damage in that he wants. They want Homebois out of the way. Molotov is out, gonna be flushing them out of the building. But the problem is, is there gonna be a follow-up is the question. Looks like Depp will be pushing in. They don't know there's someone inside there. Sprays! But I think he has an idea now, but has to be careful. Cooks the nade a little bit. Gonna be throwing it inside, but he must find one. Throws in one more. His teammate is inside as well, but Stoned is in trouble. Bravo coming from the side now, but we are down to our 5 teams as Bravo playing from the side here, trying to find the other members of Homebois. But if you see there just now, EVOS already out of the game, taking 6th place.
And that's the power of the DBS coming in from Bravo, but the name for Bandit Lu takes down Tricks. And now we're down to the top 3 teams. Everyone jumping off the flies. Long is the last man standing for GENEXUS. 4 elimination points in for him. Is it possible to pick up Bew? It's very unlikely, but the nade from Dab takes out Ripple Boy.
Yep, that's right. They are down to 3 members, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Because GNX only has 1 player, SM9 with only 3. So it's pretty much equal ground, at least between the 2 teams. However, right now, Biu trying to make his way back to Long, trying to get picked up if he can. But it's going to be no problem as well. But still, GNX does still have the circle. They do have the compound. And now it's the fight of who can get that compound. Real estate prices has gone straight up high where GNX is. And where the compound, where SM9 is, suddenly has 0 value.
You know, there's a possibility that GENEXUS or Lone could clutch this out. Because 2 teams, SM9 as well as Farang, they'll be forced to fight each other. Lone can just chill, and this is what's happening now. He can be the finisher towards the end.
Yep, that's right. But Helton gonna be the first one out. ALMGHTY, the final man alive here. Actually, no, he is not the final man alive, but at least 1 more alive. But now 2 is down. For now, Helton gonna find Dep, sends him back to the lobby. ALMGHTY comes from the side as Stoned will be the next victim. Bravo as well. Farang on fire right now. And GNX Long. It's just a 1 versus 3 situation if they can pick him up, and I don't think it should be an issue. But for now, he's going to be playing it real quiet. He does have the compound, but the circle, it says, nope, we don't want the compound. We're going to go straight right beside it. And Olio right here playing the prone game, hiding in the grass like a snake. Problem is, can he figure out where the other members of Farang are?
I mean, these are 3 of players who are very young, and let's see how is he going to do this. Long, I believe he's like maybe 18 or so.
This is his final nade.
This is probably his final nade, and now Olio is sneaking out to Long. Oh, spots out. They know exactly where Long is. Is he going to deny himself, I wonder?
No, that's right. For now, he's going to be cooking that nade. He's going to try and make it matter, but he's getting shot at from all angles. He has to leave the building, but Olio from the side here.
Oh, no,
but
gets
Olio,
one!
he finds one.
1v1.
But it will be a double, 1v1. ALMGHTY inside of him, jumps out. He is going to take some damage from the circle. Going to be waiting, spray and pray out. But they're just playing the hide and seek, jiggle, peek. But who's going to get the first jiggle? Oh my god! I can't believe it! GENEXUS gets the win! 1 versus 3, no problem. Winner, chicken dinner. And on top of that, they have about 11 kills in their pocket.
Insane coming from Long, and he won against ADIC as well as Olio, 2 of some of the top players of last season. This is crazy. This guy making his debut in the PMPL, showing everyone why is he here to stay.
Oh my god, that was so well played. He knew he was in a situation where he was outnumbered. So what do you do in a situation? You isolate the other players from each other. If say ADIC and his teammate actually move in together, they would probably have gotten the kill. But the thing is, they're not playing together.
Yeah, they didn't play together, but it's also to Long to be able to separate them. I mean, he did the divide and conquer basically. But man, let's let Contra do the breakdown for all of us. Check out the highlights from that previous round.
What a way to start off our very first round, and Bosskur made it possible with a 1 versus 2 that all the way into the chicken dinner. And my goodness, all that the members of Farang will need it to do is just to wait till that blue zone depletes, but they're hoping to secure that very final point. And sometimes, you know what they say, greed does actually kill. But nevertheless, there's still more chances for some comebacks, but that was huge for the leaders of the pack, Team GENEXUS. Now, moving along, we definitely do have announcements out there. We're in PUBG Mobile, we're already at version 1.9 with a lot of exciting new features. And with the 5th anniversary, you've got new addition of the colorful bicycles, the AVO battlefield that you could have a whole lot of fun with your friends, especially with the colorful and spawn islands, along with all these new camps for you to play out as well. The recall mechanic in classic mode definitely helps you when you do have your members being taken down, so you could still have that added chance to go in for that chicken dinner. Other than that, we got the new bridge as well, where you could basically camp it out if it does go into Sanaska Island, and even with the supply shop to get what you need. So make sure you guys check all of this out, and you could basically visit the website if you really want to find out a whole lot more about what is the new stuff that's happening in the game. But my, we really have to go back to this specific matchup because this is one of the hardest match inside of Sanhok. The flight path was moving in from the southern end of the island, and instead the circle went all the way up north, just like what Hash Bunny did predicted as well. And after that, we see all the teams here trying to vie for that perfect location, and many of them at the very end will have to play along over on those open fields as well. So it's definitely difficult when they will have to prone as well as be on that lookout for all these snipers all across these hills of Sanhok. Speaking of which, of course, we're going to be diving deeper into how Team GENEXUS managed to clinch another chicken dinner of their own, making this their best performing week. Yesterday, they didn't really look all too hot, though. They only walk away with multiple points and single-digit games after the span of 4 games. And I guess now we take a look at the match ranking. This time, Team GENEXUS comes in with some great recovery, walking away with 11 eliminations as well as that total of 15 rank points. And of course, with the chicken dinner, that adds up to 26. And on second spot, we saw Farang Legends could have actually closed the game for themselves if they were patient enough. Instead, they rushed in trying to get Bosskur, but Bosskur was just way too good. 7-9 ties in with 18 points of their own. On fourth, we have Homebois making it up to the 4th place with 12 points. 10 points in for Clutch Guerilla. Meanwhile, Dingoz Esports comes in with 8 of their own, tied with Axis Esports. 5 points in for EVOS VIP that was stuck inside of that Cam Alpha ground, and Geek fam, they were also playing by the corner of the island, only walks away with 4 points. Now we have a lot of points being shared here across the table. SMG, Team Secret, they all walk away with 2. But I really want to point out that Micah here from Axis Esports have done significant work throughout the course of the battle. Take a look at that. That's 60% contribution out of Micah himself. And I really got to say that he definitely dishes a whole lot of damage on top of that, and he has raked up a total of 3.7 MVP points with that 5 eliminations that he's gotten for himself. We want to see more from Axis Esports, and I guess that they did decently well until Kachasusu gets spotted out, so their heal is down. It was harder for them to get themselves further into the match. And with that being said, Team GENEXUS will be the first team to break into that 200 mark and make that 225 a record high over the course of the weeks of battle. We're only in week 2, and remember this, GENEXUS the last 3 more games, they could definitely put it up to 250 if they want to. Hopefully good games will come. Axis will be giving chase, and of course we want to take a look at the second half of the table, and this is going to be pretty crucial because ALMGHTY as well as SMG, both weeks they've been hanging at the bottom of the table, and they have not been able to get out of the rut just yet. If today would be their best day, maybe a few chicken dinners will help them propel up to 14th spot. That's just a little bit of prediction, but then again, there's still a lot of race going on. The middle of the pack here is stacked up. We got Sem9, Bosskur, EVOS VIP, and many more to go. So speaking of which, we really have to see what will be formulated as we will be heading into Erangel. But before all of that, of course, just want to remind all of you guys back at home that for this month, it's going to be the month of Ramadan. So later we do have an iftar break for all of the audience here to enjoy their dinners. But before that, you guys can tune in for me to explain how GENEXUS have been able to take this step by step, moving in from boot camp to cross over the river very safely to take on a few battles by the edge of Camp Alpha East. So from the eastern side of the villages, they wrap things around, and eventually they have members climb up the hill as well. And with the circle slowly moving deeper and deeper over the western end, they chose to move up slightly towards the northern part and then take a little bit of a stroll. Fights after fights that they've gotten themselves into will award them with more points, and then after that they will eventually beat up with Farang Legends. Now Sem9 looked like they were poised in position to be able to challenge the rest of the team, but when you're in Hatin, you also have to worry about not who's at the bridge, but also across it as well. So they were really holding on to that pressure point, and eventually Sem9 did crack. They did hold on till pretty long in this matchup. So well, the other team that you have to take a look here is how Farang Legends as well as Homebois are positioned. Perfect placements, and eventually they have been able to book those prime spots in the later stages of the game, rendering the rest of the teams that have not been able to make it across to be stuck right outskirts. Kacang Susu also have been shot by Geek much early on, so they didn't manage to make the cut. Plus Guerilla, however, will have to run down that open field terrain as they have basically all angles just without covers, and it's so hard for Clutch to make it into the circle. Now, the GENEXUS, they looked like they were turtling in, and I guess that was a smart enough of a move where they have two little huts for them to just shelter into that position. Being directly at the center, they don't really have to take too much of a peek, and even when they do, usually you will be able to actually rake in a point or two. While Sem9, they have a beautiful engagement where they invaded that compound, took over, and after that, they were also stuck by the edge of it. So that definitely gives the golden opportunity for Farang Legends to punish. And I really wonder, this situation once again, if we take a look closely, Bosskur, he's only got 2 exits through that shed, and all Farang has to do is to wait. Even if Bosskur bleeds out to the blue zone, they get that chicken dinner. But instead, Bosskur wants to pick up a fight as well. Olio as well as Adik Luke, they were feeling very, very confident, and that overconfidence kind of bit them at the back. So with that being said, that will conclude that round recap itself. So, well, of course, as I mentioned earlier, that all of our Muslim brothers and sisters who are tuning in or are actually in this matchup, they will need to take a little bit more of a break so that they could perform their prayers as well as to break their fast, as it's the month of Ramadan. And I hope that you guys are enjoying your viewing experience so far in the PMPL MYSGPH. We'll be back right after dinner time, and we'll see you after this for Game 2. this is not going to be working out well for Bart. They still have another two that have survived. Farang will land those grenades in this civil warfare once more. Shinsei, there's not too much cover for them. Clutches out. It's Farang Legends that takes over. And remember this, the last time that they went here, THQ, they made it to the top two. Now the grenades are flying in from Farang, so their chances here to make it to the top two is dimming down.
Aye, but this is a beautiful possible grenade that's going to fly from Olio and bring in Ay, but accidentally brought in Ade also at the same time, so they have to have the time to go and revive Ade. Fight themselves with another team that is already parked inside.
Happy with the steals again. Just 4 points without needing to do all too much. He's going to go in for those tags as well. Lands one shot onto Lex, but not enough to take him off those wheels. But he's already left that buggy. That's good of the news, but he will find it regardless. NSEA eventually gets out of the game, all thanks to Yoodo Lance's effort. Now he spots one more out. How many more points do you need, Appy? Make that 6! Just needing 2 tabs! My goodness me, Yoodo Lance, the boss of Miramar. But take a look at this though. Team Secret only having Kid on the corners of Paradise Resort. 7-9's got to be extremely careful with this.
Yeah, we have the new Kid on the block, on the other block that is, and you see 7-9 clearly see. That's one, he gets 2, can he get a third one? He still has 90% of health left, and with the DPS in hand, no one's gonna escape that. 3 knockdowns coming in from Kid, and 7-9 is falling apart.
My goodness me! So swiftly he does it. Left that vicinity, he will slowly bleed out to the blue zone. While Tam's going to be moving forward along with Bart. Trace is holding on the other angle once again. Damage being done. They bring down Bart. 2 versus 2. Now it's up to Isaac here to take out Tam. Can they do it though? They still haven't really spotted out Ziggs. Well, Tricks, I mean. Well, there's also a Ziggs on the other side.
Contra, you know what does this mean? If R2K wins another chicken dinner, it's going to be a double chicken dinner. That's back to back. And this is the momentum we're talking about. And now left with 6.
1v1.
Going to the 1v1 with Tricks. Looking at the health, Tricks has the opportunity. But if this is enough time for Tricks to push, he won't have enough revival time with Isaac. Trying to do revival. Is he going to do that? No, Isaac is going to try to finish out with information, but not enough time, not enough health. It's going to be R2K! Double!
What a clutch! You saw that right before your eyes! Now another close compound fight. Yoodo Alliance versus Almighty. The Guerilla lost Nasty as it slowly bleeds out. Appy! He gets a close range shot! He comes in with a repro! How does he do it?
Ooh, it seems like they somehow managed to sandwich Almighty, and Almighty will fall.
Towards Team Hawk as well. High goes beat down. Y84R goes in, dominating with the 5 elimination points, taking down the rest of NC. But Lexbot is still here. Well, he holds on to that UFP. 16 bullets is all that he's got left. Coming with a jump shot, but he's still going to be able to get one. Not enough to deter the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Now they make it into the top 8.
From the back here. Still trying. Virgil don't be so vulnerable.
Appy again! Wait a minute. MAB, they had the advantage. They still couldn't really take out Appy, who's currently carrying the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Now they're going to be priming this thing. Look at where it's suddenly. Oh my goodness!
What?
Did you just see that?
That was such a good bomb. That was a good grenade.
He just needs another one. He just needs one more to get Iftar. Iftar does get those angles against Appy though. Same goes. I guess it's going to be between 2 of these solo units while Almighty, they're also suppressing the rest of the members of Yoodo Alliance. Well, that's only one, which is Appy. So he's kind of stuck right now. He couldn't really move. So Iftar, he gets shut down instead. Appy with a quick move. Now Yoodo Alliance, they do have a chance.
He immediately calls back them.
Whoa, here comes NC versus Yoodo Alliance. They're dropping it hot, but They're coming too close for comfort. Appy. He's not moving any muscle at all, so that's advantage given to Appy. He's gonna drop right now. He does not suspect it. Oh, he whips the shot. Drop shot comes in. Appy's gonna win that trade.
But he took quite a while there. Another team that is already parked inside.
Happy with the steals again. Just 4 points without needing to do all too much. He's gonna go in for those tags as well. Lands one shot onto legs, but not enough to take him off those wheels. But he's already left that buggy. That's good of a news, but he will find it regardless. NC eventually gets out of the game, all thanks to Yoodo Lance's effort. Now he spots one more out. How many more points do you need, Appy? Make that 6. Just needing 2 tabs. My goodness me, Yoodo Lance, the boss of Miramar. While Appy, he's clearing out the rest of Axis that just crashed in.
And then all my team were busy doing that, but with the 1v1 fight, Hino again, the Rambo who's coming in. Is he going to do another Rambo action? He's going to do a little bit of reset, but not enough time to lift up the members. Okay, down below. This is what we're calling the previous IGL, but IGL is teaching him a lesson. Goes down, Hino.
He's in between. I'm not too sure if Insanus has weapons though.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Okay, we need to wait till we get a visual there. But unfortunately, Insanus doesn't have a weapon. Instead, Demigod is ready with a shotgun. So it's going to be first blood given to Demigod.
Would feel. Well, speaking of which, that also allows a little bit of spacing for Sam to try to pick someone up. It's a little bit of a tough angle to work with because he's hitting onto window panes instead.
It's their first round anyway,
Hey, bro,
so
watch
might as
your
well.
jet.
But oh no! Now Brian's in trouble.
Is this the second time that Brian gets himself into this situation? Yesterday we saw him dance around in Miramar. This time to avoid it. Yes, he does. Oh, some packs coming up. Brian's gonna be knocked out by Iron Pro, so not the block. Yeah, let Big Brother show you what they've got.
Yeah, so, oh well, unfortunately for RNG, they'll be playing the members for the rest of the game. I wonder if Small Boy is playing though. Hopefully we'll be able to pan over to see their lineup. But, okay, Bosskur start bossing the skies.
Let's do that at least. No. Land on the back.
Got you, homie.
Oh my god. Oh, hell no.
What?
It's rewind time.
I can't believe you've done this.
NC is a team that I'm still trying to decipher what really makes them take, but we are having both Darren as well as damn Cutie. Damn, that's pretty rough. Yikes. Okay, that was a little bit awkward. We saw them floating.
The one word that I truly like is resilience. So there always be setbacks, but you just gotta bounce back and become tougher, stronger, and wiser. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GENEXUS. So about how I started off my esports career, it all began with just forming my own team and competed in PMCO regional finals. So I just went in. We were an underdog team pretty much, like nobody knows us when there was already Yoodo and some other teams existing. And then out of nowhere, we just became champion in Malaysia. And yeah, on that very day, a few teams, a few orgs approached us. One of them was Team Secret, and that's how we were assigned to Team Secret, the whole team. So I played under Team Secret and competed for PMCO Spring Split, Fall Split, and then to a new format, PMPL Season 2. But I didn't quite play, so Season 1, yeah. So I retired in Season 2, right? It was not PMGC back then, it was called PMWL World League. Yeah, eventually I made a choice to retire. I did a lot of things after I retired, but none of them is gaming related. I would say because I was still kind of down. I've got no passion for gaming anymore at that time. I would say the feels to me coming back was actually Yuhai. Secret qualified to the national finals and Yuhai was still in the team. Yeah, that one time he asked me to watch him play in the final. He said that it will give him good luck and that definitely if I watch then he will qualify to Southeast Asia and all. And yeah, just him being adorable. I watched the game and that's when the spark truly reignited. It was a starting point. It was a kind of like a new chapter for me. And then that's when I tuned my mind, I changed it a little bit, adjust my mindset.
Sedaya upaya cuba untuk menghalau keberadaan Biu-Biu yang berada di hadapan mereka waktu ini.
Biu-Biu masuk, Biu-Biu rusuh nak cuba barbar.
Four rivals dikeluarkan dengan sangat-sangat awal.
Now that the passion is bigger than ever before, now I'm just finding my way back to achieving that one esports dream that I haven't quite achieved yet. And now here we are. So now with a new team, new teammates, everyone with the strong desire to win, we are gonna go all out and get that champion.
Hai, saya Aizen. Saya hari ini share pro tips untuk korang. Okey, planning kita orang nak masuk dari kiri. Time ni Eko jaga CLC untuk cover kita orang dapat entry ke depan. Homebois tu kita orang biar dulu sebab kalau dia ke depan CLC boleh tembak dia. Kenapa kita orang fokus kat CLC tu sebab tempat CLC depan CLC nak main tu lagi selamat nak main. Tempat tu ujung circle dan boleh fokus kat satu arah je Homebois. Okay, time tu pun kita orang dah tahu position tricks kat belakang sebab Eko bagi tahu. Jadi saya pun dah nampak nak seorang. Lepas tu kita orang cepat-cepat push kat Tam sebab tricks jauh nak datang dekat dengan dia. Saya pun suruh Zik better untuk lawan daripada River sebab dia dah betul-betul bermuka.
1v1 tricks lawan dengan Zik. Siapa yang lebih kuat? Siapa yang lebih hebat? Dan itulah dia kemenangan.
Jadi kalau kena jadi fragger yang power, firepower kamu mestilah kena kuat. Tapi korang kena ada juga scouter yang power untuk kasih info kat depan. Jadi kalau ada cukup info, kita boleh tahu enemy kat mana dan kita boleh bantai dia. Ini salah satu strategi yang biasa orang pakai kat PMPL. Dia nak try entry tapi saya jaga dia kat depan. Saya pun dah tunggu dia sebab dia dah baling smoke. Dia nak entry, so saya pun dah tunggu dia untuk pick saya. So saya pun dah confident dia dekat smoke tu betul-betul. Dan saya spray untuk dapatkan kill.
1K hanya berpaki Harm dan juga Aizen saya pada waktu ini. Sam 9 dab di bahagian belakang. Tapi wah.
Okay, kalau main PUBG Mobile bukan saja game tembak-tembak, kena pandai jaga diri sendiri. Dan communication adalah kunci kemenangan. Okey, jangan lupa saksikan kami di PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Dan jangan lupa sokong yang tim korang minat dan okay, bye.
Hai, kali ni kita akan bersama segmen Cuba Teka Ini Siapa dengan 4 ciri-ciri yang akan diberikan dan semua yang diberikan ciri perlu teka siapakah gerangan orangnya.
Handsome. Mai. Salah.
Ramai Eko di sini. Wah, handsome. Eye shots.
Semua handsome.
Handsome. Sam. Bukan.
Snipes. Six. Handsome.
Pernah pergi PMGC. Rex. Yuhai.
Farang lah. Pernah pergi PMWL. Fredo.
AP.
Disi. Jumper. AP.
Mata kecil. Fredo. Aisyah. Geek.
Mata kecil. Arul kot.
Apa buru?
Mata kecil Aisyah. Aisyah mata kecil.
Mata kecil. Man Farang. Siapa lagi?
Baru comeback. Siapa tu? Kid. Kid ke?
Mat Toy.
Comeback player.
Comeback player.
View.
View.
Apa dia tak ingat.
Oh, he went to PMGC ah? Oh yeah, I never know.
Dia pernah. Oh yeah, I forgot though. View.
Oh, View. Oh.
Me?
Mata kecil. View. Oh. View. Mata kecil. View. What? Easy very easy. No sweat. Okay guys, itu saja untuk sesi guess the player dan terima kasih kerana menonton. Jangan lupa follow PUBG Mobile.
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun. Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat. Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang
keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di
PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini.
pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April.
Season 5 ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik.
Kelakar semua ada, jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
Di Facebook dan YouTube.
See you there. See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
Kalau PMPL ada trofi untuk tim paling handsome, tim kami lah sebab kami ada Man Farang. Handsome naik.
Untuk mental kita orang dah prepare lah. Sebab kita orang main untuk enjoy je, bukan untuk kemenangan.
Tak juga.
Untuk tak juga.
Pada Boyka dan Zuli, kau letak aku sub pada season lepas. Season ni aku akan buktikan memang lunyai tim kau aku buat.
Okay, untuk bocah-bocah baru, jangan ganas-ganas sangat. Korang kena pantai juga dengan yang otai-otai. Pengalaman lagi penting daripada korang punya skill.
Bekas IGL dekat Forever. Saya nak proof dekat dia pernah berkata kepada saya pandai tembak tapi tak ada otak. Kali ni saya nak tunjuk kat dia dan saya dua-dua tu ada. Kepada Aziz, good luck untuk PMPL season 5 nanti. And harap-harap dapatlah.
So to my ex-teammates, I'm back with a better team. So feel free to come by and say hi to us. We'll give you a sweet bullet in the head. Pew.
Maybe Biu comeback is a good thing, but partner with my teammate, I don't think so because I played with them before. Maybe just like this, and I'm here.
Oh, untuk for rivals saya just nak cakap golak, buat yang terbaik, tapi korang kehilangan permata sebenarnya.
Bagi kita orang adalah Dingoz sebab dia orang dah beberapa kali langgar drop spot kita orang senyap-senyap. Tapi kalau kita orang langgar korang kat drop spot, korang jangan PM manager kita orang
Rival kita orang untuk season ni ialah RSG sebab coach saya tak suka RSG and SM9 sebab diorang dah pernah langgar drop spot kita orang Itu memang kali ni diorang tak bagi peluang
Rival kita orang ialah Forever sebab saya tak suka sangat pemburu tu. Pemburu tu mulut je lebih, tak power, lemah. Pemburu. Buy one sini. Takut.
Forever as well. In every single map, we are like neighbours to pemburu. Kau 13 dunia, tapi aku akan bantai kau.
Apa juga?
THQ because pas scrims dia turun dekat our drop spot which is Sunhawk. So kalau diorang still stubborn nak turun kat tempat kita akan buat diorang sampai diorang disqualified and tukar tim baru.
Esports, korang langgar, kami akan langgar korang balik. TABAH NC kali ni bukan TABAH NC yang dulu-dulu tu.
NSEA they more to placement point actually, and diorang punya player tu memang good at survive but and diorang just good at ngendok.
Okay, lepas saya review datang balik tak ada efek apa-apa pun. Dah rehat lama-lama tu confident ke nak masuk balik. Aku rasa takut nanti lepas season ni berehat lagi panjang nanti.
Pag nakatapat nyo kami, smooth muna kayo. Wala kayong gagawin sa amin.
Kepada tim Filipin, harap korang berjaga-jaga dan keep training untuk melawan tim-tim di Malaysia.
Pada Aziz Mika, hati-hati bila nak tembak kotak orang. Takut aku pula yang tembak kotak kau nanti.
Jangan selesa sangat ada bokeh tu. Kita orang dah tahu taktikal dia. Kita boleh baca juga. Ini buku taktikal bokeh.
Saya nak challenge Jamie Boy untuk jadi Terminator lah. Terminator sehari ke kan. Takkan tak mampu kot.
Din, bulat lah kat SSO. Kalau tak okey nanti season depan, join team kita orang.
To be a champion, you must fail first. SM9 on fire.
Jangan ingat air yang tenang tiada buaya. Kat situ ada Homebois. Hati-hati. Homebois family.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
Well, what is up, ladies and gents, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH. It's Contra here as your host, as well as your analyst for the entirety of the evening. We're here on the final day of week 2. I know it's a brand new week, but we have carried forward our weekly run with another extra day to cure your Monday blues. As we have already concluded our sign-out match, we're going to be moving forward with our second game as we proceed into Angle later on. So before all of that, of course, we got exciting news to let you guys know what's happening throughout the course of PUBG Mobile's 4th year anniversary. What's the new stuff that you guys should check out? Well, later we'll definitely give you all that lowdown. Early on, we've already seen Team GENEXUS bagging themselves yet another chicken dinner, and now they're solidly coming into the top of the leaderboards, making sure that they are definitely getting themselves ahead of the rest, and it's definitely going to be difficult for Axis Esports to catch up once again. I really do wonder if the rest of the pack will be able to accumulate enough points to book out to accumulate those bonus points, because that's going to be important for them to qualify to the grand finals of the PMPL MYSGPH. So with that being said, of course, we're going to be going in with a little bit more of a recap of what happened early on as well, as we will take a look at all of the standings once again. So with that being said, of course, we're going to be showing you all the cool stuff as it happens. And when we move into a little bit more of the details of that past matchup, that was Sandhawk, by the way, where, you know, RNG does play a little bit of part, but it's all about how you navigate your way through all the difficult scenarios, and that was one of the most difficult circles that we have ever seen inside of the tropical islands itself. And with that being said, I think that Team GENEXUS have shown that they've already adapted to everyone else, and therefore they are the leaders out there. As I mentioned early on, Bosskur was the final remaining member of Team GENEXUS to back end all the glory, taking down players on a 1 versus 2 scenario. He managed to accumulate a total of 6 elimination points. We compare him to Axis Micah, who's also gotten high damage to book out, as he was the MVP of that previous scuffle. So with that being said, you can see the damage as well as the team contribution both matching all together. It was Bosskur with that clutch play that earned him that star-studded glory. So with that being said, we really want to take a look if they will lock horns once again. Axis Esports, they have definitely had a little bit more that they could possibly show, but that was just Sanok. So later on, inside of Miramar as well as Angle, they will have to prove themselves once again. This is the top 2 teams here still going all out, and with Axis Esports needing to come in hot with that 3 games, I wonder, will that be sufficient of points that they could possibly accumulate by the end of it all? Well, Team GENEXUS honestly don't really have to worry too much. All they have to do is come in with some consistent result. Maybe like 5 pointers per round will be just nice for Team GENEXUS to take home that 20-pointer by the very end. So with that being said, of course, we're going to be looking at more details later on, but tell us your thoughts on these two players that have been able to do a whole lot. And speaking of all the action, these are some of the damage numbers that have been dished out by the majority of the teams. Now, we start off with the team that got the chicken dinner, Team GENEXUS. They have eliminated 11 players throughout the course of the journey, and that remains to be the highest numbers inside of Sanhok, while we take a look at some of the other teams who came pretty closely, but have not been able to make that long haul run to the very end. 7-9 made it to the top 4, and they were challenged by Farang Esports as they got themselves 6 as well. When it comes down to damage, nobody has been able to match the rest of Team GENEXUS. And what's really interesting to me is that RSG, they did 706 damage. They were one of the early movers into the Alpha Island, but they only have 2 elimination points. And as for the teams like MAB Esports as well as ALMGHTY, unfortunately for them, they tried to fend off against the rest. They did not walk away with those points. So with that being said, they have to go in for a reset. Everybody's got their dinner already. I hope you guys at home have already got yours as we're preparing ourselves with this Match 2. We've got Group A, B, C, as well as E playing out. So Group D will be sitting this one for the time being, while we have Geek, R2K, Farang, Legends, Clutch, Guerilla, Team Secret, 7-9, and the rest of the pack as well. So this is definitely going to be pretty exciting. And, well, it's time to make a guess once again. Who's going to be able to get all the glory, as it's time for you guys to predict. Pop it down in the comments below on what you possibly think will be the clear winners of this match. And my prediction is to the PH representatives, KHI Esports. This is also their glorious week. We've seen them win a few games throughout. I think they are definitely on that upwards trajectory, just like how Team GENEXUS have been able to perform. And with so much studies and effort being put in, I believe that it's about time that they get themselves yet another chicken dinner. So let's see what happens by the very end. And, well, if you think that I'm wrong, just go ahead, go at me in the comments right down below. So there's still more news before we go into the match, but I guess I'll reserve my thoughts. I want to head to our caster desk, so go ahead, send them your way.
You know when someone copy your homework?
Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
when
you
something's
know.
trending and suddenly, you know, they just want to be... There's a word in Malay called lalang. What's that word in English? Weed?
Yeah, like
Yeah, like weed.
like that weed.
that
Yeah.
weed.
But anyway, so welcome back to round number 2 of the PMPL MYSGPH, and can't wait to jump into our second round, which has been introduced by our host, of course. Thank you so much, Contra, which will be your wrangle in our second map today.
It's El Clasico map where everyone is very familiar, and it's going to be really exciting because this is not really an RNG map like Sanhok, which is more of kind of based on who finds the medkits first, who finds band-aids first, where the circle is going to go is small. This is a very big map. Everyone has their own, I would say, what's the word? Unspoken agreement. Yeah, but
Gentleman's agreement.
Gentleman's agreement.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a gentleman, so I don't use that word. I'll use unspoken. So it's gonna be really interesting to see where each player will go and which team will be thinking about going to be the destructive team. Because we talked about this before, when teams go into a place they don't usually drop, which means that they are very convinced, or rather they're very fairly sure that they can take the fight early against some teams. Some teams, they would do that intentionally because they want to kind of like cripple the chances of them getting more points or staying ahead. Either way, all's fair in battle royales, ain't that right?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is the points are up for grabs. So
Yeah.
do whatever it takes basically to grab the points. And speaking about points, now officially GENEXUS have passed the 200 point mark, which is a record breaking week for them. So they are also the team to hold the most eliminations in a single match, which is 20. And
20?
20 in a single match.
Jeez.
And right now, they are holding the record for the highest points collected in a week so far. But of course, we have a couple more rounds to go. So
I don't know what they had for dinner, but whatever you had, please give me some. I don't play as well.
No, you had dinner. You had spaghetti seafood for dinner, so you're done.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But speaking of their performance, I have to say, I wouldn't say that we didn't see it coming, because on week 1 they weren't necessarily like the worst. They were up there, maybe top 3 till top 5 around there. But didn't really get chicken, but they were consistently gaining points. It wasn't until this week they started popping off, and I would like to believe that they popped off harder than KHI, especially in that last match. Just not like, Kai, are you kidding? 3-on-1? How?
I know, right? That was like in some insane plays there from Long. That's going down the play of the day for sure.
For real.
For
And I just
sure.
want to say that on top of that, you know when you're the last man standing in your team, there's a lot of pressure and you start panicking. Bosskur, I just want to say, like, whatever that goes through his mind, you know that like those anime is like, oh no, it looks like I'm the only one alive. I guess you gotta turn this way, turn this way. So it's kind of like that. I think that's what goes through his mind.
And then there is this stop motion that says
Yeah.
"Omae wa wo shinderu."
Well, anyways.
We're getting a bit weeboo there.
Getting a bit weeboo there. But anyways, I have to say, but yeah, his thought process must be pretty clean, because he's able to really kind of, you know, put himself together and just kind of do it. Because in that situation, you kind of like, what am I going to do? I'm going to die, guys.
That's how you are when you play?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that was normal.
Well, it depends. If you're Long, you probably wouldn't have that. Yeah, that's why
I mean,
he
Long
flexed it up.
isn't necessarily normal player. I would say that's why he's here, because the best of the best make it here. If you're bad like me, you become like us. You become casters.
Well, yeah, that's why we are talking and they're playing, right?
Absolutely.
That's the principle of our job.
Our job is to use the brain cells to figure out what's going on in the game, and then you guys use your skills. Like, you know, like, this is a very funny thing I heard. I was just talking to some other caster friends the other day. I said, I don't get it. I can break down a game so easily, but why is it I suck at this game? And they're like, well, it's easy because you can see everything. I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah, ho.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine if I gave you like, oh, okay, you don't know where your opponent is at exactly. I'd be like,
yeah.
oh no, where are they? They should have been now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know what goes through your mind, but yeah.
Well, I had a little bit of a Tash Bunny in my mind. You know, just happens. You're just that infectious.
It's the energy.
There you go.
Yeah, it's the
I
energy.
can feel it. Yeah.
But anyways, I'm well oiled up and ready to rumble, because for those at home who just broke fast, if you guys are Muslims here, happy breaking fast, and now we're all ready to go into our next match. Let's have a look here. We're gonna go into air angle, and this is gonna be really exciting. Last season, we've seen one of the most circles at Sosnovka military base.
Yeah, I know, right?
That
I
was
remember that.
cursed.
Yeah, there was like almost every round, it became like, oh, it can be a military base, but it became.
was.
It was.
Yeah, I think it was me. It was my first time on PMPL last season, so I think I'm the cursed one.
Okay, you know what? Because you predicted the sign-out circle perfectly, where is this gonna go? Or do we let you? Or do you want to see the first circle? You have time. You have time.
I would like to. You know what? Okay, we'll look at the first circle.
Okay.
And then I'll predict whether it'll go up or down.
Okay. Fair enough.
All right.
Yeah,
fair
I'll
enough.
take that. I'll
okay.
take that.
So now let's talk a little bit about drop spots.
Okay.
Who's playing right now?
Let's see.
A, B,
so,
C, and E, I believe. Yeah, A, B, C, E.
Yeah, Group D isn't playing. So Team SMG, who normally drops in Jogopul, isn't playing. RSG, who drops in Milta, isn't playing.
We have Team Secret. Usually last season, they're always at Severny, Shooting Range, Stalber. They're always north.
Yeah, now it's Gatka for them. So I guess they're done with the North Pole or something.
They're like nah.
Santa doesn't love them that much. So I'm done with North
They're
Pole.
like, every time we drop up here, we don't seem to win. So let's drop somewhere more central.
Well, I mean, changing up your mojo sometimes helps though.
Oh, it's what do you call that? What's it? Feng Shui.
Yeah, Feng Shui.
Feng Shui.
Yeah, it's like if you keep dropping at the same place like for many
You
seasons,
need to
everyone will like,
change-
yeah, you gotta do the same thing.
Exactly. You kind of gotta change it up a bit. You know, every season is a new style, but you know, there's a lot of predictions. I think a lot of people are thinking that, you know, KHI, Axis Red One is gonna make it. Even same as me, because I think Axis Red One is also one of my favorite teams. But I definitely wouldn't put, you know, Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals out of the game yet. They're always type of team that's, I don't know why, but I was looking at Zarki earlier. This is crazy. No.
This is scary.
This is really scary. I'm scared of myself.
Okay, so there's still a 50-50 chance whether the circle goes
Okay,
up
if it
or down.
doesn't go to Zarki, I will calm down.
So you're saying the circle goes up?
I'm
basically.
hoping it doesn't.
Okay, we'll wait and
But
see.
the feeling is there, you know. What are we gonna do?
Man.
But look at that, Zully. I don't know what happened. Oh my god, I think it's gonna be roadkill. Yeah, he did. Well, bye.
Well, I guess
We call it what? The drive-by.
the drive and buy.
The drive and buy.
Drive and buy.
I thought you were gonna say it's the drive-through.
Well, technically it didn't.
He got out of his car, yeah. So it's not technically okay. The drive and buy worked better, yeah.
The drive and buy.
No, it's the drive high and buy because he said hi and then he left.
Oh, okay, yeah, there's
Yeah.
still some time. Yeah. But here is our star player though, Lu.
I was just saying how his hair is absolutely gorgeous, right? It's so shiny.
Yep.
And you know why it's so shiny?
Why?
It has all the secrets of clutch play.
Wow.
It's like a Pantene ad.
No wonder I don't have hair. Obviously. That's why I'm sitting here talking about the game instead of playing, right?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of hair either.
But
so.
now that I think about it, right? Now that you mentioned that fact, like
Yeah.
I'm trying to think that which players
hair
are
is
bald.
the shiniest.
We gotta go with the narrow down, right? Like which
Oh.
players are bald. I don't think anyone is bald.
I
As far as I
think
recall,
that's the age problem, Sir Cloud.
that's one as well. But you know, I actually started losing hair when I was like in say 23,
Oh.
22, 23, thereabouts.
I don't think Contra can relate.
He obviously doesn't.
He has so much hair. He just did a hair flip at us.
He has
but
to do the opposite. He needs a haircut.
He needs a haircut. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about Axis. Like, last season was one of their best seasons, I believe. They really came in swinging. And what about their performance this season?
Swinging just like Contra's hair.
I came in like Contra's hair.
Oh, you can do that again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Showing off your talent here, your hidden talent. But to answer your question, well, last season was phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
Especially when it came to the league, they bossed everyone basically.
They're very young too. That's why one of the youngest in terms of teams, I believe.
Yes, and also this season, first week was an week for them, but this week they made it all up.
I really gotta say though, because last season we saw sort of like Mika goes ham, and whether he survives or dies is kind of like the kind of telling of what placement is gonna be. You know, if he survives, yeah, they're gonna chicken. If he doesn't, then no, they're not gonna chicken, but they're still gonna do pretty decently. But now you have Jumper. And you see Mika kind of like put on a leash a bit. He's not as aggressive, not as hectic, I feel. And I think that's a good combination for them.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea as well. Because if he goes wild and
He's always too aggressive last time.
yeah, so if you lose him, basically your team's shaky.
Yeah,
so you want to
they're
keep him
shaky.
alive as long as possible. Right?
Yep, that's right. And I really like what they've been doing this time round. And look at that right now in terms of points. Axis, redONE, 19191. But the thing is, GENEXUS is just so far away. They
Wow,
ran.
okay.
They took an inch and they ran so fast. They ran a whole mile.
Oh yeah, with that chicken dinner earlier on, they would have widened the gap.
Plus 11, I believe it was 11 points.
Yeah, the gap was quite close.
That was pretty huge.
Yeah, and yesterday we had an interview with the manager from Axis.
Uh-huh.
So I asked him like, can you send him?
He wasn't Heinu for the first
No,
time?
wasn't Heinu. Yeah, for
Wow!
the first time. So I asked him like, do you have a message for Biu because they are competing for the #1 spot,
Yeah.
right? And he says that you better be careful of Micah, our wonder kid.
Ooh, still Golden Boy Mika, huh?
Still Golden Boy Mika.
Interesting. But you know, speaking of Wonder Boys, Wonder Boy of Philippines, I don't know if he really is or not, but Demi Boy, he has
Demigod.
Demigod, sorry, not Demi Boy.
He's a god.
Yeah, I know. I have to say, like, I was a bit kind of stunned at the claims he made before the season, and I was like, that's a big claim to make, you know? That's especially when you are the only sole competitor from the Philippines. But he backs it up.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he did win, or rather than his team did win against Axis Red1 in Miramar once, like a 1v1, like a team versus team, and they won.
That's
so
like a Malaysia versus Philippines moment.
yeah, so somewhat they had the last laugh.
Yeah, so I in a way, I mean,
Hello, Jumper.
we always talked about like about trash talking. It's nothing new in the esports scene, but we always say you are only allowed to trash talk if you can back it up, and Demigod, he backs it up.
Yeah, I mean, they've been proving it, right? Especially when it came to this week. They're still behind, no doubt.
But the thing is, their jump
yeah.
is insane.
Exactly. I mean, if you talk about growth, they arguably have a bigger growth as compared to Axis.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 'Cause I feel like Axis is more of like consistency, as well as they're more of a different change in pace of playstyle as well, which I really like. For GNX, they're more explosive as well. I would say they're the type of team who would go ham on anyone they see, just like what Ate is doing. But you know, they would get a kill, obviously.
Yeah, so those are like warning shots towards Mato. It's like, okay, you want to come up to the hill? We are now kings of the hill.
I'm the king of the hill. Stay away from my hill.
You stay down, boy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But speaking about boy though, so Matoy looks like he's very senior, like age senior. Yeah, like if you look at his profile, but actually he's like what? He's like 24, 25 or so.
Matoy, if you are watching this, it was not me. It was all Circle.
I'm sure he gets that all the time. He gets it like, oh, people think I'm 40 or something like that.
I'm not gonna add any more to it. I need Team Secret to actually like me.
I wonder why. Is there something that I should know?
We wanna be friends.
Oh,
Why
okay.
can't we be friends?
So it's like, I love you.
Oh no,
you
no,
love
that's
me.
Contra's song.
Oh,
when
yeah.
he's wearing his purple jacket.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I can't do that.
He ain't doing the purple today.
No, not today. Today he's blue because Monday blues.
Oh, blue dabba-dee.
Not that one though.
No.
I have a weird question to ask. I was like, just now we saw one of the players from Homebois. I think it was Bard. His HP was so low. What happened there?
I think it was.
Wait, THQ only has 3 players? Sorry. for
Yeah, so
cutting it.
Zuli got eliminated.
Oh
somehow.
yeah, it was the high and by.
Yeah, it was the high and by.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, and to answer your question earlier on, I think he needed himself. Not too sure why. We weren't shown.
Sir?
But yeah, it just happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know if that were to happen to me, I'd be crying because I'd be kind of embarrassed. Like you know.
Okay. Moment of truth.
We need to find out if the circle.
Moment of truth.
Wait. Yo, we're saved!
Okay, well, there's still a little bit of the northern side, I'm just saying.
If it goes up to shooting range, I'd be scared.
Yeah, okay, if it goes there, then you're legit a prophecy for the day.
Nah, I think Sanok is the only map that likes me. Perhaps.
Wow.
Okay, let's talk a bit about NC. This is a very interesting team, okay?
Yeah.
So this is the team that people like. If you looked at the predictions from the Malay side casters, they love to hype out NC. Why is that?
Well, prior to PMPL, right, they were like championing everywhere.
Ah.
Like there were at least 2 offline events that I know of. They were champions. They will also be the Malaysian representatives in the upcoming SEA in Hanoi.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they're representing Malaysia for the SEA Games.
Correct. So understandably why they are so hyped up before the PMPL.
Right. So what exactly is so special about TABAH and SEA?
I think what's special about them is that out of their 4/5 players, if you want to count the coach, 5 players at least, only one of them had PMPL experience.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
they're
if you look
very
at this,
raw.
Yeah, they're very. So if you look at this lineup, so the one that has PMPL experience isn't playing, but yet they're still able to somewhat not too bad.
Because they have a good coach.
Girl.
Yeah, sometimes
Formula.
it's kind of like GENEXUS, right? We talked about them like they're very new here, but they're doing so strong. Sometimes it's less about the experience. Sometimes it's more about how much you know and how to navigate yourself just by the information that you have about the other teams. And sometimes it comes back down to those situations where how you can handle yourself in those high pressure cooker situations like just now.
Yeah, true enough.
Sorry, I'm talking about food still because I'm still hungry.
Yeah, I know. You could have gotten more early on, but it's okay. I mean, we can go for round
We
2.
we can always blame Contra for that.
Yeah, we can. He's out punching bag today.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing about being the host, right? Like, you don't have someone to bounce off with.
Yeah, because like I remember when I was the host, you and Chuchu were always flaming me.
Good times.
Good times. But now, how the turntables? Okay, so
Onto
CLC.
someone else.
let's talk about them as well. I
Right.
think they've been doing pretty well today. What do you think?
I think it's last week they didn't do well, but this week averagely I think they're pretty cool. They netted 2 chicken dinners in a day. I believe it was 2 days ago, and yesterday they got 1 chicken dinner. So 3 chicken dinners so far this week. I mean,
One
of them,
chicken a day keeps the doctor away.
Wow, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, arguably one of the more improved teams overall.
Right. And as for Bosskur, you know they're one of the top teams here in Malaysia. But in terms of their placement, 12th place, is that usual for them? Are they going to be climbing? What do you think?
You know what? I call them the king of qualifiers.
King of qualifiers?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Because for like, 2 seasons, they got eliminated from the Pro League. They had to play through the qualifiers again. That time it was called the PMNC/PMCO.
Right.
And they bossed that, and they came back up again. So they're like, oh, you guys are like the king of qualifiers.
Yep, that's right. Bat circle.
Okay, North, shooting range. Come on. Do you love Tash or not?
I don't know. The feeling is
love
gone.
Tash?
Wow!
Yeah.
The feeling is gone. See, I was right.
Yeah, feeling's not mutual.
The feeling's not
apparently.
mutual this time. No Yoodo this time. Okay, but I remember someone said that was it Bosskur was the king of comebacks or something?
I guess coming back into the Pro
Or was
League,
it
then-
king of trolls or something
Yeah.
like that? I can't remember.
Okay,
It
not
was
too
one
sure.
of those teams. Or was it Axis? I cannot remember. It's been such a long time. But
Right.
when you talk about that, I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, if you look at teams like Team Secret, I think it was also, Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. They're the kind of teams who are kind of like always in the middle at first. And then suddenly you see in week 2, week 3, just like boop all the way to the top. And even though they don't get a chicken, they just maintain, they're just chilling.
Yeah, and what really helped was yesterday was like the day of the second pagers. So a lot of teams from the second page, they
It's
did
like climbing
really
on top
well.
of each other.
Yeah, they climbed on top of each other. That's why some teams that they're doing kind of okay, but because of other teams outshadowing them, that's why they were pushed out. For example, like EVOS VIP, they did
Yeah.
fairly okay yesterday, but because other teams did better,
Yeah.
and those are the second pager teams, that's why they're pushed down to number 13 right now.
Honestly, if you were to ask me which team I'm very shocked at right now in terms of their placements, it has to be Farang and EVOS.
Oh yeah.
Because usually last season they were always in the middle side, almost the top. They were never really first pagers, but they would be somewhere in the middle. But seeing them all the way down here, I'm just questioning like what's going on here with the team, especially from EVOS last season, who was doing really well.
I do agree with Farang as well. Farang last season was their first season in the PMPL, but they didn't look like newbies. They played it like the pros. But speaking about pros, this is a pro team here. But the counterfire of the Volky, we taken up by Iron Pro, so there are 3 teams in the same area.
Yup, that's right. Pemburu, the hunter, his name means, waiting to hunt out. But the question is, can they pick up their teammate? We all have KHI here. There's also Homebois as well. It's a 3-way, but KHI is like, nah, we're just gonna go through the other side and try and see if we can get that point if we can. Thing is, they weren't aware that that another player is gonna be shooting at them or in the area as well. Oh, Rankit eating some damage there.
Ooh, ouch. That would stop KHI from moving into the circle. Now that Homeboy is gatekeeping them, and also
That's 3
utilize
points.
for rivals.
Yeah, that's how you get the most points. Iron Pro though, there's a reason why he's called Iron Pro.
Because I am pro, that's what he's trying to say to himself.
No, he's just a
Get
pro.
it? I can't deny that though.
Yeah, his shots were super crispy because he actually got that member from Yoodo Alliance for Rivals very fast. He basically just chunked him so fast. But if you're looking at the circle here, what makes it so annoying about the circle is that Dingoz, wow, okay, it's a bit ping-pongy now to the left, but let's talk about that. Where Dingoz are is actually prime location. That's high ground. They really held on to that area for so long.
Yep, they had a lot of information just being up there, but now they'll be forced to move. But talking about forcing each other, Bosskur versus Sem9's happening.
Yeah, looks like there are going to be trades coming in from both sides, which is very impressive. Yep, from the side there, you can see some bombs coming through,
no.
but Saiku's bomb was just better. Now he coming from the side, gonna do the spray and pray up on the wall, trying to get his points here, coming from the side there, almost gets it, but not quite enough. Farang from the side here will be downed as well. Saiku is gonna be very happy with that. 1 left, and just like that, too soon, it says 16th place falls to Sem9.
So people often ask me like, what's wrong with Sem9 in the past couple of days? I honestly have no answer for that because they go out very early.
I really don't blame them though. Like you see who they meet early are always those really strong teams, which are just very, very unfortunate. Now we are in week number 2. We talked about rotations. I think this is also the week that people are still trying to figure out how each team rotates.
I think, yeah, to a certain extent. Plus, teams, of course, they have sample from last week, so they will change their playstyle. So
usually week 2 is the shift in playstyle week.
Correct.
Yeah.
So how do you predict something that keeps changing? So that's the tough part for the teams.
Yeah, but hey, noob. Next one to be down. It'll be Team Secret by Iron Pro, throwing some shots there onto, I believe that was KHI? Yes, it was. However, Miracle as well. Geek fam in trouble. Look at that. It's a 4-way fight here. Kid just throwing in those bullets. Axis not in a great spot. They have vehicles in front of them. Can explode. But if you look at the feed as well, CLC also not having a great time.
Kid with a long range, spray and pray, like what you mentioned.
That's not a great gun for long range though, to be fair.
Yeah, UMP is better
Oh
for
my
middle range, but Matoy goes down. Now
God.
Fredo is all alone. Kid will need to back him up from the high ground, but Yoodo allies 4 rivals. No pushover team.
That is what no, they are not just two pushover. They are also a third party, just ruining the party just now. Matoy thought he had the whole area, but look at this Fredo coming from the side there. Gonna get up, but he gets one beautiful prone. But look at that, Fredo. Gonna be sending it, but look at that, the vehicle also explodes, giving him some space as well to move Kid from the back, making sure there are no stragglers. Gonna be able to pick out his teammate, not quite, by the way. But look at that. Looks like Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals are in trouble. It is a 3 versus 1 in this situation. Kid from the back trying to give some help here to his teammate. Fredo going round and round with the wraparound. Gets one from the back, eats some damage. Doesn't quite enough drop them. But right now, Fredo, what can you do?
Oh, did you not see that flick shot coming from Fredo? That's what he can do. And now Kid starts to move in, and Team Secret somehow still win this fight. That is insane. And that all started off from the flick shot from Fredo, but it's not done yet. Our action in Rangel. We just saw a name being tossed out, and now Team Hawk will need to be playing with Rensky as well as Heiko against Clutch Guerilla.
I am in shock right now, but let's put that aside because Rensky trying to get his teammate up alive. Heiko and the other member of THQ are just so far apart right now, making sure they're not so close to each other to avoid those sprays. But they need to take this fight against CLC. For CLC, there's only 2 players left right now. They need to fight them. Rensky with the spray and pray coming through. Gets one finally. But they are getting shot from the other one. NC from the back here, but now CLC 13th place. No elims for them, but EVOS trying to get inside as well. Eating that zone damage is just not fun for them because GENEXUS is the one to stop they're moving straight into the circle.
Yeah, they're just stopping everyone at their tracks, and Mika will not have enough time. Unfortunately, he will go out after GENEXUS. So GENEXUS goes down. This is opportunity for Axis Red One to take over their #1 spot, but let's see how long they can last. And now, talking about Axis Red One, Micah just got one for himself.
Yep, that's right. Hey Noob still very much alive. NC now in the other end, eating so
Wow!
many nades! Hey Noob and the other teams, other members of Axis Red One just making it rain. And they're gonna get a free grab delivery of items as well, straight to their doorstep.
Oh, that's a lot of loot there for Axis Red One. And not only that, they do have a circle, so this could be an opportunity for them to take the #1 spot now that GENEXUS is out, but they need to beat 9 other teams to that chicken dinner.
Oh my god, look how fast that reaction time is. Mika doesn't stop for anything, and Faris blows him up into space. And suddenly THQ, where were you thinking you could go? The high ground here is on Axis Red One, and they're gonna use it to their advantage. Currently right now, they have 5 elims, and they're not gonna stop.
They ain't gonna stop, but they need to be careful of their backs now that they've been shot at. At the same time, Iron Pro will be exploded by Harm somewhere else. Geek fam QB will get 1 over Trix, and Faris will be knocked out by Echo. R2K is coming in hard, taking out 6 at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. Harm coming from the sound side, but he doesn't have the angle
Oh, no,
right
no,
now.
no,
With
no.
Thorn coming through, but Harm eating
no.
so much damage. But Bard makes it by the skin of his teeth. That prone probably saved him, but he's very aware. There's another one, spray and pray. Nearly drops him. And finally, the play zone will be the one to knock him out of the way.
Oh, it is the 5th circle that we're talking about, and the 5th circle is enough to take down Ziggs from afar. And now Bard needs to recover quickly. Bard needs to start to move. Bard being pressured by the zone at the same time. He don't have any first aids.
Oh, Bart,
will move
where
forward and
are you
Izzy
going?
will be taken out.
No, he can't do anything. R2K, he was desperate. That was a desperate move when you think about it, but R2K isn't done quite yet. And this is a very, very small angle. You can see there, Dingoz finds one. Hey, Noob, I believe, but Harm gonna be taken out of the way thanks to the play zone. For now, Miracle pulling from the side of the hill here, trying to find someone, but Snipes in the back, inside of compound. But if you look at that, just look at how many teams are on the side of the hill, thinking that the circle will go up there.
Well, yeah, especially Dingoz Esports that you mentioned earlier
That's
on.
not gonna be fun getting down.
Not at all. But look at this, the zone takes out Boy, Farang Legends taking out Kid as well. And now looks like the zone is being unkind to most of these players.
Yup, that's right. There is still one player there in the smoke from R2K, still waiting, but Snipes is inside the compound, trying to play it real safe, and suddenly all the noise is cut. And everyone's just taking a break. But never mind, that was very short-lived. That was like 2 seconds. For now though, Yoodo finds someone from Bosskur, but not quite enough to land those shots there because of the terrain. It's just very hard for him to do anything, but he finds another one, which is Farang, but Miracle! He finds another member of Bosskur. He's going to be very happy with that. He thinks another one could run away, runs straight into his bullets, takes up so much damage. Thankfully, the car is there to provide some cover.
Miracle scurrying the circle, and yes, what a good decision there, taking out the vehicle. The vehicle takes out Psycho. That's the ripple effect that they wanted. Team Bosskur still has Inauki. He's playing by the edge of the circle. Our boy will be eliminated by Miracle. Geek fam securing their 4th elimination point.
Yep, that's right. Miracle with the spray and pray. He wants that point so bad, but he's not willing to go forward because there is Naoki from the side there. I think he has an idea that he is there, but he's not quite sure because if he shoots there, it might just give away his position. For now, he's going to be playing it real smart and real safe. And what's really interesting right now, we're on circle number 6, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams still alive, and it's been really fast and furious. Hey, Noob! While he does get knocked out after all, but Team Secret takes 7 plates here, and Baby Kim, he takes one for himself as well.
Well, it's a worthwhile trade, you ask me, whatever Heydoob just did. But Dingoz now, they have full control. They have the high ground spray down to Geek Fat. Miracle goes down to the spray from Baby Kim. And there you have it. 5 elimination points already in the hands of Farang Legends before they went down.
Yup, that's right. That's a lot of kills. But if you think about it, there is still 4 teams around R2K with only 1 member left. But it's a bloodbath over here. Jumper finds Kiddo in turn, but QB from the side here has to fight for his life because he's stuck between the zone as well as other players. Ate!
Oh!
He wanted to cook the bomb, but he gets bombed instead. So unlucky. Snipes will find one for himself as well. As far as gonna be running into the circle, wants to help Jumper come back to life, but they have to be careful because from where Dingoz are, they can see everything. Zikri already kind of already cooking up the nade. He throws one, misses. Is it gonna be another nade? Yes, it's gonna be, but it's actually but it just misses them altogether. But right now, if you look at in terms of where everyone is on the southern side. No one's playing near the high ground.
Oh, but check this out, Geek Fam, they still have a full squad. They have the best chance of winning this chicken dinner, but they have Dingoz, who still has a full squad as well. Just need to wait for the revive to kick in. Axis has to. And looks like the circle favors Dingoz. It is their game to lose at this point.
Yep, that's right. But we still have to remember, Geek Fam still has a full team. They managed to get the revive onto their player earlier. But for now, everyone's just playing it real quiet. It's just a matter of who can actually steal the circle. Grenades are out. They do get some information here. Zikri coming from the side, but I don't think Axis knows at all that Zikri, as well as teammates coming from the side. Look at that formation, Zikri from one side and Jumper as well. Suddenly, it's a bloodbath, and suddenly Axis Esports is out of the way. 4 versus 4. Now the question is, can Dingoz hold on to their positions?
Ooh, what a flank there coming in from Ricky, but now we move on to the winner chicken dinner moment. Who would it be? Geek Fan versus Dingoz. Geek Fan, they don't want the circle. They'll be pressure by the blue anytime soon. Damn Root sprays onto Ate. Does connect, but not enough to take him down just yet.
Yep, that's right. For now, Geek Fam doing a very long rotation here, trying to stop any flanks. And look at that, Ate taking a lot of damage here. One thing about Geek Fam is that their firepower is absolutely phenomenal. Cannot really say about Dingoz just yet. They are still quite new here, at least, in my opinion. But Circle is still in their favor, and we all know that Circle is always the name of the game. Zikri throwing out some Molotovs here just to kind of give away his position, but Geek QB finds Baby Kim, and this is a problem for them. They're one man down.
Oh, this could be Geek Fam's moment, but hang that thought for a second. Ricky, he is going for the flanks. I don't think they know he's there though, but they need to play the patient game. They need to wait for the circle to pressure Geek Fam and force Geek Fam to move.
The problem is about Geek Fam, they are just so dominating where they are. It's just so hard to pinpoint. They're not making a single sound. The only team who's really making a sound is Dingoz. And look at those smokes. It's just giving them so much cover as well. They said, it's okay. We don't have the high ground. That's fine. We can use the smokes and we'll just keep coming to you guys until you guys are able to figure out where exactly we are. Zikri coming forward there. We've seen it do once, but QB gets Baby Kim, and now they can't pick him up again. He just got picked up actually. Oh, they don't know. Snipes doesn't know. Snipes doesn't know. Snipes knows now. Sprays come out. Snipes gonna be the one out first right now. And now
in front of him.
Yeah, that's
right. In front. In front.
They know where he is.
Oh my goodness, just right from him now. Ate, what will he do? 1v1. Ate versus QB. QB goes down. But then again, Ate goes down. QB 1v1 against Itskido. It's going to be a 1v1 fight to the finish. Who will get this chicken dinner? QB or Itskido?
Oh my god, QB just now knows he heard some shots there from Kido. QB hasn't made a single sound just yet. He's just trying to clutch right now. He knows that he's behind the tree. Zigzag left and right, but finally Dingoz holds the circle and says, I'm the king of this hill. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Wow, what a nice end. What a good flank there coming in from Ricky. It all started because of him, and he got 2 knocks onto Geek Fam. That opened up a lot of opportunity for Dingoz Esports. If he didn't do that, it was a 4v3. Geek Fam had the upper hand. So you gotta give it to Ricky. This guy deserves the MVP upfront.
Absolutely. I just want to say they didn't even realize he was there. He sprayed so much, but because of the angle, the terrain, it just made them figure out like where exactly is he? Is he there? Is he on the right? Is he on the left? Catches him off guard. He got 2 out of that, which is so worth it.
Yeah, and not only onto Geek Fam, he also did a similar move onto Axis Red 1 that eliminated them. So his own contribution is crazy. But that's all from us. Let's not do Contra's job. Let's let him do the analysis. We'll pass it on to the highlights.
What an exhilarating round that was. The battle between Dingoz as well as Geek Fam went down to that 1 versus 1. And it's all thanks to Ricky that has opened it up against Geek Fam, and he has not only gotten 1 kill, he's gotten 4 of them before taking out some of these members of Geek Fam, but it was down to QB as well as its Kiddo by the very end of it. Great job to all the casters there, basically losing their minds over some huge plays by the foothill of Mount Gatka. But before we get into the recap, let's also take a look at the brand new update to PUBG Mobile and its version 1.9, where you have so many things to offer in the Vibrant Anniversary. But one of my favorite things about the new Classic Mode improvements is that you have a recall mechanic. So if you're a potato or you're just not a hotshot today, you don't have to worry. So long as you have your friends to back you up, you could easily be back in the game. You even have zip lines and stuff over the Cheer Park. But what you really got to get your hands on is this new Royal Pass, where you have collaboration with Warframe. And for those OG guys out there that's been able to enjoy the best of both worlds, you definitely want to get those Aiden skins out there. Pretty futuristic, and man, you get to basically flex on all of your teammates and say, hey, I've got the coolest skin in the game. So with that being said, of course, you guys can check that out, top up your UCs, and enjoy all these new offerings from PUBG Mobile. So make sure you guys stay tuned for all these latest stuff that will be added into the game as well. Speaking of which, we really gotta go in for a little bit of flashback of all the things that have happened around that western terrain, where a lot of teams were left guessing on how exactly to navigate around. Geek Fam honestly didn't really have to rotate too much. Dingoz as well, and they have been able to reap all the rewards. 25 pointers in for Dingoz as it closed around with that perfect 10 frags. And Geek Fam definitely doing a whole lot of work as well. They have been rewarded with 20 points. It came pretty close. Kiwi was stuck behind that tree and nothing too much that he could possibly pull up from that point onwards. Axis redONE, they come in with 17 points of their own on the third spot, while RTK, they're starting to rise once more. 12 points for them, and Team Bosskur makes it to the top 5 with 9 points for themselves, 7 points in for Farang Legends as well as Team Secret. GENEXUS moving it along with 6 points to add to their 200 over points. Do they need more? I don't think so, but get as much as they want. They should be able to close out on rank 1 by the end of it all. 5 points in for Homebois, Team Hawk, and the rest need to do a whole lot of catching up. Wow, we take a look at QB, who's been able to do plenty of damage, and down to that 1 versus 1, he almost clutched it though. But of course, all the highlights were on how Dingoz basically had that big wraparound. But the major highlight here is that he have one of the longest shot in the game. 304 meters, man, that's like one tiny pixel by the edge of your phone screen. Well, you gotta really put in a whole lot of practice to be able to land those shots. And yes, he came in with 27% of team contribution, meaning to say the rest of Geek Fam definitely holding their own as well. It's a team effort being displayed. So 335 damage have been done by QB himself. Now, we add all the points together to take a look at the weekly rankings. GENEXUS remains on top with 231 points, while Axis Esports are still at second place. Nothing too much will change between the two, and there's a significant gap between top 2 as well as top 3. Yoodo Alliance will have 176 points to lead against Geek Fam that has been able to climb to the 4th spot. Team Secret remains to be constant. Bosskur is the only one that's been rising from the second pager, especially on this matchup itself, pushing down 7-9 to the 12th spot instead. And there's not too much significant movements over on that second pager, but we will expect that with more games to go, there will be a little bit more change of win by the end of it all. So we're looking at 13 all the way to 16 being very close to each other. Same goes to RSG, that's on 17. They had some good games, but we haven't seen too much out of today. So hopefully they get to bounce back up. Same to those that are from 17 all the way to 20th. So with that being said, of course, we're going to be looking at a lot of all these great things that will happen in the upcoming game. So before we get up to speed, you guys can get yourself that Need for Speed, because you can land your hands on a brand new Lamborghini skin. So check this out. That's right, folks. Don't be left behind. We have that brand new collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Lamborghini, and you can race with all of your friends. It's now live in game where you could basically top up your UCs and get yourself that supercar. And, you know, we're going to be moving into that recap, but before that, this collaboration definitely is the hottest thing that has happened so far in PUBG Mobile. Make sure you get your hands on that Lamborghini Aventador SVJ stock as well as Euros. Now, speaking of moving up to speed, look at Dingoz. They didn't really have to rotate all too much. Moving from hospital into that ruin section right below the foothill of Mount Gatka. While they are there, they're smack directly at the center. So they have that perfect bird's eye view against anybody that tries to rotate inwards into the Gatka fields, and even those that are across ruins. So they hold up that perfect defense for quite some time. Playing around that hill has definitely given them enough advantage. Geek fam, they like to play around the hospital grounds as well. Well, I would say that they will loiter around the container fields of Georgia Pole instead, and that given them that leeway, that defense to slowly play it out while everyone was taking a little bit of a tussle against one another, trying to rake up those points. As we saw, majority of the teams, they come in from the south side, while Sem9 have been going with the traditional ring around the rosy, moving into the northern side, but eventually will be caught up by the rest of Axis. Now, with that circle shifting into the lower side of Mount Gatka, you can easily pinpoint Dingoz. They were at that prime location. Anybody moves in, will get those bullets sent their way. While Geek fam, they have themselves that compound over on the lower side. Sem9 has been able to at least rotate all the way to the western end, so they will have to take on the rest of Bosskur. While everybody has to convoy their way in those open fields, this is where they eventually have a little bit more of the segregation. Axis tried to book themselves a spot, but they were stuck in between both Geek fam as well as Team Secret. So either side that they choose for a battle is never going to favor them, and it's really much a rough run for them. And I think they still managed to pull in decent points of their own. They have been able to last longer by utilizing all these utilities such as smokes to keep them covered up. Aizen's stuck by the other corner, while Bosskur could be the title contender if they could have taken out Baby Kim much earlier on. But good maneuvers coming from the side of Dingoz to provide cover fire, and by the end of it all, it was down to Dingoz as well as Geek fam with the highest of numbers, and Axis with that sort of solid defense, they have been able to squeeze right in. But from this point onwards, it was Ricky who not only wiped out the entirety of Axis, he crossed into the smoke, knocks down Damroot, and that's like the highest firepower unit that Geek fam has to offer. So with that being said, and all of these smokes also blocking the vision of Geek fam, it makes it harder for them to do those trades, and therefore it's only slight disadvantages, and it came down to that 1 versus 1 between QB as well as Kiddo. You see that significant range between Kiddo as well as QB, but the disadvantage is still on QB side. He's hiding behind that tree, and he's also close by to the blue zone, so it makes it pretty easy for Kiddo to eventually cover all the angles and grab himself that chicken dinner for Dingoz Esports. So kudos to Kiddo, and of course kudos to Batman and Co. that has been able to propel their way up the charts. And with that being said, there should be more games for you guys there to enjoy, because that's just about a few chicken dinners that we have offered thus far. We're going to be moving into Miramar up next. So it's going to get heated up, as we always said, and we will see the most technical display of skills by the 16 teams that will be playing later on. Now, I'll be checking on some of the matchups here heading into this grouping. And on Miramar, we'll have A, B, D, as well as E to play up on that matchup. So the teams will be sitting out for this, and therefore, we're going to be ready to take that on. So with that being said, let's take a look at the summary once more. We will compare the best two teams that have stood out throughout the course of Erangel. So when you compare damage numbers, honestly, it's not too different. But the biggest factor for Dingoz' success is that they take those high ground vantage point, they take important kills, go in third party, get those easy pointers in. So as compared to Geek Fam, they fight tooth and nail for it. Honestly, if you put all the armory aside, it also meant that both Geek Fam as well as Dingoz, they have a potential of taking down 18 players on that field. Just imagine if there was no armors in that game. But leaving imaginations aside, time in blue zone, it's also going to be pretty important. Well, you can see that they only tanked in a little bit of damage from that. It's like 7 seconds as well as 2 seconds because majority of the time, let's be honest here, they're not really struggling to rotate. Dingoz, they did play a little bit risky though on the edge of that map where we saw Ricky squeeze right through while we go in for our overall stats. And we have found out that there is a whole lot of troubles utilized by all the teams that have participated in this Arangel bout. So we got 59 kills. Some of them have dropped out through the play zone or got some accidents along the way. We're not going to be faulting them for that. So we have 62 knockouts. Healing not too much here on the standard map. Well, only one airdrop has been looted. QB definitely have this showed us that he can really snipe from long range with 304. It may not be the highest, but I'll give him a top 3 for that. 20 total revives throughout the course of battle during those war that happens there on the flat grounds of Gatka, and we got 6 total headshots throughout those 20 over minutes of play. Now, these are the groups that will be playing inside Miramar as I spoke early on. We still have Geek Fam on board. They can try their level best to get their hands on that chicken dinner once again, but it was Dingoz there on their way. But Dingoz, they'll be taking a rest in this group, so there's not too much worry for them. Group A, Group B, Group D as well, Group E will be playing, so we won't be seeing teams such as EVOS, VIP, Axis, redONE, Dingoz Esports, as well as Team Bosskur for now. So with that being said, let's take a guess. Who's going to be the next one to get that big fat chicken dinner? Man, I know Tash is pretty hungry, like she said early on, but we got to start making predictions right now. Yep, I give you guys time on the chat right down below. So go ahead. I see Team Hawk. I see KHI. And man, chat's rolling. Okay, I'll tell you what. Team Secret, they popped off yesterday. And I think that there's still something that they want to prove to all the fans out there. They are the CE champions after all, and they used to be called the Kings of Miramar. Let's see what Mattoy and Co. has to offer. Well, I hope that I'm correct, because I haven't gotten my predictions right throughout the day. So with that, I believe that our casters will eventually have their own predicament on this. So with that being said, let's pass it back over to our casters from MYSGPH.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to the caster desk with me, Tash Bunny, alongside Sir Cloud. And Game 1 and 2 have been absolutely bombastic. Now, going back to the very sandy Miramar, how do you feel about that?
Oh man, it's not my favorite map, I'll be honest. Yeah.
I love Miramar!
Because it's... What? Okay, why?
I like watching Miramar. I don't like playing it.
You like watching? Okay, as a player experience, I don't like Miramar because it's just so open and like you really need to know all the ledges. And because it's such an open space, you could be shot from behind or anywhere. Basically, it's a 360-degree problem that you will have in Miramar. But hey, what's not a problem is, of course, what we have here right in front of us.
Yep, that's right. This is our official smartphone partner, Realme GT2 Pro. This year, Realme, as the tech trendsetter, will partner with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in esports with best-in-class products. And I really gotta say, the one thing that's I really like about Realme is that they can provide really good smartphones at an affordable price.
Absolutely agree. But what else is affordable is, of course, our official digital telco partner, Yoodo. And of course, we would like to invite all of you to switch over to Yoodo, because once you do that, you can get free 5 gigabytes of high-speed data plus 20 gigabytes of PUBG Mobile data, and you can play as much Miramar as you want.
I mean, I was gonna say all that the data will be used for the patch updates.
Oh,
There's a lot of patch updates.
You can do that too.
And a lot of nice skins.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm really down for that. You can play don't turn into a balloon. Oh yeah,
yep.
Don't Turn Into a Balloon is really fun,
Nope.
guys. If you guys haven't tried it, please do. It's kind of like the vibes you get from it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it's like,
right?
Do you want a balloon?
Yeah. Like, there's like you're all gonna float or something like that. I don't remember, but then they turn the kids into balloons.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. The thing
Basically,
is-
don't be a balloon.
I never figured out if those kids die when they turn to a balloon or not.
Well, I don't know, but in PUBG Mobile, in case you turn into a balloon, if your teammate shoots you as a balloon, you...
Your head shrinks back to normal.
Yeah, you
Basically,
become normal
your
again.
head becomes a big Sir Cloud head, and then when you shoot it, you become a small Sir Cloud head.
Wow. That's imagination for you.
Yeah.
I wonder
yeah.
what was in your coffee earlier on.
Hopes and dreams.
Hopes and dreams. There you go. Yep.
Let's talk about the teams though. Okay, so just now Contra was saying that last season, Team Secret were the kings of Miramar.
Yeah.
So let's talk about last week. Which teams were actually really dominating Miramar? Or were they not really a single team that were doing that?
Well, statistically wise, there would be. I don't have the numbers on top of my head, but some of the teams that I think did really well in Miramar is like Yoodo, Alliance 4 Rivals, even EVOS VIP at some point. They managed to get a chicken dinner in Miramar and an average point of... they're in one of the top 5 average points as far as I remember.
Yeah.
But of course, this week is very, very different. Like what we saw... teams
Different
that we don't expect. Yeah, different rotations. They
different
kind of change the whole thing.
styles,
Yeah, that's why different teams start to become like kings of everywhere.
GNX not though. GNX is like they're popping off. Except for last game, which was very unfortunate.
I know, right?
I was kind of expecting them to at least get higher placement, but because of the circle, I wouldn't say that was one of the nicer circles. It is still up north.
Yeah.
And it's hard to predict whether it will go up toward the shooting range or toward Zarki, I believe. So that kind of like shift and ping pong circle makes it real hard. But you know what was really annoying? Seeing that Dingoz, they were like already inside a circle. They drop at hospital, and all they did had to go up to high ground, stay there for God knows how many rounds until the end, I believe, before finally the circle said, "Yeah, no more high ground circle. Let's go down." And
Yeah.
they just held the circle for so long. Basically, they were literally the kings of the hill.
Yeah, fun fact. So Geek fam also drop into Southern Jogopur, so they're kind of they're neighbors with each other, and
Yeah.
the neighbors actually were the top 2.
Oh yeah, that always happens. I think that comes down to circle as well. And I mean, if you're gonna be talking about PUBG Mobile, I would say it's about 30% circle luck and the rest is all skill.
I give it 60% though, to be honest.
No. The 60% only happens when the circle gets really weird.
Okay, all right.
Like it goes up higher. The weirder the circle is, the higher the percentage goes.
Do you think it will be a weird one next? Come on, Miss Prophecy.
I don't
Do your
think
thing.
so. I really don't think it's gonna be a weird circle.
Okay, it's gonna be a nice one.
It's gonna be a normal-ish circle, unless it suddenly goes Veldemar, which I highly doubt. Because I think from last season as well, we haven't had a super hard circle in Miramar at all. The only weird circles we saw was either Sanok or Erangel, which is always Sosnovka military base. But we have yet to see a Valdemar circle yet. I think that was one that was down south, but it didn't quite go toward the island.
So you're saying that this could be like a smack in the middle circle. It's nice. It's
This
nice
is a
for
nice, but like, I don't know, part of me is curious, like please, can we have a Southern Valdemar Minas del Sur circle? Just because I want to see it once in my life, in my casting career.
Oh, like that island? Like
Yeah.
the Minas del Sur prison island?
Yeah,
let's do that.
We haven't seen that yet. I mean, we saw Chumacera circles, Ladrilla circles, but nothing close to something that far down. I mean, there was one Puerto Paraiso circle before, I believe, but that wasn't even like really a water circle. It was more toward Los Leones than anything.
Yeah, I'll take that as well. I mean, I haven't seen like a prison circle like it goes way down south. So why not? If the circle gods would give it to us, I'll take that.
I don't think if anyone drops near Crater, La Cabrera, or El Pozo, I think they'll make it, but barely. It's a little bit more skewed toward the right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be tough if that happens.
Yeah.
But anyway, they need to find a way to work around it.
I mean, one thing's for sure about this map. If you see a high ground, stay away from it. Oh, what? I just pointed it out and the circle went there. I don't know what it is in my coffee, but
Yeah. Okay, so the fun fact about this kind of circle, so it's centered around somewhat, okay, Monte Nuevo El Pozo,
Monte Nuevo
right?
El Pozo, yeah.
So Monte Nuevo is a GENEXUS spot, so they'll be going there by default, but Geek Fam isn't playing this round, so the other area is open.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the other area, which is El Pozo, is open, so let's see if anyone will be daring enough to walk straight in.
That's the question, isn't it? But RSG, that's a big area they're covering. So this is the kind of thing that I always see RSG, even Yoodo Alliance 4 rival like to do. They will drop very, very far away from each other, covering at least 2 towns sometimes, or one whole long area, just to cover as much space as possible, to get as much loot as possible in the smallest amount of time. There are some moments where we see some of these players get picked off one by one, but because of this kind of situation, I think the players are just so confident in their own ability to defend themselves is why they're willing to take that chance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's one more area that's going to be open that would benefit those who did their homework. Axis is not playing this round.
Yeah.
So that means that area in La Cobera is open. So
Oh yeah, that's their spot.
yeah, some teams can use the northern route to go in, and the possibility of resistance is lesser.
I'm feeling really sad for Rankid's little pet. He was just trying to get inside the house, but he closed the door on him. So he was like running outside. He's like,
Was that a
"Daddy."
Poro?
I don't know. I can't really see. It was green.
Oh, okay.
He was like, "Daddy, Daddy, please let me in.
Wow. I mean,
Why did you leave me?"
well, Daddy went out to work one day and just never came home.
Oh, he bought the milk and never came back, huh?
Yeah, he bought the milk and never came back.
Yeah, that milk was meant for him. But this is what I was talking about. You do for Alliance. See how big area they cover, and they're so far away from each other.
Yeah, so I guess they wanted to be like efficient with their loot. So
Yeah.
they spread like, okay, you take one big chunk of area and the other guy takes that one big chunk. So they will gather more resources and probably be able to rotate faster from there.
Yep, that's right. But Picado is gonna be the place for THQ. THQ, not really. They're kind of a new team, aren't they?
They used to be, well, they rebrand almost every season that I start to not remember what they're
I think it
called.
was Arov.
Yeah, they were like BTR Arov at one season,
Yeah.
Wolf Arov, and there were other names that.
So they're not
At
new.
this point, I don't even
They're just
remember.
basically a new name, a rebrand.
Yeah, yeah. As long as Boyka's there, I'll just call them Boyka's boys.
Boyka's boys.
Yeah.
I still remember the time where he trolled me and told me to call him Baby Boyka, and I realized he's an old man.
He's old. Come on.
I did not know.
Like, bruh. Like, seriously. He's one of the old people here.
Asian genetics can't really fault me for thinking that.
He's older than Mat Toy.
Whoa.
There you go. He's older than Man Parang.
Is he older than me?
Close?
Oh man,
Yeah.
he old.
Yeah, yeah. So you don't get the baby title.
Nah, take him back.
Yeah.
Take him back my like.
There you go.
Just
Don't
like
give it to him.
unliking, like you take back your like on Twitter. Just click that like button again. Unlike.
It's like unlike, just for the sake of
Downvote.
it.
Are you already downvote? but NC. Let's talk about NC on Miramar. How do they fare? What's their play style like?
I think NC is this kind of team that like to play it a little bit slow, somewhat passive, which is fine. I mean, there's no right or wrong to the play style, but with their kind of potential, I would expect them to play a little bit more aggressive. But what else that we did not expect is, hey, looks like we will be seeing each other again.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome back to the
Yeah.
caster desk where I am blinded by the light, not the song. Get it?
Which song is that again?
It's a weekend song, but I forgot how to sing it.
Okay, yeah. I was trying to bait you to do it, but okay, I have my chances.
I don't remember it, but it's okay. But let's talk a little bit about that. We're probably having a little bit of a technical issue. So let's talk a little bit more about, you talked about NC. I mean, you talked about them being kind of slow. And I did notice this one sort of play style where players will just play their survivability game. They won't really do anything. They will rotate as you know, at the ends of the circle. They won't really take fights. And then suddenly they make it to the end of the circle. They'll get the chicken, but maybe they'll have like only 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a survival game, right? And if you kind of make the calculations, if you get a chicken dinner versus
That's
you
a
trying
15,
hard,
15 points.
yeah, that's 15 points versus
Yeah.
you trying hard to get those eliminations.
But eliminations plus a chicken tastes so much better though. It's like getting some chicken with gravy.
Yeah, this is like it's either you have only the chicken or you only
That's
have the gravy.
dry chicken, guys. Don't you want some sauce
But
on your chicken?
What are you going to do with only the gravy? Glug glug? Really? You do that?
Yeah, I do.
What? Okay.
Yeah, I do. Wait.
We are seeking therapy after this. Someone needs help.
It's so good though. It's so good. Okay, so Sem9, we were talking about them earlier as well. You said this season Sem9 is kind of struggling. And do you have any particular idea why?
The only reason that I can think of is that they don't know who their main lineup is. So
Are they switching around players?
Yes, very, very frequently. And it feels like, you know, this is a thing about if you have 6 players, you have a full lineup, full squad, but all of them wants to play.
Yeah. I mean, it is. I mean, you're not wrong. These are all the players that we usually see play, and then sometimes I don't even realize it. Like, because we see their names so much, I'm like, wait, they changed players? I'm not too sure about that because when you look at teams like Team Secret, it's always the same people. GENEXUS, same people. So I mean, GENEXUS only has like what 4 players?
Yeah.
I mean, we did talk about that as well about like how Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals last season only 4 players, and I remembered when I was talking to Pasha, and he said one of the hardest things to do in a day was go through so many matches and maintaining that stamina, especially on Super Weekend last season. So now, because of that, I think they got a 5th player just to kind of supplement that. But then suddenly the format changed.
Yeah, so, well, of course, having a 5th player is like your insurance policy, right? Like, what if one of those players,
What if one of those
they fall
players
sick?
are lactose intolerant just like me and they accidentally consumed dairy? I mean, technically you can play on the toilet. It's a mobile game!
Well, technically you can. But I think there's one thing you can't. You can't bring the camera in. You know, they need to have
Oh,
like...
right,
like
I forgot about that, yeah.
I think even if they can pull it in...
You can. You just show your face.
You don't want the camera to drop?
You have a tripod.
Yeah, what if the tripod, like, you know, loses balance for whatever reason?
You
What if
can
there's a
put
mini
cloth
earthquake?
on your lip.
What if there's a mini earthquake and the tripod drops and and the marshals have to see things that they don't want to?
Whoa, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm just saying,
I don't know
right?
if Malaysia has earthquakes.
I thought that happened a couple of weeks, a month ago or
Oh
something.
my gosh!
Right?
Speaking of that, yeah,
Right?
it happened. I was laying in bed and then I was like, am I still sleeping or is my bed shaking?
Or you install the you know
An
a
earthquake
massage bed.
an earthquake simulator.
Yeah, earthquake simulator or something.
I mean, yeah. To be fair, okay. You have your points. You have your points.
Just saying.
Just saying, right?
Yeah.
But if you talk about consistency, I think for this season, teams that are looking still very consistent, I really have to give it to Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, Geek Fam, as well as Axis Red One. They're just one of those teams that just really, I don't know, I have to say that they really maintain the way they play. They're very patient and they don't really overextend when they don't have to. We saw just now what Yoodo Alliance like to do. They will just wait till there's a fight and they will just storm your compound without you even realize, because they move so fast, it really catches you off guard.
Yeah, like what we saw yesterday as well in the final game where they got the chicken dinner. They play slow early on, but when it comes to the later stages, like the 4th or 5th circle onwards, they just storm everyone. It's like catching people by surprise. Like, oh, I thought you were going to play this slow, but all of a sudden you just tune up.
Yeah, I thought that Axis Red One likes to play that game, but Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals does that very well as well.
Yep.
So you really got to give it to these two teams. Team Secret is still the very patient, wait-and-see Team Secret. They do have the firepower, but I have to say, their non-aggression is just kind of like, man, I wish they would play a little bit more aggressive, you know? Wait, could this be cursed again? This is part 2. Round 2!
Yeah, well, this is round 2, but...
the flight path is from Lost Egos, though.
So you're saying that it could be a Lost Eagle circle?
I wish. I
You
highly
wish.
doubt it. We have not, as I said before, one thing about Miramar is that you'll never ever really see anything like that. But the thing is, this time the flight path is straight through the middle, so no one is gonna be like, you took my free draft spot.
I couldn't gonna make that out though.
Okay, I'll try again.
Honestly, okay.
Oh no, you took my drop spot. I mean.
Okay, I get what you're saying. But I will drop into your seekers.
I will drop into your spot and kill you anyway.
Oh, that's so
Yeah,
scary.
eat my bullets.
I'm so scared. Can we not?
Okay, let's talk a little bit about drop spot. You know what really surprises me? That not a lot of teams drop at Los Lunas.
Los Lunas? Yeah, so we have only Farang. Yes, okay, so there's
It's
Farang.
a very
Alright.
happy, boring circle.
Well, you did say that it would be a nice circle like before this, right? But to answer your question about Los Lunas, so Dingoz isn't playing this
Yeah.
round. So it's normally Dingoz and Farang.
Yeah.
So now that Dingoz is not playing, so Farang has the entire Los Lunas to themselves.
They're like, yeah, party. My parents aren't home.
You know, that reminds me of The Secret Life of Pets.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like the parents go out to work and the pets just go all crazy partying at home.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
that's Farang right now.
You know what? Who else is partying? Mattoy. Look at the top hat.
I like that.
Very swaggy.
Yeah.
Do we still say swaggy in 2022?
You ask me? I'm the older one here.
Meanwhile, Contra is still.
I mean,
he's still dabbing. He's stuck in 2016.
I mean, the Toktika boy is next door.
We could ask him later.
Yeah, I'm the wrong person. He'll be judging you and say that's so 2021. Come on.
Oh yeah, he was just saying how TikTok was 2 weeks ago. I didn't think that 2 weeks ago was that long ago.
Yeah, and that's Amy Muhammad. In case our viewers wasn't sure who we're talking
Yeah,
about.
one of our Malay casters or analysts today. Not too sure which one he's doing, but I'm curious though. Let's talk about my favorite team, Yoodo Lions 4 rivals. So now Voki is in, and you say he switches places with, I believe it was Api.
So he's been switching with.
Oh, sorry, with Rith.
With
He's-
Rith,
yeah,
yep.
yep. So when Rith plays, what kind of playstyle do you see? And when Voki comes in, what difference do you see as well?
So Voki to me is this kind of utility player because he has a IGL experience and obviously he has fragging experience as well. So if you ask me, he is swappable with almost anyone in the lineup.
Wow, he's very flexible.
Yeah, very flexible. I mean, I don't know how he's at the gym, but
Okay, we weren't talking about the gym.
we're not talking
I
about
don't
gym.
think I've
Okay.
been to the gym since 2020.
I don't think I've been to the gym since forever. So anyway, yeah. So he's this kind of like utility player that if in general you wouldn't know how to play him, but
Uh-huh.
in general as well, you can put him replacing anyone and it will still work.
Yeah, I think that's what makes a really good sub in general. Because when we talk about sub, usually they're made to replace one player. But when you have a sub that can replace everyone and they can hop in at any moment's notice, that really makes him so good. And on top of that, because he not only is he flexible, he brings a different sort of playstyle over as well, which can really keep players kind of guessing as to like where he's gonna be next, how aggressive is he gonna be, depending on your lineup. And that's always very fun to see as well. So now, when you talk about CLC as well, I mean, previously they have played in PMPL MYSG. They didn't really get too far last season, but what do you think of them this season?
Well, the last time we saw them was in the PMPL qualifiers and they were champions.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
so-
a great improvement, I feel, because they barely made it last season through the qualifiers, remember? I think they were like 1 or 2 slots under.
Yeah, well, they were the champions. Yeah. But yeah, so it was a phenomenal performance from them that time.
But anyways, let's talk a little bit about Geek Fam.
Okay.
Geek Fam as well. I think Geek Fam is just one of those teams that they really know how to maintain their roster. And, you know, we were just talking about this a few weeks ago about how, you know, some teams, they're so quick to switch out players. Like teams like Geek Fam, Yoodo Lions 4 rivals, they maintain their long-time roster for a long time. Even Axis as well maintained most of their roster. And usually when we talk about, you know, seasons, it's always going to be a roster shuffle. So your opinion with not always keeping, like maybe keeping the player for like 2 seasons and then swapping out, and also versus a team that keeps their players long term, what do you think is the pros and cons?
So obviously for the pros, it's that well, you have the chemistry that's already built. The cons is that you might end up doing the same thing over and over again, and that becomes predictable.
Right.
Yeah.
So, ideally, how long does it take for a team to really gel and figure out their synergy?
Wow. I don't know. That's a very
That's a good
tough
question, right? We
Yeah.
always question because we
Yeah.
always kind of figure out, like, sometimes some teams, they drop 2 players after like 1 season, and we're just like wondering, it's only been a season. Aren't you gonna kind of like maintain, because these seems like that player has potential, and then suddenly there are some players that we're just like, it's been the same results over and over. Why aren't you swapping out? So it's always curious to see what goes behind the scenes for the coach and the management, or even like the players themselves.
Yeah, so we would take RSG for example, right? So the season where they had the Batman in the lineup together with 3 others, I believe it was Kim, Small Boy, Rex being the main lineup. They became champions
Yeah.
in that season, and then the next season they maintained the same lineup, but they didn't become champions. They removed, I think, Batman left the team after that, and yeah, they're in the rebuilding process. So
I don't
how
think
long does it take?
I think RSG took a while to rebuild after that. Not that they were the worst, but they were still trying to find their groove after the switch, right?
Yeah. So if to answer your question earlier on, like first season with that lineup, they immediately became champions. So how long does it take?
They call
Almost
it they
instantly?
call it a honeymoon phase.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess now they're back at the honeymoon phase.
Probably,
Yeah.
probably
Because they're dating new people, right? So you gotta, get to know each other. You know that time period. You know,
Hashtag-
you would know. Like I'm not very familiar with all that, but yeah,
Hashtag find Sir Cloud a girlfriend.
I know, right?
Yeah, but
Oh, I don't know. No.
I mean, when we talk about that, there are some teams they gel really well in season in the first few months they're together. I think because agreements are a lot more agreeable, especially when someone is new and you're new to the team. But after a while, you're gonna form your own opinions and your own kind of play style. And then you start to question: is my play style better or not? But speaking about better or not, Ep, he was just spraying. But did he do any damage? Maybe just a little tickle.
Yeah, just one tickle, and that's good enough to send signals to GENEXUS.
What
to
kind
like,
of tickle is that?
Wow, I don't know. When you tickle someone, you get signals, no? Whether they like you or not. I'm just saying.
I don't know, man. If
no.
someone would tickle me, they're asking for a punch in the face.
I'm staying away from you. You're scaring me now. No, Tash. I hope you have no relevance to Natasha Romanoff or something.
Oh, thankfully,
That'll
no.
be scary.
That would be really
Like if you
scary.
punch someone and you're like Natasha Romanoff's sister, like that'll be scary.
Yeah, it will. But you know what else is scary? Look how many teams are on Power Grid.
Yeah. The high ground just beside the power grid looks like RSG's there. Team Secret obviously taking their checkpoint is that
your
regular
Monte
spot.
Nuevo prophecy is coming true.
Oh, did I say so?
Yeah, you did last game. I mean, before we remade.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I thought that was for that game.
No,
but
no, no,
okay,
no,
so
no,
we
no.
could recycle that.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll
I mean,
take
fair
that. I'll
enough.
take that. Yeah,
Fair
I'll take
enough. It's gonna happen. But I mean, thinking about this is that there's so many teams already inside the zone so very early, except for Homebois. They're just taking their time. They're just chilling.
Well,
That's why their name is Homebois.
yeah, they like to stay home and chill. But generally, they are a team that's that
like
likes
to
to
play-
rotate a little bit slow.
Yeah, they like the long rotates, I remember.
Yeah, as
But
you can see here, they're playing by the edge of the blue.
I think that's something that we can always expect from Homeboys, is that they like to play that way. I think because it gives them that long survivability where you can just not have to worry too much about someone coming in. And on top of that, when you're playing on the edge of the circle, Jenny is the one in trouble right now. Speaking of that, immediately gonna be running away here with eye shots. He's gonna try and get his teammate back on his feet. Here we go. Smokes are out, giving that cover, but the problem is Sem9, they do have the high ground.
Bro Jenny going down. Fredo still needs to be picked up, but Mile has the high ground. Gotta be careful on Kim. on the
Oh,
other side.
speaking
And
of that high
speaking-
ground, not really.
Speaking about Kim, the moment you mentioned, one goes down to Kim.
Kim, where did you come from?
I know, right? Where do you came from? Get it?
So
All right.
funny. Looks like bro Jenny is gonna be going back to the lobby. Gonna be waiting for his team, but look at that Kid waiting from the top there. He is ready, and we know if Kid gets him in his sights, you are gonna go down. But the thing is, Sim9, they have two different angles to take care of. The crossfire is definitely quite scary for them. And over in the distance, you see a wild RSG. But looks like TS today, they had something extra for dinner, giving him the eagle eye.
Wow, the moment you say a wild RSG, it reminds me of like a documentary.
What kind of documentary?
You know, like one of
is
those jungle documentary.
In the jungle. Okay, wrong song.
Relatable. Oh, look at this.
Oh, you want to cast like that? Okay, we can do that.
Check out the wild RSG. He's looking for some. I can't do it.
Okay.
I need some practice on that.
Meanwhile, TS Fredo is in his natural habitat looking for trouble. He carries a baby in his backpack, ready for trouble.
Oh, yeah.
And for now, shots coming on from Brian. He's hiding in the side. He has his sights on to somebody, and that somebody is Fredo with his baby. He wants his child.
Child.
I mean, we're doing the Australian documentary.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Okay. Alright, nothing to do with the crocodiles, but do save them though.
Save the crocodiles.
Save the crocodiles. Let's be kind to on
Let's
nature.
be kind of Repo Boy too. Look how low he is.
Yeah, and he's kind of on the low ground. Another team on the high ground. That's our Team Hawk. I gotta be careful.
Team Hawk is just one of those teams that are, when they're high, they're really high. When they're low, they're really low. I mean, not in a high ground sense, but rather they're just kind of team that really surprises you. They have like this spike of energy at some points. It's just like, whoa, okay, I can't believe they did that kind of moment, you know?
Oh, it's in like performance high.
Yeah, performance high, yeah. But Power Grid, whoa. I don't know why, but I was thinking about Power Grid just now. I don't know if I was seeing a team there or something, but either way, I was thinking about it. But Anik Boy, with his bird in the distance, he'll be coming onto the high ground here. He has his eye on the Team Sacred down below. Sends his bird there.
Somebody check the contents in your coffee. I'm worried now, Tash. I'm worried. But that was a nice.
We want a documentary, right?
Yeah, like voiceovers. Come on, I'd like to see you do more of that. Well, I'd like to see more of Almighty as well. Now that R2K is right in front of him.
Yeah, Almighty Jeremy is the name of the game, but we just talked about him. And Harm will be doing that, will be the one that will be trying to save, that will be having to pick up. Nasty is the one saving his life right now. And the thing is, they're going to have to run away right now, but R2K is also not too far away in the distance. But one player is actually really, really low.
Ah, yeah, that's Jerome, so he'll recover.
Jerome or Jeremy?
Jerome.
Aw, man.
Yeah.
Jeremy's a cooler name.
Oh.
I don't know any Jeremys, but yeah.
Well, I do know a Jeremy. He texted me earlier today, shouting out to Jeremy. But yeah, good thing they have a nice distance between them, so that's kind of okay.
I think it was also what's really good as well is because they did do a trade onto each other, so both teams were busy trying to pick up each other as well. So in a way, it's a win-win situation. But Almighty, I mean, we're just talking about them today. They didn't really have a good showing today.
So they aren't mighty today?
Not really. There aren't. Oh, I see what you're trying. Okay, I see what you're trying to do.
Be careful of the puns.
Oh yeah, that came out of nowhere. It felt like a punch in the face.
Oh, wow. Now I'm the one pulling the punches, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. Well, let's talk about R2K in general. I remember a lot of casters were also talking about them. I think last season they performed pretty decently. I wouldn't say that they didn't actually were on the top, but in terms of when they really do perform, they can really pop off.
Oh yeah, I do think so. I think they have they have this evolution since season 1 till now. Before this, they kind of focus on rotations, finding the circle, and more on placement points. But now they're more of aggressive,
right?
Yeah, that's why like talents like Izane, you put them in a close quarters combat, they can win fights.
You talk about evolution, thinking about Darwin's evolution. First, you start as a noob. And then...
Wow. I was thinking the actual Darwin evolution, but okay.
I mean, that's a game.
Right.
I mean, if we change it to gamer's evolution, though, first you start a noob, and then after that you survive the game, and then suddenly you become aggressive, and then suddenly you get the chicken dinner.
We'll put that into the textbook one of these days.
We should.
Yeah.
We should.
That's
the way you should be doing it. But look at that, though. Even though, okay, The ones that are in the grid spot, I believe, is Sem9. Look at that. That's a big area to cover. And on top of that, high ground.
Yep, and not only that, that's kind of like their home ground around the areas of power grid. So if any team were to know that area at the back, like the back of their hand, it's going to be Sem9. Slight advantage, of course. I wouldn't say slight. A significant advantage if you know that place. But here it is. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals seems to be picking a fight with KHI.
Boys! Bias casting hashtag.
KHI, here we go. Both teams on the roll at this moment, but the muscle goes down to Pomburu. Doesn't look good for KHI. They need to find a way to bail, especially, I think it was Homebois on the other side, so he's going to find an escape route, definitely. Now, his other teammates, Demigod, won't be able to revive, but
what
Homebois!
a spray!
Nice one!
That's a really good spray, but he's going to get caught out in the end as well. Demiboy as well in trouble, but Yappy as well as Rith are on the sides. They have each other's backs, and I really like the way they're playing this. It's sort of V formation right now, coming from two spots, but Rankit is from the side there. Spray and pray through the smoke is the way to go right now. His teammate is just so low. You can see there the bomb comes out. Going to be missing everyone. Right now, spray and pray for the top side there from Yoodo Rivals 4 Rivals. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. Their name is so long, but Rith is spraying and praying through the smokes, and Kumburu trying to give him as much information as can. Api gonna get caught on the side. That's the blue zone as well, giving that information. But KHI though, the first one out, and Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals survived by the skin of their teeth.
Oh, but because it's the 4th circle, will there be enough time for Rift to pick up his teammate? Looks like he will go in for the revive. Good news is that Voki is still alive. He has a vehicle. He'll be moving forward to their next checkpoint to make sure that they have an entry point. Enough time for Rift to go in, but for Appy, hope he can survive this. No, he immediately goes back down.
That's right, but GNX, they are the sweethearts of the circle right now. The circle gods are just smiling onto them. On top of that, they have the compound as well. And like it or not, GNX, they're just one of those teams that are just so good at kind of predicting circles and getting those areas real fast. But speaking of fast, TS playing on the side of the terrain here. They're sandwiched between 3 different teams. It's so hard to get inside from this side. But if you look at that, Farang in trouble as well as THQ.
It's interesting to see that Rift actually went back in for Appy for the second time, and obviously Appy will go down again. So I'm not too sure what Rift was thinking there, but he needs to focus on the circle. But talking about the circle, now Farang Legends, half of them are in, half of them are out. They still need to move forward, but moving forward, Clutch Guerilla, all 4 of them are still on the outside.
Yep, that's right. They are just going to try to make their way into the area so carefully, because THQ, they're the kings of the hill. They are going to be trying to make those cars turn into something they can use for cover instead of a usable car. And meanwhile, smokes are coming out. They're trying to make a smoke trail right now, but the problem is just raining bullets onto them. But they're going to be coming through. But meanwhile, though, RSG will be the one to find a Yoodo Alliance. They're in trouble. Not a great place for them to be.
Oh, Anik immediately goes down to the blue. Looks like the blue isn't kind to most of his team. Zuli gets one for himself over Rappo Boy. And Team Hawk netting 2 elimination points, but they do not have the circle. They should focus on it.
Yeah, it's really hard to get inside because in front of them there are just so many teams. CLC just become the bane of their existence. But if you look at that, Team Secret as well, they're in trouble. Geek Fam on a rampage today. And right now, you can see there as well, Geek Fam, 2 teams at once. Are you kidding me? Look at that. I think it's a four-way fight.
Oh yeah, that's like what, 4 teams in the same area and all of them are outside the circle.
They
so
can't
it's gonna
get
be tough.
inside. The only team inside comfortably is GNX. And for now, Mattoy coming in from the side here, play on the side of the terrain. If they were to go a little bit too high, it's going to be very troubling for them. Because right now on the other side is Team Secret. Sorry, it is Team Geek Fam. Mattoy finds one. Spray and pray is the name of the game. Doesn't get anyone, but Bard will be getting Dumb Root immediately straight to the lobby. And that's Dumb Root out. That spells trouble for Geek Fam.
Oh, but talking about trouble, Miracle's in trouble. He's at the lower ground though. Team Secret will need to push on before they're pressured by the blue. They have a vehicle, but look at the amount of teams guarding the circle.
Yep, that's right. Fredo, he's going to be cooking that nade nice and crispy. Throws it out. He takes some damage from the front. And look at that. RSG says, no, you aren't coming inside. You will not pass. And it's just really, really hard because where RSG are is just such a high ground. But the thing is, RSG is also fighting for time. The circle is pushing onto them. And meanwhile, on the other side, MAB is just getting shot left and right from R2K.
Oh, ice shots goes down. Now it's down to Matoy. Can he make a run for it? The vehicle's a little bit too far. Miracle prepping up for the next fight. Matoy together with Fredo. They're going to duo this at the low ground, and Miracle will go down. Fredo will be the one to take him down, but Fredo will be taken up from behind. Snipes is there to counterfire on the Fredo. Team Secret falling apart.
Yep, that's right. Snipes from the side there. There's just so many things happening at the same time as well. Fredo will be very, very happy with that. However, Snipes from the side, he knows that there's still one more person there. But until now, let's have a look at Sem9. Sem9 is just having a fight here with two different teams, I believe, right now. But MAB now out of the game. Bravo finds another player. Sorry, GNX finds MAB, and now they're all out. But then CLC as well in trouble. But Team Secret will not be winning that fight against Geek Fam just now.
Yeah, an extended fight on the outside also together with Geek Fam. Unfortunately, they went out. Now Team Hawk have been eliminated at 9th place for elimination points. We're waiting for the next circle as RSG gets their 5th elimination point in this round.
Yep, that's right. RSG were very, very happy with that high ground while they were kind of like fighting with the circle. The thing is that high ground was just so precious to them. They stopped 2 teams, I believe, from getting inside. Now CLC on 7th place. 3 elims in their pocket, and now we only have 2, 4, 6 teams left, and it's only circle number 5. And because of the rotation, it's just so hard in this area, and suddenly the circle will be in quite a big area. When you think about it, there's no compounds in sight, but it's a very terraneous area. Where RSG is where you want to be. It is the high ground. Sem9 as well is not too bad, but if you look at who's inside the circle, no one is inside just yet.
Yeah, RSG still needs to move forward. Absolutely agree. But Sem9, they have the advantage. Of course, this is somewhere around their draw spot, so they know this place like the back of their hand. That's a little bit of advantage for Sem9, and they have an easy entry to the circle. But Homebois will finish off the last team member from Geek Fam. That's nice. Homebois gets 2. Homebois can get the 3rd one. Will it be 3 in a row for Homebois? He should be able to do it. Low with about 10% of health. That's Homebois will toss out the volley on the low. That should finish him off. The volley will it land on the low? But Homebois will be counterfired with the nade.
You really gotta give it to them. GNX is just one of those teams that can just go super aggressive if they want to, but Homebois just stopping that aggressive push with the car. However, though, because GNX is coming in from so many different areas, this is their signature move. He gets another one. Luyu is on fire right now. He'll be hiding behind the smokes, trying to find another member to pick off. He does take some damage there, but for now, look at that. They're gonna be found on the other side, but look at that. Rex finds Biu, but look at that long Skur coming from the side. He wants to avenge his teammate right now. Rex so very low, but Luyu trying to just reposition himself, and suddenly RSG 7 elims, but 5th place is the name of their game, but Luyu has to run away, and suddenly they're gonna get shot from so many different places, and they are out of game too.
Oh, they're running out of time at this moment. GENEXUS needs to find a way into the circle. They're still playing on the outside of it. Biu will be picked up by Low. Luyu will reset himself. He still has enough utilities. Now we're down to the top 4 teams, Sem9 included in it.
Yep, this is very surprising, but this is definitely what Sem9 wants. They haven't had a good run, and they need this chicken dinner. However, NC is also still very much alive, and we just talked about their performance last season where they came up as champions. For now, Sem9 taking in that damage. R2K Echo just taking Farang out of the way, and right now Flags will be the 3rd party right now, wants to hit R2K where it hurts the most. Flags just using the side, but not quite enough for them to do anything as Izin has his teammates back. Izin using the vehicle to play very safe, but you know that vehicle can still explode with 5 elims under their belt. They're gonna be very excited to do that. Beautiful
second
nade.
Nice nade, back to back, coming in from R2K, and with that, NC will be eliminated 3rd place. And look at this, GENEXUS somehow still survives, but R2K, they have the manpower advantage.
Yep, that's right. Luyu playing it real safe right now, staying as quiet as a mouse, just like the hat he's wearing. Is that a rat hat?
Well, it's not.
Panda?
Maybe. Let's pick it as a panda. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe be as quiet as a panda is the way to go. But R2K, this is one of their best rounds so far. One of the 3 teams left alive. Biu from the side here. And this is where they cut the noise. Just trying to reset, trying to figure out where exactly everyone is. But Sem9, they have the advantage. They have the high ground. If you get in sight, if you don't play prone like Luyu, he's being really smart. And this is a general GNX move here where they just prone and just catch you off guard from the other side as someone baits
Yep, because there's 2 more teams, right? So you want to be the third person or the third party, but Loyu onto Drax. Drax immediately goes down. Bravo is alerted of Loyu. Bravo, we're keeping eyes on the Loyu. The counter fire, Loyu. He's still alive. Oh my
he's
goodness.
running for his life. He just burned the skin off his teeth. Oh, he was probably just screaming to his teammates, please help me right now. But Biu and Loong coming in from the other side. And look at that. Sem9, suddenly only 2 players left. And right smack dab on the other side, there is a care package. But because it's low ground there, no one wants to go there. Echo tries to spray, but his teammate is just ready for him.
That's the younger brother taking care of the big brother. Loyu taking care of Biu at the same time. We can see that Loyu tries to get one for himself as well. Isaiah will be taken out by Deb. Looks like GENEXUS, they suddenly have the upper hand.
Yep, that's right. GENEXUS, they may have struggled at first, but when it comes to the final circle, they know how to play this. Now it's 90 EP. They just, Depp playing from the side here. Bravo is up there, but I think they have to be careful. But Harm gets Loong, one of the biggest hitters, and Biu as well, blown to smithereens. And right now, they only have 1 more player still left alive. It's going to be so hard to pick them up. Harm from the side here, playing here, gets a spray onto 1. Bravo going down. And Harm, he knows where the other player is. It's going to be trouble, but Loyu taking some damage here. Harm whiffs! But for now, still in trouble. They are going to be coming in together. And there we go. Winner, chicken dinner. R2K takes this home.
Well, that took them a while. That whiff, man, that was so scary.
That was going to cost them.
Yeah, that almost cost them. Good thing is that they have like 2-3 people going at it together. And that kind of like, okay, saved them.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was so close.
I really like how they played as well, because if it was just him alone, I think Depp would have already gotten him out of the way. But because they had a crossfire, they moved together, that really saved. Because if one were to whiff, the other one is going to hit. But now his friend is going to be like, dude, what was that?
Yeah, man.
What was that?
They'll be like, imagine they're like playing side by side. We're like, what did you just do? What? How could you? Yeah. All that will
You're
come.
playing like me. You guys need a replacement. I'm just kidding. But in all seriousness, though, I really like to see R2K up there. This is definitely the chicken dinner they were looking for. But Sem9 looking so great as well. But for now, let's see the highlights to see what exactly made this game. Take it away, Contra.
Great job, casters, and of course, even better for RTK. They have bounced back up in Miramar, and all the 16 teams involved were on that duke out. This is a round with high elimination points for all parties, especially towards the top 5. We see all these guns rattling all over the corners of the map. It was the King of the Hill matchup by the end of it all, and R2K definitely have stood out amongst the rest. And GENEXUS, man, they're not even holding back. They made it to the top 3, and we thought that Biu and Co could have actually walked away with another one until they got suppressed. And Sem9, they've definitely bounced back up. And you guys could also check this one out. We got the brand new Real Pass, and with this we have the collaboration with Warframe here for our brand new one. So if you guys haven't checked it out, you could easily just go ahead, log into your client, and get the latest Royal Pass in collaboration with Warframe right now. Lots of items to be unlocked as you progress through the Royale Pass. So with that being in mind, let's also take a look with the new cooperation on stage. Starfall, start the journey again. You can obtain various outfits throughout the in-game events in PUBG Mobile, and there's more information to be shared soon. So make sure you stay tuned on all our social media channels and get the new Royale Pass, which is in collaboration with Warframe. So good, I have to say it twice. I don't think I need to say it any further because Warframe definitely offers you some futuristic style of play. So you guys just got to ensure you get your dip on it before time runs out, because, you know, a season doesn't really last all too long after all. You blink, you miss. So going back to some of the action that happened inside Miramar, we saw grand rotations out there, and I think that this matchup is fair for all. Everyone's playing by the terrains. There's only so little compounds for them to work with. But let's take a look at the match ranking yet again as R2K achieved yet another chicken dinner this week. So 11 elimination points will put them on top with 26 points. Sem9 Gank as well as Team GENEXUS. They both tie in second spot technically with 17 points apiece. RSG, we saw Homebois trying to make some clutch plays happen. They did get 7 elimination points, and that's a 13-pointer by the end of it all. On the top for great going for RSG, NSEA with 10 points, 7 for Geek Fam. On 7th place, it's going to be 6 points for Team Secret, while both Team Hawk as well as Clutch Guerilla will walk away with 5 corners for each one of them. We got Yoodo Alliance with 3. Almighty sharing the points with Farang Legends as well as Team SMG with 2. MAB Esports, Homebois as well as KHI Esports. Unfortunately, not so hot this time around. So they got to work harder. They still have more games to go though, so they don't have to worry too much. And we're still going to be playing in another round of Miramar. So make sure you keep your eyes on that as we go through more and more of the data. The one that have really made the most out of that final few moment was Echo. We saw how he took those members down from that corner, and he has dished out a total of 745 damage. So far, looking pretty good, and this is higher than his average as you can compare inside the chart. Yeah, the blue and as well as the red. So 3.0 MVP points is what he's going to be accumulating, and usually by the end of the week we will tabulate all these MVP points to see who is the best player of the week. So as we proceed forward, we add the points once again. As I predicted, Team GENEXUS can reach more than 250 points. Well, that's another 2 points within the next 2 rounds. So shouldn't be too hard for them as they have red hot form. Axis red 1 still unmoved on 2nd place. But when we look at changes here, top 5 remains to be stagnant, while R2K has moved up to the 6th spot with 160 points. And heading into the 2nd pager, some teams have not played, and therefore they will slide down a little bit. KHI now goes on to 11, 12 for Bosskur, while NC as well as Team Hawk goes upwards. RSG now chasing into EVOS VIP, which are just 5 points apart, and maybe now goes down to 17. And I think it's going to get harder for Farang Legend as well as Team SMG. So they really have to step up and stand up. It's like what Voki always says when we start the show. Now, we're going to be getting ourselves ready for our games. And we still have 2 more matches to go. So get set, get ready. And I guess it's time for another prediction. Man, I guess last week my predictions were still reliable, but before we even get to the predictions, let's take a look at the action that we had. If you guys were maybe busy texting your girlfriend and boyfriend, or if you're single, then look for one. Log into the client. Maybe that's where you find your Yoodo. That's what was said by Cash Bunny. Well, that aside, let's go to the game, right? So R2K, they traditionally start off from Chumachera, and they will move into the central zone, stopping by the patrol station directly into the center point. And once phase 2 comes in, they make a checkpoint onto Monte Nivo. What you typically want to do when you stop by Monte Nivo is not to commit to the city, so that if that phase fizzles out, you still have a little bit more wiggle room to rotate either through the valleys of the hills. And luckily enough, it didn't require them to travel all too far. Though, this wasn't really an easy game for R2K because they have to push towards Sem9 gank as well as GENEXUS. But that's also the spot where most of the team will have to play out eventually by the later stages of the game. Meanwhile, all the other fights were happening across that power grid section. ALMGHTY, they were also making their first dips into the area, but they eventually got caught out by Clutch Guerilla as well as TABAH and NSEA. And it's getting pretty hard for those that came in late, because by the time they try to rotate in, Sem9, they've already covered the high ground on top of Picado, or you can say slightly off of Picado, because the one directly there is going to be Team Hawk that has not really moved too much. So playing inside Miramar, you have to be proactive. You got to hunt out for those numbers if you really want those high elimination points. So when we go back into the scuffles from phase 5 onwards, we take a look at Team Secret's positioning. I guess like my predictions of them went downhill. So I'm not even going to try anymore. So from this point onwards, Team Secret don't really have an advantage, because if they go up, they will meet with Geek fam. If they go further down, eventually they get spotted out by Team GENEXUS as well. Homebois, they've already got depleted much early on, taking some of all these skirmishes. IMPRO, as well as the rest of Homebois, were pretty much scattered, and by the end of it all, they get taken out. Geek fam, so far, just being a little bit more consistent. While we saw the circle moving towards the center side, it becomes even more difficult for some of the teams here to rotate around, especially for NSEA on that very corner, because they have to either pick another fight. Sem9, they had those numbers advantage, but they will always have to keep an eye out on the outskirts as well. So we saw eventually Geek fam was numbered up. GENEXUS, they were playing on that lower ground and eventually got caught out by players of R2K as well as Sem9. But the pushes, the damage being dealt by the rest of GNX definitely look great. They segregated themselves on a 2-1 split, and I think this is what really costed GENEXUS. Like, this sort of flank angle isn't really going to benefit them, because whenever one player gets caught out, nobody's going to be able to be revived. R2K, they pinned down both Biu as well as Bosskur. So GENEXUS only had to rely on Lu Yu, Hage by the edge of it. So R2K didn't really have to worry. Sem9 could easily handle that sort of situation. And after that, R2K came in swooping from the lower end of that hill and make that game belong to the entirety of R2K. So with that being said, that concludes the very first bout inside Miramar. We're gonna go take 2, and I guess we are ready for action. I hope that you guys are as well, but guess what? We give a little bit more time for the players to strategize as well as for the casters to take a fresh breath of air. We're gonna come in after this, after a few minutes. We'll see you then.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
And hey, we're back here just after a few minutes, as promised. And my name's Contra, your host, as well as their analyst for the entirety of the evening. Hope everyone's feeling good. Just a little bit of check on the casters. I hope they're all having fun. I know the ones here in the English has been making fun of me throughout the course of their cast. Doesn't really matter anyways to me. Maybe it's because all my predictions haven't been correct all along. And that happened right after the cast I did with Keith. Maybe he just rubbed a little bit of the bad luck to me. But hey, I can't blame it on anybody else. Of course, this is the PMPL MYSG. It's time for them to be the one. And the one at the top is Team GENEXUS. They have been so consistent. They make another run for the top 3. But it was R2K that have won their round inside Miramar. And we're going for another one. Can R2K get another back-to-back chicken dinner? Of course, before we get ourselves into action, we still got to remind you guys of all the good stuff that we have here in PUBG Mobile, because on a past match, we got a whole lot of elimination points. Everybody is tied for first place right here with R2K Echo, GNX Luyu, as well as RSG Homebois having 4 frags of their own, but Echo definitely did a whole lot of damage, and he definitely deserves all the highlights by the very end of it all. So I want to see more coming out of these respective names, especially when we're coming into this round. But of course, with that being said, each round that we play, one of the groups will be taking a rest and another one will step up. And speaking of which, our upcoming match here will feature Group A, C, D, as well as E. Later we'll tell you who's playing, who's not, so don't worry about that. We get yourself all covered. And of course, thanks PUBG Mobile, we definitely love all these colorful stats out there. Happy birthday once again, it's their 4th anniversary, and Echo definitely has his name ringing all around Miramar. And for some reason, he's tied at first place. Luyu from GENEXUS dealing 745 as well. We hardly see any of all these matchups came too close. But unfortunately for Luyu though, it was split apart with the rest of GENEXUS on the other end, and Bubu as well as Bosskur got taken out. Isaac does about 110 damage, lacking from there on. I know my map's not going to be all too accurate anyways. You can definitely just do your own calculation from here onwards. But here we are into match 4. We got Group A, Group C, Group D, as well as Group E, while Group B will be taking a rest. And with that being said, we won't be seeing Team Secret, Sam9, GENEXUS, as well as Homebois. Everybody else will be playing for that chicken dinner. So, last round, it was that circle moving in between Power Grid as well as Monty and Evo. Take a good guess, where is it going to end up next? Because we have a lot of difficult rounds for all of these 16 teams to be playing out against, and only the best will prevail. And it's time once again for me to make that prediction. For 3 out of 3 matches, none of them have been correct, and maybe this one won't work out anyways, right? I'm just throwing a random guess. It's gonna be EVOS VIP. Now, go ahead, make your own prediction in the chat. And hopefully somebody will be able to reward you as the admin. Would you get pre-UCs? I don't know. Just don't PM me about that. So with that in mind, casters, I believe it's time for you guys to pick up the mics once more. And it's time for us to for you guys to lead the way into another epic chicken dinner. So go ahead, the mic is yours.
He's leading to us. We will lead everyone else into the game. And thank you so much for still being with us. We will be jumping into round number 4. Of course, this will be our second Miramar for today. And what an exciting match that we had in Miramar earlier on. With that whiff almost. It was really close for R2K to drop the ball.
Yeah, really, really good for them because they learned from before that being isolated is not the way to go. However, now, round 2 of Miramar is going to be really, really exciting because just now, I wouldn't say that it was a very safe circle. However, moving into that circle was a pain because the circle started ping-ponging left and right, and you know what happens. It's hard for you to hold the circle. However, R2K, they finally break that low streak that we're having, finally getting that chicken dinner that they sorely need and want. And I really gotta say, well played by them.
Frankly, they have been consistent. It's just that they couldn't seal the chicken dinner.
No, they just couldn't get their dinner.
Yeah,
it's very sad.
They always had breakfasts and
lunches, but no dinners because their mom said you're grounded.
Yeah.
I don't know where that came from.
Wow. Or maybe because it's fasting month and the only meal that they can have is a dinner. That's why it came at the right time.
Oh.
Just saying.
Perfect.
Right?
Absolutely perfect. But for now, when you looked at that match just now, the ones who made it up on top was GENEXUS. GENEXUS. And then you have Sem9 as well as R2K, which these two teams are rarely on the top 5s, I would say, but definitely still get enough points to kind of propel themselves forward. I did say before, so long as you don't go back to the lobby with 0 points, you're all good.
At least everyone you get something, right? Because if you get something, you still have a chance to move up.
But
if you get
saying
nothing,
in Malay,
right.
It says sikit-sikit, lama-lama jadi bukit.
Okay.
It means little by little, eventually it will become a hill.
Little, long become hill.
Never mind.
That's the direct translation,
We
right?
don't want direct translation, sir. No.
Little, long become hill.
Either
cannot.
way, though,
Okay,
let's talk
never
about the
mind.
match coming soon. Going back to Miramar, and again, I still really want to see that Valdemar circle. I don't necessarily want it to be on Minas Del Sur. I want it on Valdemar because it's right in the middle, and you have a nice little bridge there, and people are wondering. Now you start seeing people swim in between Minas Del Sur and Valdemar.
I don't know why every time you say that it sounds like a Voldemort. Yeah, the one who should not be named for some reason. This is the sister. This is Valdemar.
That's where he found that area, just like how Christopher Columbus found America, allegedly. So he named that place. He didn't want it to be too obvious. It was Voldemort, so he's like Valdemar.
Right. So it's like an accent.
Instead of Mort, it becomes Mar.
Wow, big brain moment coming in from Tash. But anyway, so looking at the flight path, right? So teams who like to drop on the right, they will kind of struggle. So this time Group B isn't playing. So teams on the right on Group B is a Homebois. So Impala will be open. Expect to see no teams there. Who else? So GENEXUS isn't playing this time.
That's probably a sigh of relief from everyone because today is one of those days. Like, they did go out a little bit early one time, but every time they survive, they always make it to top 3.
Yeah. So the teams will be like, oh, I'm glad I don't need to face them somehow. But is this one round enough for Axis Red One to catch up to GENEXUS? I don't think so. I think they have opened up a significant gap that they could chill this round and they'll still be number 1.
It's either Axis Red One, they destroy half the lobby and get the placement points to catch up, or which I highly doubt is gonna happen.
Even that, okay, I don't remember what was the gap, but even that, I think it's really close.
And 245, if I'm not wrong.
So even if it's like half the lobby, okay, half the lobby maybe. Yeah, maybe. But come on, that's not gonna happen anytime soon.
No way. I, especially with Jumper on the team, I think they're less aggressive than they were before. But SMG, a really good run for them just now as well. They didn't really, I wouldn't say that they came up on top, but it is one of those games where they really tried to put up a fight.
Yep, it is a better game as compared to a lot of their other games. So it's nice to see them stepping up and that's definitely what they need. But what's interesting is that these two teams dropping the power grid. So this round, Sem9 isn't playing. Almighty is as SMG. They're changing their drop, so I guess it's because of the flight path as well.
Yeah, probably. But all I really want to say about Almighty is like wherever they drop, there's always going to be another team there. I don't know if they're cursed or something.
Right. In this case, because SMG drops into a Puerto Paraiso,
Oh,
so
wait,
they
Jenny.
choose this area.
Does
And
Jenny
Jenny,
know?
yeah, he's gonna get a
Jenny doesn't know!
surprise!
Jenny
He
doesn't know! Jenny doesn't know! I don't know the song that I sang, but yeah. Wait, oh, the song was Scotty Doesn't Know. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know.
I think I'm too old for that.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But either way, Jenny doesn't know until he went back to the lobby.
I'm trying to think. Another song rings a bell to me. When
I mean, Jenny, are you okay? Is that old enough for you?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's my generation.
That's your generation?
Yeah, there you go.
All right, now look at that. On the top is Axis 208 is the score.
Okay.
That's still a really big one because it was 240 something for GENEXUS. So I highly doubt that they can catch it, but they can significantly close the gap. And maybe next week, or this week rather, they'll be able to catch up. But Almighty, look at that. They're being very sneaky. They hear him. Virgil, playing for the side, there's Spray, and Prey, he takes some damage straight to his face, but now everyone knows you're here. Run and gun, damn cutie! He says, I'm the cutie, and I will take your loot. Whoa!
Wow. Okay. I mean, Choo has verified that damn cutie is a cutie before.
Whoa.
So I'll take that. But what happened earlier on was Virgil, he actually whiffed that shot. He got the first fire on the damn cutie, but he missed all of
that
them.
first contact is just so unlucky. I mean,
Yeah.
when you're playing that kind of game, it's very important that one, you hit the headshot, and two, you don't mess up that first contact. Because when it comes to these sort of players, at least especially on this level of play, their reaction time is phenomenal. Especially if you look at players like Fredo. Look how fast he's able to flick between two players. And I really gotta say, compared to mouse and keyboard, flicking on mobile is one of the hardest things you can do.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. So, and plus they have a gyroscope together.
Yeah.
So normally it's like if you over swipe your finger and you get a little bit nervous, you move your phone at the same time, that's where the whiffing happens.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But Farang though, look at that. They were actually in last place earlier. Now climbed their ways up here, and it's really happy because I believe they started off the day with 60 points. And now they already have 81. I really gotta give it to them. While they didn't really make it get a chicken dinner per se, but their elimination points and their placement points they finally kind of found that sweet spot between survivability as well as getting those extra elimination points on the side.
Yeah, they're finally stepping up today. I mean, it took them like what, till day number 5 to really step up, and it's a very different team as compared to last season. But SMG, they're not done yet though.
No, SMG is one of those teams that they like this long Mexican standoff moments. They did lose one though. I mean, for SMG and Almighty, they dropped together, they got a trade. I think 1-for-1 is very fair, but losing your teammate this early will make it so hard for you to survive all the way till the end. I mean, we've seen some teams just survive with just 2 players all the way and get chicken dinner, but this early will be hard.
Yeah, it's never fun to be playing with like 3 from the start, right?
I think 3 is, I believe it's still very acceptable to me. 2 is that really moment where you start really getting the adrenaline rush. Like, I only have one person to protect me from the back, and I have no clue if my left and my right is actually clear or not.
Yeah, and if you're forever alone, that's the worst case scenario, of course. So they want to play it that way.
I don't know what you're trying to hint for here.
Well, sometimes that's not that bad if depends on what you're talking about.
Probably, but we're gonna...
I should know better.
Wait, when you talk about that, EVOS, they're so far away from each other.
Oh, okay. So they're getting closer and closer. I guess it's because that Razor gives a signal to his teammates saying that, hey, there are some people here. Could you back me up? So we can see that one of the players starting to move in through a vehicle, and one more is on the high ground.
Cooking it like a hard-boiled egg.
Why an egg?
I'm still hungry.
I can tell. Yeah, we gotta get you something to eat after this.
Oh, but EVOS, they have the high ground right now. All they gotta do is shoot downwards, and one person just ate so much damage there. SMG, not in a great spot. They already lost one to ALMGHTY, and now looks like EVOS, they want to catch up. They want to say that this week is not our worst week. This week is the week that we're gonna get and destroy as many teams as we can.
Sam actually has a very good location though, so
That's
I'm
really
not too sure if he
nice.
needs to relocate. But let's hang that thought for a second as Frankie. 1v4, not a good place to be in.
Yep, right now he's playing as quiet as a mouse there. Iftar throwing up that nade, but does not hit anyone. He wants to rush upstairs, has to be careful. They don't really know that he's outside of the building, hiding there. And right now, there's a molly. He has to move. He eats that damage. He's going to be running in straight to someone else, but Calamity from the side there. He'll be getting some damage out, but he will be finally taking that player out of the way. And that's Frankie straight to the lobby. Not only barbecued, but also eating some bullets for dessert.
Well, Frankie speaking, he shouldn't be there alone.
To be fair, yeah, I don't know why they were kind of like... This is one of those moments where I say like, okay, it's fine for you to really send a scout out, but when you're in that situation, you really got to figure out if you are able to kind of stay out of sight. And that's why that's the risk to reward sort of situation I was talking about. Are you good enough to take that fight? But for now though, EVOS gonna be honking straight into SMG. They say hello, but Homebois from the side there, the nade does put in some damage that he needs. All they have to do is finish him off. For now, W2D as well cooks up the nade. I wouldn't say it's like an egg, but it is gonna be exploding there. But right now, Mexican standoff will be coming through. It is only raining nades. They're not necessarily gonna make that first contact just yet. They're trying to flush them out from any corners they're playing.
Looks like EVOS VIP has SMG surrounded. Not only on the low ground, but W2D gets one to Mika. This could be an opening for SMG. SMG, they're starting to move in. W2D at the forefront, but the fire coming in from Sam from the top. Now, W2D will stop off these tracks. He will cook up a nade, and he will want to secure that elimination point onto Mika, but the nade will not connect.
Yep, that's right. Barely misses with the spray and pray coming through. They want to explode them out here. Right, W2D will be down right now. Homebois from the side right now. There's explosions left and everywhere, but Somnus! Beautiful prone Sam from the top there, just giving that support his team needs. Cooks up a nade as well, throws it down. Razor from the side as well, chasing the final member of SMG from the side here. Not a good run for them, but for now he'll be playing in that corner there, not moving at all. They want him to peek. He ain't fixing, but he doesn't, and that's the mistake that he did. And for now, 16th place, SMG. Not their game.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult for SMG to push forward, right? Because Sam has the high ground, so he was looking at the vantage point. If they come out... Yeah, they have no choice. If they come out from their compound, Sam is ready. So, pretty much EVOS VIP had them locked in.
The thing is, how long was Razor there saying, hey guys, got a team here, hey guys. Okay, gotcha, boss. They come through, they just go and surround them from all angles, where you want to go, where you want to run. And the thing is as well, they're not isolated. They're playing together as a team, but looks like someone will be hit by a car by his teammate. A little bit of a road rage accident here, but something not uncommon in Malaysia.
Yeah, not too sure what happens. Sometimes the buggy flips and that just happens. And it happened to be Baby Kim.
Well, his car exploded actually. Look at that.
Yeah, it's normally it's because of a car flip. You know, like because of these bumps.
The MyV drivers here in Malaysia, kings of the road.
Yeah.
So it's okay. I may not be a MyV driver, but I too do have my fair share of road rage as well. I yell at people when they don't use their signal. Please use your signal, guys.
That is a well said message. I can't disagree more.
PSA.
Yeah, a good PSA. Yes, please. But speaking about Power Grid, so we mentioned earlier that Sem9 isn't playing. So now RSG is taking advantage of Power Grid. Very interesting that ALMGHTY left that area despite it's still within the circle, and it's supposed to be vacant enough.
And if you notice, they like to move around, they like to roam. I think their name of the game is try and get as many pickoffs as possible. When you look at the way they fight, they don't go all out one whole team fight. At least I noticed today, they'll get one pickoff here and then they'll move on. They take one pickoff there and then they'll move on.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's what they're comfortable with. They don't like staying at one area. If not,
they don't want to get
picked off.
They don't want to get, the Malay term is langgar. I don't know what you call that in English.
Let's see. Crashed? Crashed into?
Gate crashers?
Gate crash? Yeah.
Party crashed.
I guess the other disadvantage if you stay in one area as well, you become predictable.
Yeah, that's what happened to SMG. If you saw them, they were actually there for so long to the point that Razor was comfortable enough to call his whole team. And on top of that, they had enough time to set up as well. So that's one problem if you're going to get caught out. But let's talk about THQ. What do you think of them?
Well, I think they have a lot of firepower in them, but we have not yet to see their potential just yet. And because they're like ROF 3.12B, I keep calling them that. Yeah. Because they just changed names, right? But they still have the ROF DNA. And we know ROF as those teams are like, okay, if they crash into someone's compound, they would get the elimination points, but they haven't been doing so.
The thing about THQ is that they're good at taking care of the area they hold. But when it comes to like a one team versus one team situation, I'm not too sure if there's a disconnect in communication or something, because we aren't really seeing that teamwork coming through just yet. It seems like they're just playing from themselves a little bit. I think it's because the situation is so chaotic, it's hard for them to really pinpoint how exactly to tackle with that situation. I wouldn't say that, whoa, just speaking of that though, looks like someone from that team will be having a one-on-one here. And looks like it'll be THQ versus, I believe that was R2K?
Yeah, it was R2K. And here we have visual onto their fight. Echo went down. Rensky tries to trade it back, but Rensky will be counter-fired down to 10% of health. THQ, they need to recover quickly as R2K will need to do the same. Let's see who moves faster. Izane is waiting for the right moment to take out Dam as well as maybe Heiko.
Yep, our previous chicken dinner players are very, very full, and they want more Rensky from the side there with the spray and pray. Nothing enough to make any damage, but there is still one person that has to be picked up. The nade will be thrown up. He eats some damage over there, but he will have enough time to actually reset himself. But for now, looks like it's going to be a Mexican standoff, but Zule with that nade finds Echo, and now suddenly they're man down, and Harm as well will be following suit. For now, they're going to be pushing forward. Heiko going on the aggressive here. He does have the high ground. He's going to be looking down, and Harm as well will be sent back to the lobby. Another one in the front there. Right now, Heiko will be getting killed from the side. Izane just going crazy, but it is just him on his own. Has to do something, at least get a point out of the way. But for now, he doesn't realize that he is actually getting caught out from two different situations. Izane finds Dums from the side, sends him to the lobby. Suddenly, is 2-for-2 trade.
Oh, and he has Ziggs at least still with him, so they can open up an angle, and then Nate almost getting it onto Rensky. That was really, really close. But unfortunately, they do not know. As players, you wouldn't know. As casters, yes, we do know. But if only they have that information, they will push on.
Yup, that's right. It's just so hard right now because both teams are playing on the side of the terrain. There is some smokes. There's all three sprays coming out. As Izane waiting for the right situations. Gonna be repositioning himself right now. They're just zigzagging forward. He does do the prone, throws out a bomb. But right now, he's spraying. Will he get one? He gets one. Will he do not quite? But Ziggs from the side has his teammate. 1v1 situation here. Gonna be trying to squeeze through. This is really, really hard right now. Get some smoke, some damage in right now.
Ziggs,
but for the problem is he's trying to run away. But Ziggs survives by the skin of his teeth.
My goodness, and with that win, he'll be able to pick up Izane, and R2K lives to tell the tale another day.
I can't believe it. That was just in a situation like that. I thought that R2K might not come out alive, but the thing is, they're just so good with those sprays going left, right.
I know, right? Like the strafe, the accuracy of shots, even the courage that they push forward. That was a lot coming in from Ziggs.
Yeah, I have to say that he is not scared of any kind of smoke. Usually in any situation, a lot of players, they try not to push if possible because you never know what's happening on the other side. But speaking about the other side, we have Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. Here's Voki. He does see his victim, CLC, down there at the bottom, and he sees everything.
Yeah, this is a good location to look to know
Can
the
we call
rotation
this
for
Pride
the teams.
Rock?
What rock?
Pride Rock. Lion King?
Oh, right. Sorry. It's a very old movie.
You said it was not in your era, and I gave something in your era, and you still didn't get it.
I mean, that's how old I am.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a very, very long
look
time.
At that, Razor.
Yeah. Oh, he getting himself another one.
He's
That's on the
looking
Bosskur.
great this game, actually.
But what's looking not so great is for Jimmy OP. Jimmy goes down immediately, and this is a civil war happening between Farang Legends and Clutch Guerilla.
Why do you call it a civil war? But Molly is out. Ripple Boy has to reposition himself. He wants those kills right now. He does cook up a nade. Gonna be throwing out right now. He doesn't have that information just yet. Gonna use it to kind of zone out. Maybe get some damage in at least for a little bit. Mollies are out, but he has to reposition right now. He does know that people are shooting at him through the smoke at least. He's very, very patient. But for now, look at that. Ox is in trouble. EVOS is the one to get them out of the way.
Yeah, EVOS, they had the high ground the last we saw them, but putting focus onto this fight, it's still Farang Legends against Clutch Guerilla. They do have the circle, so they can take their time, but don't take too long as teams start to move in. There's another team on the other side. I'm not too sure which team it is, but what we are sure is that Razor and Mika gets one for themselves. Bosskur seems to be in trouble, but at the same time, Nate's toss by each team trying to counter each other. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, they are watching this. They're waiting for the right moment to push it.
Yep, that's right. That's how Yoodo Alliance works. But for now, look at that. Our Farang Legends moving forward. But look at this fight over here, though. This is Dingoz. They are very aggressive. They know that R2K just finished the fight. They want to go on the aggressive. It's Izin running for his life right now as the other members of the Dingoz are just trying to catch him off guard. But meanwhile, KHI Demigod, he gets knocked out from the Blaze Zone.
Oh, okay. And interesting as well that Dingoz, they are going to go for the disengage, but Insomnus is not done yet with Axis Red One, takes out Hey Noob. And now these two, it's going to be a Mexican standoff, it seems, between Clutch Guerilla and Farang Legends.
Mexican standoff?
I guess because both of them in the circle, so they don't really have the urgency to push yet.
Why can't we call it a Miramar standoff?
We can call it a Tashman in standoff if you want to.
Tashman in standoff will be more chaotic. I'll call it a Sir Cloud standoff though.
Okay, that'll be a very nice standoff.
Well, that's right.
I'm nice.
But Mika finds another member of EVOS, I believe, right now. But Tainoob is very much alive again. Has been picked up right now, but KHI stuck between a blue zone and a mountain. And on top of that mountain is Axis Red One. Well, it did look like Axis had some trouble there with EVOS. Looked like they repositioned themselves. They're running through the smokes. They're not too sure where the other members of KHI are. But this circle is very complicated. And right now, it goes straight to the middle. But for now, Razor will be trying to get that damage onto Axis. It seems like a trifle right now, where the bottom side you have KHI, in the middle you have Axis, and on top of the layers of the trifle you have EVOS.
Yeah, EVOS VIP, they do have the high ground advantage, so they're trying to hold off as many teams as possible. Razor trying to secure that elimination point, but not able to. You need to recover himself quickly as the clock ticks. At the same time, we can see that Bosskur gets one onto KHI. KHI not having a good time. Flax will be taken out as well, and Magic's gunned down by Damroot.
Yep, that's right. But for the circle-wise, though, looks like CLC gonna be happy in that little compound, I believe. I can't really see from here. But for now, MAB just trying to fight for their lives here. But right now, Axis Red One gonna be meeting up with Bosskur right now. We are hearing those trades, but Hey Noob will be going down right now. Faris trying to save his teammate, but it's a little bit too late.
Oh, Faris, unfortunately, will need to let his teammate go. He's on a vehicle that's smoking up though, so that's a risk that he's taking together with Micah in the same vehicle. He don't want to be exploded, but talking about explosion, Faris will be gunned down. And where did that come from? No, he jumped down from the vehicle.
Yep, that's right. Valky as well will be stealing that point for himself. He takes some damage here, but the blue zone will be pushing forward, like it or not. He has to get out of there, but the problem is Jumper is right in front of him. He has to find another way inside unless he wants to take that fight. And the thing is, not many teams can come inside because of that terrain.
And Valky is going to go in for a little bit of a heal. He used his last first aid. Will there be enough opportunity for him? But unfortunately not. Jumper will be the one to take out Valky. And that is the XIGL taking the current IGL taking out the XIGL for Axis Red One.
Wow, I wonder if nostalgia is going through his mind, but Small Boy definitely doesn't have that. Throws out the nade right over there, doesn't find anyone, but look at that. Nasty. Just blows himself up, doesn't want to give the point to anyone, but look at that. Ade, he. Gonna find himself a point there as well, but looks like Nasty will be trying to get the point there, but Izane will be fighting Ate as well. But Ade, he has a very, very good area here. Well, it's not inside of the circle. Look at this high ground here. And this is the trifle we were talking about. However, QB found by Maki, I believe. Wow, where was that?
Oh, yeah, I have no idea as well. They are using the terrain to their advantage. trying to get as much as possible onto the other teams. QB be taken out by Mocky. Sam now needs to move. He has a vehicle, so he still has some room to play at least.
Extreme driving, but Snipe very much still in the game. MAB will be eliminated by Geek fam right now. RSG trying to find their way into the circle. They are playing on the side here, but they can just slowly inch in. But right now, Insomnus finds Faris right now from Axis redONE. And now Axis redONE trying to get away out of this. But Rex, he finds Insomnus. He can't go anywhere. Rex with the heavy-duty gun. But Ade finds Snipes. He got sniped instead, but Rex gonna get another point. Rocket Jumper finding another point as well. And it's a really good game for them, I think.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is so far a very good game, but let's see if we can get better from here as the circle reveals itself. So now, look at this. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals still has a circle. They have the road dividing them from other teams, and they have the compound. This is a perfect scenario for Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals.
They're the kind of team that can either just pop off in general, just get so many kills, or they'll play the survivability game all the way till the end. But Faris, he's taking so much damage, and that's the problem with this terrain. Everyone's like a trifle. There's so many teams on teams, but Kim, he wants to get that damage on. He wants to get those kills onto Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. But the problem is the side of the terrain has so many different teams. If they were to shoot, there's always going to be someone on top. But meanwhile, Jumper going to be fined by Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, and because of that, they get eliminated.
Oh, Jerome's having a lot of fun here onto Dingoz Esports as they have the high ground advantage over them, but unfortunately, Almighty, they do not have the circle. Jerome spraying onto Dingoz. Now his position has been compromised. He'll need to move forward, but there's so much open area. Baby Kim takes out Jerome. Now it's down to Ares, the last man standing.
Ares is, I can't remember if Ares is the god of war or not. Either way, though, he's all alone, but look at that. Almighty does get one more in his pocket. Gonna be very happy with that. But he has to eat all that damage. If not, if he goes forward, that point will be going to someone else's pocket. But for now, Almighty gonna get 2 eliminations at 6th place, and now we have our top 4 as Dingoz goes down 2.
Yeah, there's no choice for Ares. Unfortunately, it's either he gives himself to the zone or he's been taken out the point given to the opponent. Now RSG, they still have a full squad. They managed to slip into the circle. Farang, Lejund, as well as Clutch Guerilla are still stuck in the same compound. I can't wait to see the next circle. The next circle will determine whether Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals can survive.
Yep, that's right. But thinking about Yoodo Alliances, look at that. They are going to be throwing out some smokes here. There's so many people shooting toward them. But look at the area where those two teams are. CLC and Farang. They're fighting for that compound right now. As RSG are saying, yay! No one's shooting at us, even though it's a very, very open area. And we're very thankful for this. And right now, Farang trying to push forward. CLC not going to let them go inside of the circle as well. Ripple Boy coming in from the side. They need to take this fight right now. But the problem is CLC is inside the building. It's hard for them to push forward at all because they don't know where everyone is.
Yeah, that's the problem right now. They need to deal with Clutch Guerilla, but look at this. At least the circle is kind of on their side. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals will be forced to cross the road.
Yeah.
I mean, they've beaten the odds before. We've seen them yesterday in the Wrangle. They could probably do it again, but not that easy this time as RSG has a full squad looking onto them.
Yep, that's right. Why did Yoodo Alliance cross the road?
Because the chicken came first.
Because they want to get the chicken dinner. And speaking of that, RSG small boy, he initiates the fight right about now. They know that they have to cross the road and they're not allowing it. No chicken dinner for you, they said. Smokes are going to be coming out, not allowing them to push any further. They're going to be playing as much as they can with this terrain. And this terrain will be the bane of Yoodo Alliance's survival right now. Api from the side here. And we have Rith as well from the other side. It's just so complicated for them. Small boy eating so much damage. And right now, Kim playing from the side there, but CLC, while RSG tries to get out with Yoodo Alliance for rival, CLC says we're gonna be the annoying third party that will just be poking you from the side.
Oh, Clutch Guerilla, they have to be careful. That Farang Legend is just behind them. Luke will go down to Appy. Appy with a single, they take it out. Now that will stop RSG at their tracks.
Yep, that's right. Yoodo Alliance for Rivals only has 2 more players. Appy again with the nades. He's going crazy because I have so many, he says, and I'm gonna make it rain. For now, he takes all that damage, but Shin Z eating up so much damage in return as well. But one thing that's so great about this is that when you fire at someone, there is someone going to be firing back. Funky not able to take care of his teammates back as he tries to reposition himself. But Farang Legends pushing forward, making it so hard for CLC because right now they have picked a fight with 1, 2, 3 teams.
Oh, but it could be 3 teams or maybe less. Very, very soon, as we can see, Appy now, he can't move. He's playing somewhat of a healing game. He'll be spotted out by Funky. Funky spraying and praying, but Appy, he'll be giving himself to the zone.
Yep, that's right. It's just not two alliances for a day right now, but CLC taking the damage there. But he's gonna be very happy because Small Boy does get 1 player, 3 eliminations for them right about now. CLC Funky gonna be throwing out that nade, making it really hard for RSG to go into the circle at all. Funky does find 1, and that will be Rex that will be knocked out. But for now, there are still another 2 more players alive from RSG. But the thing is, because CLC and Farang hold on to this compound, is nothing that they can do because the only thing giving them some cover is this tiny terrain.
Well, at this point, I think it's about the zone. Everyone will be holding until the zone forces them to move, and the fight between Farang Legends as well as Clutch Guerilla will happen. RSG will want to play the slow game and might want to take advantage of that.
Yep, that's right. RSG is able to be patient when they want to. But why did RSG cross the road?
To get to Cash's
To kill CLC!
Oh, wow.
Small Boy gets Xerox out of the way. Funky will be next.
Wow.
Will it be one more? Shinzi, the only one left to arrive. And the only problem right now is Farang.
Ooh, as Xerox been eliminated. And they're not done yet. Funky been taken out as well. So it's going to be Farang Legends with RSG 3v3. Let's see who will get this chicken dinner. But Rainbow Boy eats the nade from Luke. This will be an opening for RSG to push it.
Yep, that's right. Helton and Olio just holding on for dear life right now. They are outnumbered, but it doesn't mean they're out of the game. Olio forced to play the healing game. He's running out of time. He'll be knocked out of the game. Small Boy unable to live, but Farang not able to do anything about it. RSG winner chicken dinner will be for them. But look at that though. Look at Ajay. 4 kills in his pocket.
Yeah, well, they'll be happy with the second place finish. And they gave themselves to the Blues, so points not given to RSG, so they'll be okay. Because this is the fight. These 2 teams, at least, they're the fight for at the bottom half. So they're fighting to climb up to each other. And with RSG netting this chicken dinner, definitely will give them more points than Farang Legends. So Farang Legends did the best they could, but at the same time, they don't want to give the points away to RSG.
Yep, that's right, because they want to catch up to RSG. And what's really good as well is that Farang, today, their phenomenal performance will launch them up a lot higher. Coming from the bottom of the bracket, coming up to the middle of the page is something very, very exciting. It's kind of reminiscent for what KHI did. However, we are going to be checking out the highlights to see what exactly made this game tick. So Contra, take it away.
And that was the penultimate round claimed by RSG. Man, they definitely look hot right there. Small boy opened up fire, got Xerox by the head, got the guy on top of the compound as well. Well, both Clutch Guerilla as well as Farang Lejund, they were locked in that space for the longest of time. I think it was like, what, phase 1 all the way to the very end. They did make it to the top 3 as well as the top 2 respectively. But of course, there's a lot to talk about this matchup. But before we get to that, you guys got to check out something special delivered to you by PUBG Mobile, as they have this brand new collaboration with Warframe. And for those of you guys who have played this game in PC, you know what I'm talking about. Cool graphics and all will come down into PUBG Mobile, where you can grab yourself those epic skins out there. So it's available in game since the 22nd of March. Lots of items to be unlocked as you progress through the Royale Pass. So you can obtain various outfits throughout the in-game events in PUBG Mobile. So other than that, there's also more things that you guys might have noticed. Things might be a little bit different if you have already updated into the 1.9 with the features of mechanical improvements, viewpoints. Now you can calm better with the quick voice will if you're not really feeling like you're in the mood to talk anyways, so you can still get the message across. You can even pick up weapons underwater. I think this is one quality of life changes that you will definitely appreciate if the circle does get to the water, but not that you can shoot though. So maybe we get to that in the future. We got new bridges and of course the Vibrant Anniversary recall mechanic that's going to be able to help you bounce back into the game. RSG, they have a meteoric rise. We saw in the first Miramar, they went into the top 4 situation. This time, they make no mistakes, and they will claim the top spot. So let's take a look at the match ranking for now to see how many points have they accumulated. They have a total of 6 elimination points, and with that totaled up, that's 21 with that chicken dinner. Farang Legends, they have been able to bounce back up as well, so that's 18 points for themselves, while 14 goes over to Clutch Guerilla. While they have these two teams to roll in, they didn't have as much elimination points as compared to teams such as maybe EVOS VIP that was farming over the top side of the hill. Axis redONE was also fighting alongside with EVOS. We saw even Yoodo Lands was there as well. And man, everybody's walking away with points. KHI Esports, unfortunately, did not get any of their own, but there's still another game to go. So we're definitely faithful for them to be able to recuperate. And now it's only down to one final game remaining to see how much bonus points could they possibly get by the end of it all. It's going to be EVOS VIP's Razor that becomes the star of the show. Look at that. Almost doing 1,000 damage throughout the span of the battle. He got 3 elimination points, but everybody was picked on by Razor until, I believe, a member of Farang Lejund with the King of Suntik just pinning him down. That's where they did halt the progress of the rest of the White Tigers. Well, it didn't seem like they did have long shots though, but anybody that comes close to that Valley of Death, which I like to call it, across that region of highway between St. Martin all the way down to Monte Nevo, there was too much going on, and we will basically wrap things up in summary as we only have one more game left. GENEXUS now with 248 points on the top of the table. Axis still at number 2. Same goes to Yoodo Lines on third spot. But Clutch Guerilla, they've been able to push Geek Fam further down with a total of 173 points. Now in the top 4, looking pretty solid. RTK on the 6th spot. Team Secret now moving downwards as well. The rest have remained unchanged. Dingoz, 7-9 as well as Homebois will make up the rest of the top 10. While we take a look at the second page over here, RSG, after that massive chicken dinner, they will proceed forward, overtaking KHI Esports as well as, I believe, Bosskur as well. Now, it's only 1 point that sets apart them as well as Team Bosskur. EVOS VIP got some high frags. Now they're chasing into KHI Esports as well. And TABAH NSEA, along with THQ, they are sliding downwards. SMG now is at the bottom of the standings, and ALMGHTY will move upwards to the 19th placement for now with that 73 3 points that they've garnered. One game won't be enough for ALMGHTY to push through to 18, so I guess that won't be too much change. But on that middle pack, from say 7th place all the way down to 13th, a lot can change. And you got to take note of that, because after the next game, that's where we give you the summary of all the bonus points that they have acquired throughout the week 1 as well as week 2. But before we get to that, let's take a look at a little bit of a recap on how RSG got themselves this chicken dinner. So the circle didn't look unfamiliar to majority of teams, right? The initial Miramar game that they had, the circle was pretty close by, so everybody had a hunch. So the rotation for RSG is pretty straightforward. They moved from Minas Generalis as well as Graveyard, the usual drop spot, into St. Martin, and slowly proceed forward, trolling the side of the road. And that's where they planted themselves into a very defensive terrain for them to hold out against the rest. And that has also garnered them a few pointers in throughout the span of the action. And look at that. The rest of the teams that were on the outskirts that were swarming in as well, they're mostly coming in from the southern end as well as on the far west as well. So RSG, they've cleared out Power Grid. All they have to worry about is Clutch Guerilla, Yoodo Alliance, as well as Farang Legends, where there's a significant distance between some of them, so that buys them enough time as well as space to play this one. But what's interesting to me is the battle that happens over the top of the hill, because Farang Legends, they circuit themselves on a 2-1-1 split. Adik Luke was on the peak of that hill where EVOS VIP takes over. EVOS VIP, they got 7 points out of all those sort of engagements that they have, keeping everyone else at bay, while Adik secretly taps them out slowly but surely. So that's how you want to eliminate your opponent and ensure you hit into the late game, while Farang Legends definitely had a great idea. Execution-wise, I guess at the very end, didn't look to be all too clean, because they were stuck with Clutch as well as RSG on the outskirts. So from here on, we saw Voki was trying to take down some of his ex-teammates from Axis Red 1, and after that, he was also pinned out by the Blue Zone. Team Bosskur, they had the same plan as Axis Red 1, and eventually all the shots were fired at them. Yoodo Alliance did have a few members to hide over a lower side of the shed, and we had Adik Luke that was on the lookout, creating a passage into the middle of this current scenery that we have. That ditch over there throughout the terrain was where they have been able to just outlast all the remaining teams out there, while ALMGHTY was picking up a fight against both Farang as well as Clutch, but they were stuck by the corner tree. Eventually, Ares as well as Jerome, they take turns to resurrect themselves and got taken out. So between the 4 teams out there, the hardest to get into the upcoming phase honestly will be Yoodo Alliance. There is no straightforward way. You go out in the open, you have both CLC as well as FRG looking at you. You go to the left, there's RSG. So the only answer that they have in response is to have them clash with the rest of RSG. And RSG, they got perfect vision. They could slowly take them out one after another until there was Appy left, and Small Boy did get that number. And this was that point where Small Boy made a huge clutch play against Clutch Guerilla, ironically. So one headshot to Xerox, and he swerves his iron sight, well, not really, he doesn't have a scope, straight to the head of Funky. And after that, Farang will just have to hang out Shinzi. And Farang, they tunnel into that same area where RSG could just tunnel vision and get all of those elimination points by the very end. Beautiful play, and of course, magnificent work coming from the rest of RSG. Now they have been able to stabilize. There's one more game to go before we end our week 2 rounds out there, and we take one day of rest before we start week 3. Then, of course, we'll take a little bit of breathing space. After a few minutes, we're in for our ultimate round to conclude week 2 of the PMPL MYSGPH.
To be a champion, you must fail first. Team 9 on fire.
Jangan ingat air yang tenang, tiada buaya. Kat situ ada Homebois. Hati-hati. Homebois family.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Hello once again, and that was just a really quick break as we head into our ultimate round here in the PUBG Mobile MYSGPH Pro League. Well, I kind of mixed that one up a little bit. Well, we're going to be mixing up the teams once again for our very final bout, and you can basically follow all the casters that have been doing a whole lot of hard work throughout the week. And you could also follow me on ContraCast, just a little bit of plug before we start our final game. And then after that, we take 1 day break and we'll come back for our final week of our league stage. And in the blink of an eye, it definitely went by very quickly, and we're about to get our way into the grand finals. But as we proceed to what's currently at hand in the present tense, we have some of the stats from the previous round, where we had Razor dealing the most damage output throughout the course of the battle. 973 is where we're at number 1 for the EVOS VIP White Tiger. Remember, well, we have another Tiger coming from MAB Esports. Maki matching it up to 759, and we got Adik Luke coming with his snipes from downtown, and he has been able to dish out 724 of his own. Great work from all of the players out there, and we still have one more game to go, of course. So we still have more of these stats coming your way. But tell us, who's your favorite player of the PMPL MYSGPH so far? And of course, no judgment, only praises for all the players that are on board. So far, everyone's licking fire. So one final chicken dinner remains here for them to claim. And the teams that are in a specific group will not be in play, but we'll get to that later on. We're going to move into the total damage as well as elimination points. And look at that high tower up in the middle. It's EVOS VIP with 7 frags of their own with 2,226. It tells us that they could have possibly gotten themselves maybe 10 kills or more. Maybe they were disrupted. That was definitely a pretty tough place to play out from. While we also have teams such as Farang Legends to come up with 6 points of their own, matching it up to the champions of the last round. RSG got themselves that chicken dinner, having more damage to dish out as compared to Farang Legends. The rest have an average of 3 frags all the way up to 2, while we also have some that will get a little bit less. Now, the ones that will be missing out on this matchup here will be Group A, taking an early rest to conclude their Week 2, while Team Secret will be joining in along with 7-9 as GENEXUS will be popping on the radar as well, along with Homebois this time. Group C as well as Group D, they've been around for that past matchup, and this time, which team out of these groups will be walking out with that chicken dinner? You guys could definitely go in for another guess out there while I make my own prediction as well. So far, yeah, my track record on week 1 was better than week 2, but here we go. Hopefully, the ultimate game, I could get it right. So, with that being said, Yoodo Lions look like they had some decent chances out there, and they've definitely had some really high average points when it comes down to Erangel matchups. Even to conclude yesterday's round, back over Sunday, they had gotten themselves that final chicken dinner. Can they do it again? It takes a little while for Pambura and the rest to warm up. So I guess that maybe, just maybe, there's a glimmer of hope for them to wrap the week up here in style. And of course, they'll be matched by 15 other very talented teams out there. And speaking of talents, of course, we got our Casses getting ready for them to hop on the mic once more. But before I pass it over to them, I just gotta say that you guys are awesome. So go ahead, on to the last game.
Thank you very much, Contra. I was asking, why did Contra cross the road? But we don't want to answer that just yet, because we still have one more match for the night. And we're going to go back straight to Erangel. I'm Tash Bunny alongside Sir Cloud, and we're your casters for tonight. Alongside our flame jokes, puns, as well as really weird timings. I just really got to say, it's been fun. But you know what else is fun? Our sponsor for tonight, our official smartphone partner, Realme GT2 Pro. This year, Realme, as the tech trendsetter, will partner with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in esports with the best-in-class products. And how dare they do that? They have affordable devices with the best specs on the market.
But talking about partnering, of course, a phone needs to be partnered with a very good telco, and we'll also like to thank our official digital telco partner, that is Yoodo. And if you switch over to Yoodo right now, you can get free 5 GB of high-speed data plus 20 GB of PUBG Mobile data, and you can, well, like if you're like Tash, you need to update your phone, you can use all that data to update it before
Yeah.
you play with your friends.
Yep, that's right. With that 5 gigabytes, you can look at this show right over here to learn how exactly the pros do it. In your opinion, who's the best player so far?
The best player
So far.
so far.
Yeah. That's really catchy. No, not the best player. Which player has caught your eye? I think that's a better question.
Okay, I was about to say that I don't know a player name so far though.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Well, I'm just saying. But well,
A player that caught your eye.
naturally, because today we're casting and
Yeah.
we watch this, right? So I think Lone with his super duper clutch in that first game, that was mesmerizing.
Absolutely. But for me, I'm gonna go with Small Boy. That was insane.
Oh yeah, that's a good pick as
That
well.
was really good. That was
Yeah.
really, really good. But now, going back to Erangel, where so far, I think this map has an affinity with me.
Why?
Because every time I say something, something happens, you know?
Okay, so what are you gonna say next?
I don't know yet. We have to wait for the feeling.
Okay,
We have to wait for the first circle.
the first circle.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, we have to wait for the first circle.
There you go. All right,
Yeah.
we'll be reviewing the first circle very, very soon. But of course, before the first circle, let's check out the flight path, ladies and gentlemen, and it will begin. Let's see. This is somewhere.
Sosnovka military base.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
so
it's
it
coming
goes
in
up
from
north.
south. All the way to north, probably going up toward. I don't know. I think if it's gonna be top north, let's give it to Georgia Ball.
Yeah, somewhere about there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks about right. Oh! My geography is so strong.
Oh, your teacher must be proud.
Yeah, I was actually really good at geography. But this is really good actually because I don't remember if Geek Fam changed their drop spot because I remember last season they're always on North Georgia Bowl.
This time they're in South Jogobo, so a
But
little
the
bit of a
same
change.
place but like across the sea.
Yeah. So it's slightly different, maybe a bit lesser loot, but they have a lot more space to play with considering that they're in the main peninsula.
Yeah, and they're also, I think the reason why they like Georgia Pole so much is because there are vehicles there. So you're not necessarily going to get bothered because it's so far high up there. But you do know at hospital was a KHI's, what was it? No, it wasn't. It was GENEX.
Hospital is Dingoz. Yeah.
GENEX?
GENEXUS will be in Yasnaya.
Oh, right. That's
Yeah.
the other side of the map. I'm sorry, my friends.
It's okay.
My geography failed somewhat.
Well-
it was for a point, and then suddenly went the other side.
Well, at least you excel in certain subjects or certain topics in geography. That's cool. But okay, so now we have the first circle. So do you think it's going to go down or it's going to stay on the main peninsula?
There's no feeling just yet, so I have a feeling if there's no feeling, it must be in the main peninsula.
Main peninsula it is.
Yeah, it has
Okay.
to be. It has to be.
I mean, possibility is high, but there is still a certain percentage that it could still go down. But okay,
I'm hoping it
let's chill.
does. I'm hoping it
Oh,
does.
so you think it won't, but you hope it will.
Yeah, because Novore, how do I say the name?
Let's just call it Novo.
Novorep Noye. There we go. Novorep Noye is still in the circle area.
Uh-huh.
So I'm kind of hoping it's there because usually when the circle goes to Sosnovka, it's always near the military base to the west. So if it's Novorep Noye, it's still island circle, but it's on the other side.
But what's not on the other side is Sam 9 as they lose depth. And it's going to be first blood towards Team Bosskur. I believe this is because of the flight path.
Yeah, it was
so
a
they
bit.
met somewhere in between.
Yeah, so get caught off guard here. But the thing is, Depp didn't even get to cross the road.
Ouch.
He died on the side of the road.
Yeah, just on top of it to be exact.
Ouch.
Ouch.
How
indeed.
are we gonna make that joke again?
Well, we still have time. We still have time. Don't worry.
Yeah. If the circle is a road circle, I can do that circle. I mean, a joke again if you want to. But TABAH NC, I think today is just one of those, those days where you're all, no matter how much you eat,
Oh,
you're
the
still
coach
hungry.
is playing. Wait,
are you
wait.
serious?
Yes, Aduka is playing. So he's making his debut this season. The
okay,
coach
okay.
himself has arrived to show you boys how it's done.
Okay, in your opinion,
Right.
how does Aduka fare compared to the other members?
Well, to be honest, I don't know because I know him when he played together with Olio and
Yeah.
all the other team members from the Banks and from the previous lineup, basically. But for this competition, I'm not too sure. But let's talk about that a little bit later on as Damn Cutie goes down to its kiddo. And what is
SMG is
Dingo.
just
Yeah, SMG. Okay, normally they drop into northern Jogopur, but somehow I guess because that Geek Fam's not here, he took a little bit of a risk to come down.
yeah. Well, he was just like, Geek Fam's not here. My area. Nope, surprise. Not today, Zerg. SMG is just one of those teams that just gets really unlucky so early today. They did manage to get really far the other game as well, but in most situations for them, I just gotta say, are they cursed?
Well, I guess it's just about sometimes it's just about being unlucky. Like you're at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, just like how Contra is. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Okay.
But here's Yasnaya Poliana. Team Bosskur side by side with one member of GNX. Long skirt. Skirt. You say that right? Skirt.
Wait, you're the first one to say it in that way. I'll take that.
I mean, it's an outdated meme, but I still like to do it now and then. Skirt,
How is that a meme?
Contra. Skirt, skirt. Oh, there we go. Gonna hear the word coming out.
I am too old for this, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching this and if you agree with me, we're in the same generation.
Oh, whoa! That was an extreme U-turn near the water. He wanted some adrenaline there. He was looking for some action in his life.
Yeah, he was testing out the gravity in Erangel, it seems. But looks like the team out, at least they have one representative over to the other side. So in other words, they're also kind of guessing that the circle would remain on the main peninsula.
Yeah, that's right too. But MMB side by side with Homebois. But they're just gonna be like, nah, it's too early. You just wait. We'll come for you in a little bit. And then that little bit, maybe another 30 seconds as I bring my gun out.
Always gotta be ready. You never know if anyone's in this house.
If it's actually in the next 30 seconds, I would laugh.
Don't be mean though. But
that's not happening. That's not happening.
But that ain't happening, so it's not a
we're safe
point
for
of
now.
discussion.
Yeah, we're safe for now.
We're cool. But RSG, they came over with a chicken dinner. It's been a very, very long time since we last saw their chicken dinner. Not only that, it hasn't been their week, but because of that chicken dinner, they rocketed up to the top 10.
I really like the fact, I don't know why, but RSG is looking so good this season. I'm not saying they didn't perform last season, I'm just saying they just look a lot better in terms of how they move, how they play. It's less aggressive and less angry, I believe. It's more tactical. And I'm just wondering, in that time between last season and this season, I wonder what happened, but Fredo is eating some damage here. And apparently EVOS, he's all alone here. Insomnus, I believe. Yeah, he's all alone here. Has to be careful. His teammates are coming by. But this is what EVOS likes to do. They kind of wait, play the quiet game, and then somebody goes, hey, I see someone here. Hey.
Yeah, so they're playing the potato hill, and this hill, they haven't been...
Does it really look like a potato to you?
Well, it does, doesn't it?
Looks like a squashed face.
What?
We're kind of moving on. KHI.
Okay.
KHI has a very interesting day today, where a few days ago they were just popping off. Today it seemed like they're public enemy #1.
I mean, everyone's public enemy #1 if you kind of think about
I
it.
feel it's like wrong place, wrong time, and then suddenly they're public enemy #1. They're just like they're just sandwiched in between so many teams. They're running into big teams so early. I'm not saying that people are looking at them intentionally. It just happened to be there.
So it's the theory of the wrong place at the wrong time.
Of course, but I just want to say public enemy #1 because it felt cool.
Okay. Well, we are cold enough in the studio. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Could use some warmth. But anyway.
We can burn the camera perhaps.
Not we. I'm not involved with this. Yeah. If anyone were to claim any damages, it wouldn't be from me. I'm gonna give that disclaimer first.
Almighty as well, not looking so great today, but they still had those moments where they get some pickoffs here and there. Right? We did talk about Almighty. They like to move. If there was a song for them, it's I like to move it, move it.
Why?
Because they're always moving.
Oh, okay.
They're never holding like a compound for long. They'll go there, they'll loot, get a kill perhaps, and then they're just like chowing out of the area. See you later, maidenless people.
I think if that's the case for them, then it's best because last week they were a very passive playing sort of team, so
Yeah.
and it didn't work out for them. I think they're better if they're like a more active and more confident play
Will
style.
it
So
be a bridge?
why
I'm so
not?
sorry to cut you off, but will it be a bridge circle?
I'm holding my breath here.
Oh, please.
Oh no. Okay, so it seems
So
like
I
you're-
was right. I was right.
Yeah, you were right at first. Then you kind of changed your
No,
mind.
I didn't change my mind. I
Okay.
just wanted it to happen. I told you there's no feeling.
Right. So I guess you needed.
You
that.
have to follow the feng shui feeling.
Right. I'm following the Tash Bunny feeling. That's all.
Either way, though, if you think about it right now, I mean, like, in the last map of Erangel, I felt like we were getting those early fights. I'm not too sure if it's because of the circle, because it was up north, I remember. But this time round, though, not quite happening just yet. In NC, gonna have to go through the long way, crossing the bridge because they were kind of banking on Sosnovka military base being the where the circle will go.
Yeah, I noticed that they went down south and looks like it's what we call a fake hope. So we went down, you thought they would
There's
go
a
there,
word.
but
There's a word
yeah.
for it.
What's the word for it?
Hopium.
What? Opium?
Yeah, opium.
How is that fake hope?
Yeah, fake hope.
How is opium fake hope?
We gotta talk to Contra about that later. He will teach you the art of the hopium.
Yeah, I know he has been disappointed a lot. But then again,
Whoa!
EVOS VIP, so they decided to leave the potato hill, or what you would call it, like, what face was it? Squash face hill.
Troll face hill.
Troll face hill.
Yeah.
SMG will not engage since they are only down to the last two members, so they're gonna play it safely.
I feel so bad for SMG. They always lose one so early. This time they lost two. I mean, okay, call me crazy,
Crazy.
but but if
You asked for it.
But if SMG manages to get at least top 5 with 2, I would say their need to survive is very, very strong.
If I'm not mistaken, in the overall, as far as I remember, they're currently at number 20.
Yeah.
They're at the bottom spot, so it's unrealistic for them to get that 100-point mark. So the best they could get maybe is like, if they get this chicken dinner, maybe it's a number 17 or 16.
I don't think
17
it
or
really
18
matters.
finish.
It doesn't matter about the points. It matters about the statement you're making.
Fair
We
enough.
can get chicken dinner with just 2 players.
Fair enough, yeah, definitely.
Right?
If they can do that, I mean, they would have broken their own record.
Exactly. Exactly. But let's see how they fare though, because as I said before, they're the type of team to get picked off one by one. They may want to reevaluate how they move together and how they drop, because right now they're getting picked off one by one so early, and it happens so many times. So it's like fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice kind of thing.
What's the fool me twice again?
Fool me twice, shame on you.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But speaking about shame on
You're
you,
not having that coffee tomorrow.
no,
Yeah.
don't give that to me anymore.
Yeah, you're banned from coffee for a month now.
Yeah, that's right. But look at that. Everyone's in the circle. Everyone's so happy. And look and see, they rotated so fast inside, and I think that's a good choice from them before bridge trolls happen.
But the good news is that it's very unlikely that there'll be any bridge trolls, considering that the circle is on the main peninsula. Wow, you made it sound like it hurt somewhere.
Oh man, that's a ping pong. Straight to the left.
Well, the hardship has been a thing in recent times, I guess.
I know.
So yeah, it's all about the challenge for the teams to adapt to hard shifting.
I say oof because it's pain for them, but it's pleasure for me because to see people suffering is my job as a caster.
Can I ask myself out now? Am I allowed to do so? I'm worried for my safety.
You
Sitting next to you now.
You know who else should be worried for their safety? Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. GNX right side by side. Oh, they're like, nope, not today. Wait, no, Snappy was like, yeah, yes, today. We're gonna shoot them. Not happening though.
Okay, just want to make some calculations here, right? So
Yeah.
the gap between GENEXUS and Axis Red 1 now is 33 points.
Whoa, they caught up.
Yeah, so for access to the bare minimum for them to catch up is with chicken dinner with maybe 18 eliminations.
You know, even 15 is close enough, and they can just catch up another day.
Well, there will not be another day. Today's the last day for the week.
Oh no.
Yeah, so it's either this round or it's nothing.
Oh no.
Yeah, and the 24s have been locked.
They have to kill everyone in the lobby.
Pretty much.
I mean,
yeah.
I would love to see Mika unchained once again, just like last season. But that's very dangerous because it's either if Mika survives, they get chicken. If Mika doesn't survive, they go out early.
Yeah, so that's the dilemma, right?
Yeah.
Like, what do you do? And it is the last game. What do you do? What do you play it safely, or do you okay, go all guns blazing?
Okay, so now Jumper's in their team. The question now is WWJD.
WWJ, winner, Jumper dinner?
What would Jumper do?
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah, what would Jumper do?
What would Jumper do then? Well, okay, if it was me, I would just okay, let's play it chill, because you have another risk. The other risk is that Yoodo Lives 4 hours could catch up to you.
There's also there's another way to play it. I really like the way they played this. Play at the edge of the circle, at least on phase number 4, when the shift happens. You don't stay in one spot. You just kind of drive by, high by, get those pickoffs, and suddenly you have 10 kills in your pocket. So long as you don't stay in one spot.
So your idea is that they play a little bit more aggressively, they try to pick fights and try to win all of them.
Yeah, you play at the sides for a reason. But where Sem9 is, that's genius. Because they don't have enough players. What they do is, behind them is just a body of water. Oh, never mind.
Well, that kind of shifts the dynamics for Sem9. Now they're forced to move.
Almighty, though. They're just like, yeah! Yeah!
Well, living up to their name, I guess, being the Almighty.
For now.
For now.
We'll
but
see. One thing we talked about having the circle is that you have to be strong enough to protect your circle. Now, Almighty, they like to rotate. They like to move around. Now that they have the circle, are they still going to move around, though?
Well, if you have the circle, I think that it's time to chill. Now
it's time to find prime property.
Yeah, prime positions that allow teams to come to you and or maybe pass by you and pick them off.
Yep, that's right. Onyx boy taking so much damage, gonna be knocked out. They did not realize that GNX was in the back here. But for now, Jenny gonna make a U-turn, trying to save his teammate right now. But they're gonna be in trouble right now. GNX just pushing up forward. They have vehicles, they have terrain, and they have them pretty much run over, just like roadkill.
Yeah, Team SMG again, another problem for them, and it is the worst week. I think they were number 20 if I'm not mistaken the last we saw them, so they're still well paid for this week.
Yep, that's right. For now, Ox is in trouble. Zuli, sorry, not Zuli. Ranked wants him out of the way, and now Jumper. No more WWJDs, WWMD. What would Mika do? And Mika, will you go unchained? Or are you still gonna do what Jumper says?
Well, at least Jumper's the in-game leader, so he still has value on in-game, and he can control or he can give instructions from the outside. But hey, GENEXUS probably don't need that much instructions as Loyu goes down.
Yep, that's right. Loyu gonna be the first one out. However, Bosskur already out of way. Snappy wants to save his teammate, but Dingoz, Ricky from the side playing the third party. They need to take this fight, but Long is gonna be blown up to smithereens, straight into space, and Biu will be following him as well.
And the Dingoz.
Whoa, Axis can catch up if they want to now. They're out.
Yeah, they can. Now that GENEXUS is out, so this opportunity for Axis. But the bad news is that Axis is playing with 3 team members.
Yeah, they lost one, which is Jumper.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals might be a little bit too far from GENEXUS, but they could catch up to Axis.
Yep, that's right. Yoodo Alliance. Not too far away. What is that sound? Wheat, wheat.
I think that's all the vehicles. But hey, another discussion for another time. There's Demigod gets one for himself. There's one more inside the shack as KHI. Looks like they're running over Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals.
Oh, is that Yoodo Alliance for rivals? No, actually, yeah, it is. Oh my word, they're just getting caught out right now. KHI, if they want to go aggressive, they will. Still one more player alive. Demigod trying to find him. The problem is, Api now out of the game, as well as THQ plays the third party, trying to score some points there for free. But Faris, as well as Axis, gonna have a one-on-one situation here with none other than Team Secret.
So no one else now can compete for second place from Axis Red One. It is them trying to get that first spot, but it's not looking good that Micah goes down. So it's going to be Fredo 1v2, but it's going to be Marta with a long range shot to Heino. So 1v1, Fredo up against the final team member from Axis Red One.
Yep, that's right. Now they lose 2.
Oh, 2v1.
But right now it's 2v1 situation. Kid, the only one still alive. Faris as well inside. Has to be careful. He tries to go up. He bombs the top side there just to flush him out. Right now, we do know that they can rush if they want to. Faris, where are you gonna go? The Molly is up there. So many bombs. It's making it rain so much fire on top there. And while they go inside, by now he's gonna get blown up, and Team Axis Red One will be blown all the way to space.
That is it. 1, 2, 3, all locked. So it's going to be GENEXUS, Axis Red One, as Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. But look at the third party coming in. So it's going to be Kiddo. They haven't checked the shack just yet. H2R tries to win this fight, but H2R will be got down. Red Kid, the last man standing, down to 40% health. Red Kid taken out. KHI sealed their fate, and they'll be eliminated 11 place 3 elimination points.
Really gotta give it to Dingoz right now. They really knew how to play the third party game, and on top of that, they have lost Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals now out of the way. It's gonna be their best thing to happen to them, because now they can catch up to them if they want to. Kim from the other side now playing the fifth party. They are wanting to really take this team out of the way. RSG looking so great right now, but Rex gonna be fighting Team Secret right now. They still have 3. But you know how Rex is. If he sees you, he will pop your head.
Oh yeah, Rex. Definitely a lot of experience on his hand with the PMGC badge. But now RSG is still in there. Fredo is in trouble as he's being tagged. 10% of health left for Fredo. He needs to retreat. Good thing he has a vehicle. The providing cover. Smoke will be popped up by Fredo. Fredo playing inside the circle will be a target.
Yep, that's right. There's just so many teams rotating in from this side because of the hard shift right now. But Kim, he finds Homebois. He wants Iron Pro out of the way, but the problem is the vehicle is just giving him so much trouble. And there is another team on the side here, which is TABAH NC. Bombs will be cooked up, and will it explode just like your egg during breakfast? We're trying to see here, but I highly doubt it's going to hit anyone just yet. Meanwhile, Calamity finds Sem9. 3 eliminations from them. Not a great time, but Kim will be tagged from the side. His teammate is ready. Small boy tries to make that crossfire happen. Not quite enough, but the thing is they need to have his teammate alive.
Oh, RSG, at least they have the high ground advantage, so they will have time to recover themselves as the fights happen on the lower ground. Calamity just beside Homebois. Homebois starting to move in. Team Hawk having a little bit of a high ground as well. Fredo will be taken out by Rex, and we can see the circle shifts towards the southern side where Team Secret doesn't have the circle. They need to move forward.
Yep, that's right. Rex now, he is on fire, but Jeremy as well, as he finds his Dingo to send him back to the lobby. For now, Dingo's in trouble. Looks like there is going to be an EVOS as well, pushing from the side. Sams with the spray does get Baby Kim out of the way. Will
Ricky,
he get more? Where is Ricky?
To the left! He missed! Ricky! He didn't see Ricky! Sims elbows forward and Sam will be taken out! Ricky was in the smoke all the time! Ricky! They didn't see him! But Insomnius is there to win that fight! But it's not done yet. Insomnius all alone now up against Ate. 1v1! Insomnius with the random spray! Ate now down to 50% health! Ate up on his feet, but Insomnius needs to win this, but then they come in from Mate. They didn't see Ricky. If only they knew Ricky was there.
I am so shocked at Ricky. He is that one guy that can ruin hopes and dreams. Just as you think you have the lead, he says, nope, not today, Zerg. But Rex is just the same. He wants to make it rain fire onto Team Secret. It's making it so hard for them to get into the circle. Team Secret has no choice. They have to push through. They have to find another way inside. Meanwhile, Kim gonna be resetting right now. This high ground is perfect for them. Like it or not, they need to get into the circle. But Team Secret just gonna be going and just pushing their way inside. But Team Secret in trouble right now because THQ is just doing so much damage.
Oh, they managed to defend that shack from Team Secret. Team Secret out 6 place 4 elimination points. Team Hawk can recover themselves. They already got 5 elimination points on their side. And they have the circle at the same time. RSG still having that high ground advantage, but they don't have the circle. They need to move forward.
Yeah, that's right. Small boy trying to make it rain onto Homebois. Homebois can't chill right now. Go homies. But RSG is going to be doing the same thing right now. They're in a situation where they have to push in. It is circle number 6. The circle hurts like a sting of a bee, but that nade just annihilates the heck out of THQ. 5th place for them. Currently one of their better placings. But for now, Rex does find a Dingo, and that will be Ricky out of the way. The thorn on their side is now gone, but Rex has to reset right now. Tricks playing at the bottom side of the circle here, while Homebois does have the circle advantage. This high ground is not doing any favors for them.
Wow, and look at this. Dingoz have been eliminated with 12 elimination points on their side. Now, Almighty, they are still in this together with RSG as Homebois as well. RSG closest towards Almighty. Almighty having a little bit of a high ground all in the circle. And look at the circle. It favors towards Almighty.
Yup, that's right. Almighty, they may have lost one, but they are definitely not out. They already cooks up a nade here, but changes their mind here. Tricks! Rex actually does get caught out in the return, but there is going to be a return fire. Small boy from the side. You know he is a thorn in the side if he wants to be. Small boy going to be pushing forward. Does get one. There is still one more Almighty member to worry about right about now. Homeboy staying quiet. They just want to wait here. They don't want to take a fight. But Iron Pro, they finally want to fight. They want some points there, and they'll be just shooting toward Almighty right about now. Nasty in trouble. Has to be shot in from so many different sides, but right now, looks like Bard gonna be finding Nasty out in return.
Well, I don't think there's any way that RSG can drop this at this moment. They have the high ground, they have someone out of the circle. Homebois, there's no way for them to go up. Even if Bard can pick up Iron Pro, there's no way for them to beat the high ground that RSG has.
Yup, that's right. They can play prone though, but the angles from that high ground will be the annoying part to deal with. They're just going to be able to see regardless. And on top of that, the 2 members alive from RSG are some of the best players from their team right now. Kim just ready here, and we know that RSG, if they want to hit the brakes, they can. They can cut the sound, keep you wondering where exactly they come from. And suddenly, next thing you know, you're out of the game. But for now, that's not going to happen. Bard is the one who will be initiating the fight.
Yep, he's still trying. He's not giving up just yet. Bard together with Iron Pro, the duo who's going to go up against the trio from RSG. And RSG senior players, Kim, Rex, as well as Small Boy, will be leading the charts. But now the circle starting to move in. Bard will be ready, but he takes down Kim before he moves in.
Yup, that's right. There are still other members. The zigzag comes through. But is Bard able to actually sustain himself? But for now, the spray and pray comes out. But there is a crossfire. RSG, beautifully played. They have each other's backs, and they get the last chicken of the night. And look at that. They have 4, 7, 8 kills in their pocket.
And not only that, it's a double chicken dinner for RSG. It's back to back. And this is an amazing final day for RSG. Considering that they have a fairly poor week, this is kind of like their redemption.
It's kind of like fasting month for us, you know? How you just don't eat all day. They didn't get the dinners they needed in the first 2 days. Day 3, they come back, they say we're absolutely starving and we will have 2 dinners tonight.
Yeah, 2 dinners. This will last them until Sahur, I tell you.
Oh yeah, until Sahur, until the next day. Actually no, until next week coming through, they're gonna be like, okay, we're hungry again. Can we get more dinners is the question. But let's talk about the other teams in general though. I feel like, you know, when we look at THQ as well, this is one of those moments that I said they have this power spike. They do so well. They just annihilate Yoodo Alliance for rivals and then suddenly they just stay there. However, I think it's better to let Contra tell us the rest of the story, right? Circle out?
Yes, so Contra, take it away.
And that was it. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners coming in from RSG. Basically sweeping everybody else off of their feet and celebrating by the end of week 2 in high-flying colors. They definitely have been the most improved team by the end of it all. And today, they definitely showed their best level play. This is a team that have been crowned champions before, and they're looking for another strike at goal. This is just week 2. Let's hope that they can come in with more for week 3. So, of course, we're going to go into all this recap of those big plays that RSG made. But boy, oh boy, Small Boy, he's absolutely on fire. Same goes to Kim, Rex, as well as the rest. So far, things have been looking good, not only for RSG, but also for Team GENEXUS, as they have been able to remain consistent. They've broke so many records this week itself. So far, BU has been able to have that stellar round with that 20 elimination points of the match throughout the week. And of course, with that chicken dinner as well, they got multiple of it. And now they are the first team here in a PMPL MYSGPH to break that record high of 200 over points in a span of a weekend's run. So we're going to be telling you guys more stories, as all of this is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum. And we definitely have to thank VSPN, Crafting Games, and also our official smartphone partners, Realme, and our official telco partners, Yoodo, powered by Cellcom. Now we're going to be taking a little bit of a glimpse of all these sort of matches. So far, we had so many different chicken dinners out there. Tell us your favorite down in the comments below. And tell you what, later we have a special interview, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere, because we'll talk to some of the biggest winners of week 2 itself. I think that you guys can already take a guess who we'll be speaking to later on. So far, things looks great for RSG here on the final day. Like the caster said, they did have their fair share of struggle trying to find that rhythm, and they finally break the code. Well, they're definitely not blacklisted international, but hey, doesn't matter, because RSG, they're a class of their own. And with so many all these changes that they brought into their roster throughout the season, a lot of fans have questioned, okay, why this, why that? And yeah, finally, everybody understands. And with this veteran squad coming into play, we hope for the very best, as they should be able to find themselves smooth sailing into the grand final spot. Only 16 teams out of the 20 will qualify into the grand finals as we speak. If you guys will need a little bit of breakdown of how all these rules and the regulation on how teams make it or break it, well, you just gotta check out every single start of the week, or should I say start of the day, when we get ourselves into the game. Now, we had a little bit more of time here for a little bit of chit chat. Well, I think initially I did ask, who do you guys think is the best player out there? Is it Small Boy? Is it Damaso? Is it Rankit? Or the list goes on, Jumper. You got so many names out there, definitely trying to make their mark to be the very best. But one thing I do know about Small Boy, though, one of his dreams is to one day go into the PMGC to face off against Nova Esports, to fight against Paraboy, to see who's the better boy out there. But now, as we already had Contra talking a whole lot of gibberish, let's take a look at the match ranking for our Game 5. We had RSG getting themselves 8 frags and 23 points. I think that they've already hit, like, what, 80 points for today? I'm not too sure. We'll have to check later on. So, with that being said, Dingoz got 20 of their own. On third place, it's going to be Homebois here that's been able to make it into the top 2. And we saw Bart as well as Iron Pro. They were trying to fight their way. They only can get themselves 18 points, all thanks to Dingoz Esports getting higher elimination points. Almighty at number 4, they definitely show better results for today. Team Hawk at 5. Team Secret got themselves 8.6 for EVOS VIP. A little bit of an interesting scuffle they had. While Sam9 as well as KSHI Esports, they walk away with 4 points each. 3 points for MAB Esports as well as TABAH and C. Axis, Red One to Nexus, 2 points of their own. And this is Rex here coming out with 704 damage being dished out. Well, he just wanted to make sure he got that perfect 100. Don't really need to have too much of that long range. He would like to play up front. That's what he have always brought all those points back in for RSG. He got themselves 3 MVP points to book out of Week 2. And that's not all. Look at that. That's just 23.8% of the contribution. So that also meant that the rest of RSG, they have equally done their job to secure 2 points apiece. And that's what balances in all things is all about. So we take a look at the highest elimination points being secured by individual players, and it's gonna be Ricky out there. They took a lot of fights, and I think one particular one that was interesting was that they were fighting EVOS VIP. He was hiding inside the smoke and somehow got away with that alive. So 6 points in, definitely solid stuff. Bart as well as Zilly, they make the cut heading into late game, especially for Bart, contending for that chicken dinner early on, but it was 2 versus 4 anyways. Now he will finish out on 2nd position, while Zilly will try to match that number. Now, as we take a look at the summary, we have RSG matched up against Homebois in that 2 versus 3, as I mentioned early on. And the casters did talk about the high ground advantage favoring RSG. Circle has pulled upwards as well, so Homebois definitely was in a really difficult spot, but look at the amount of damage. And considering the fact that they have spent 16 seconds in the blue zone and still make the cut, I think that they've been able to also prioritize on repositioning, playing it really well throughout the course of the battle. And this is definitely their best round that we've seen. Now, with the weekly rankings concluded, it's a perfect 250 points accumulated for GENEXUS to be the champions of Week 2 in the PMPL MYSG, while Axis will be at 2nd spot with 217 points. On number 3, it's Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals that made a meteoric rise home to the top 3 of 190 points. We quickly take a look at their second page. Sure, we see KHI rising up with 132, while 1 point behind them is going to be Bosskur as they get pushed down to 13. 14 for EVOS VIP, while Team Hawk on that final hurdle, they match up to EVOS's number, but don't have enough of those ranking points per match to be able to overtake them. NSEA getting pushed down. Unfortunately for Farang Lejund, ALMGHTY, as well as Team SMG, they aren't doing all too well this week. And here are the bonus points that they've been fighting so hard for. GENEXUS takes away 20, 19 for Axis Red 1, Yoodo Alliance with 18 points. Dingoz with 17, 16 for Clutch. We know that it dwindles down with -1 each ranking points. So we have the big winners here. GENEXUS really making that huge recovery. Last week they were on the 2nd page, bottom half, and my goodness, what a massive improvement. And RSG, after those back-to-back chicken dinners that they got, they moved themselves into the top 9. Quite a beautiful play achieved by the team as they have accumulated such an outstanding result. So far, 7-9 with 10, KHI with 9, Bosskur with 8, 7 for EVOS VIP, 6 for Team Hawk, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And of course, that is based on their weekly rankings. And look at this. 2 weeks of play. Appy has been able to close on an average 35 points per week for the team. He is definitely one player to look out for, and he is also the captain of Yoodo Alliance. Coming up hot here, we're on 2nd spot. It's going to be Axis Micah, who is just 9 frags behind, and Bosskur is close to match that number as well with 58 elimination points. Bosskur really stepped up this week to deliver those points to ensure Team GENEXUS remains on top of the table of Week 2. Now, this is the MVP race. This is what the MVP points were all about. They accumulate those points per round, and we will see who is the highest Terminator of them all. But of course, MVP points is pretty close. We got 1.4 for Damroot with 54 elimination points, and it's all about the damage that he's done overall. That's 13.290. and survival time, heading into the late game very frequently. And Appy is going to be cutting by pretty closely with 1.3 each. I think that we're having a little bit of tie here from second to all the way to fifth. Let's not think it is a tie. Well, it's all different when it comes down to delivery, when it comes down to how much points do they bring back to the table. Micah is the one with some high frags, and that's going to be 61 elimination. But interesting enough, Appy's got 70, so I wonder what's the difference here. It seems like it's just a 0.3 ratio for the headshot. If you have all three in your team, you're solid. You could possibly get chicken dinners after chicken dinners. Damroot comes on third place here for Geek Fam with 54 points of elimination points out of his own effort. Of course, it's all the contribution of the team that has been able to set them up for success as well. Now we're going to be looking at the survivor ranking, where Shinzi has been able to have the highest average, 20 minutes and 58 seconds. And I believe that he's also one of the best healers in the game as well. Trying to match up against Magics here, which have like what, close to 20 over seconds to try to compete with Shinzi. So far, Ricky have been able to dish out a whole lot of damage. I believe that Ricky should be in the top 10 of the Terminator rank as well. So make sure on next week, we should keep your eyes on him. Now, this is some interesting stat that we have. The field medic of the field. And on number 1, it's going to be Heiko here, rescuing his teammates 22 times. And he's basically the brand new addition to Team Hot. Hey Noob coming with 19 of his own, and Demigod will be tied in with Axis Red One's Hey Noob with 19 as well. Sure, there's going to be more conversation about Axis Red One as well as KHI as we journey into week 3 later on. So I think that's all that we have for the field medic ranking. Is there any more stats that we want to look out for? Well, I'll just wait for the queue as we do have the Eagle Eye ranking. This is the longest elimination distance, and I think this is pretty record-breaking. The past few seasons, we've not really seen anything that reached beyond 350, and MAB John tops it. 395, almost making it to 400 meters. That is unbelievable. And you take a look at that. Damroot comes in second, 368, and we got Aswar there with 339. Imagine if you can have that shot that goes more than 4 kilometers. That is absolutely sick. So I definitely want to see more out of John, as he's definitely the long-range king of week 2. Or should I say the accumulation of all of that. Now, we go over to the king of grenades. It's going to be Team Secret here with Kid, taking on 9 grenade eliminations. And usually you could consider frag grenades, Molotovs. Well, stuns don't count because they can't really take people out, unfortunately. But it definitely came pretty close between Ricky, Bart, as well as Kid. So Ricky come up with 8 grenade eliminations, while Bart has gotten 7. Well, maybe if he does toss a grenade up to RSG, maybe it might make a little difference. Maybe not. I'm not even sure if he had grenades by the end of that final round of week 2. But I guess that's all that we do have, and we will keep track of all these records as we will eventually proceed to our final week of the league stage. And speaking of which, you know, as all things are coming to a close, we're already checking out of the halfway mark. So it's all about that final few hurdles out there. Before we get into interviews with the best performing team, we're going to move into a recap segment as we take a dive deeper on how RSG won not 1, but 2 games in a row. Of course, we already covered match 4, so we're just going to be moving in directly for match 5. So usually how RSG will go about their business is that they will quickly loot up Milta, and they will take the hills on top of farm. Oh, whatever hill that you want to name him. Some casters say potato hill, potato, tomato, doesn't matter. Well, I like to call this the Medusa intersection. You see that fork road up in the middle there that looks like a tree? Yeah, looks like Medusa's hair as well. So this is a prime spot where teams would like to rotate around, and evidently, from this bird's eye view of the map, there's just a bunch of teams, all kinds of color, and RSG just kept holding on to this area. They didn't really have to move too much while the circle continuously shrink towards their ground, while it's all about perfect defense on top of the offense that they're also trying to put out, while KHI was one of the closest one to trying to challenge them. So yes, indeed, eventually the circle did shave, but did it take much effort for RSG to rotate? Not exactly. Just take a few steps onto the west and they should be good to go. And we saw a really big fight that broke out between SMG, Dingoz, as well as EVOS Rappi over the top side. Over the bottom, it was MAB, Homebois, 7-9, as well as Axis redONE that was basically taking each other out. So we let nature take his course, and after that, you see all these long-range taps that will happen across the field, while RSG didn't really have to move all too deep to basically pick people off. So that's going to be great for them. And Axis redONE definitely have shown some tremendous effort out there, but didn't really make the cut. This is the team that, of course, have shown us a lot of dominant performance. And now we're going to be moving into another bird's eye view. So from here onwards, while the fights up there was happening, Homebois, they have a little bit more room to breathe. There was a little bit of a care package to drop in, which they didn't manage to reach. A little bit of POV that we're not covering here is RSG. If you do look onto your top right of your minimap, the one in pink has to be RSG. So the only challenge for them is to take on ALMGHTY, and then they slowly find themselves Homebois members over down below, and that's just easy pickings from then on. But Bart definitely put up quite a good fight. While he did get the revive onto Iron Pro, the damage wasn't good enough, and it's interesting to see, you know, ex-teammates going up against each other. So with that being said, RSG got the better of Homebois, and that's how we conclude our final match of week 2. With that being said, all that's being said and done, we want some fresh new perspective because we'll be joined along with some of the best teams out there, and this time we'll be speaking to the manager of Axis redONE Esports, and please welcome along the manager. So hi there, could you introduce yourself?
I'm manager for Axis redONE. Just can call me Kimi or Halkayaya.
Halkayaya. Okay, I'll call you Kimi. So of course, your team so far have been doing such a phenomenal job here in week 2. Week 1 looked like you guys were adjusting for a little bit. So could you tell us through the journey of your team on how they've progressed, and yeah, go ahead.
So actually the tips actually I can share with all the fans that what we're doing after the game and before the game is, the first one is teamwork. No matter what, you too soon or you get winner chicken dinner, reset again, clear your mental, and make sure whenever you enter the match, you in good mental to face the war. The second one is about study. Every time after the game, every day we sit together, we study about hardship circle and how the other team rotation. That's what I can tell to everyone lah.
Yeah, and that's basically a whole lot of work to be done by every respective member, and I'm pretty sure you as a manager, you feel nervous before they get into all these sort of games. But tell me another interesting thing about, you know, the players of Axis redONE. Like, is there like a regime that they usually do before they get themselves into like the first game? Like, you want to get them pumped up. Like, is that something that they usually do before they get in the game?
Yeah, of course. Every time before the game start, we eat chicken. So when we eat chicken, we expect to get chicken every day.
Yeah.
So that's what we call something like, usually we not believe, but we belong in each other. So the communication first one.
Yeah, most important communication. Second, manifest that chicken dinner and hope that it happens. And you guys definitely have received a few throughout the weeks out there. So far, has your players reached a certain expectation that you have set throughout the course of the battle? Or do you feel like there's still more that should be done here?
Yeah, I feel that especially during the first week, we expect to get into top 5, but we managed to get 11 placement. But never mind, when we start with second week, first day, we start with new environment, new mission to manage to get top 5. So yeah, we did it. So Alhamdulillah, this is what we call it, rezeki of Ramadan.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is it.
It's great because like I like that you brought up the fact that like everyone in here have to go through struggles of their own, and now with the holy month of Ramadan coming in, players are also adapting to new schedules and stuff. But if they can't have their dinner yet before iftar, they can just try to get their own from their own scrims as well as practices. So I guess that's great enough until they break their fast. But one thing that I really want to ask you here, of course, I have a few more questions. Like when it comes down to the final week, where do you see Axis Red One plays by the end of the league stage?
Of course, we want to get again number 1 or at least manage to get top 3 lah. So that's our mission for the third week.
Yeah.
Before we manage to go to grand final lah.
I love the spirit out there, and you bring great energy to us. And man, this energy is absolutely infectious. I hope that you guys carry forward with the strength that you have here on week 2 into week 3, which will happen in 2 days' time. So we wish you all the best. But before that, any words that you want to send out to fans, family members, special ones out there?
To all fans, thank you for believing in us and thank you for support us. Keep support us and also the rest of the team that compete in the PMPL Season 5. Alright, love you guys and happy Ramadan.
Happy Ramadan to you as well. Thank you so much, Kimi. And you have been a pleasure to interview, and I hope that we get to speak really soon. Well, by the end of next week, perhaps. So I'll see you
Maybe.
then.
Alright, see you soon. Bye-bye.
Alright, take good care, bro. And good night. Well, absolutely love the interview. What a jolly good guy. And man, there's no wonder why Axis Red One is doing so well. Their manager is always coming in with great spirit. And I always believe that, if you have a perfect setting, a good management team to back you up, along with all the skills, tenacity, and that grit to get your way into the top of the standings, you're definitely set up for success. Speaking of successes, we'll have to look forward to all these sort of matches that will be happening. So let's take a look at our next matchup schedules here. Remember, on our next 2 days, or should I say the start of the week, it's going to be happening on Wednesday, where in match 1, we'll have Group B, C, D, E to be contending inside Sanhok. We'll go to Erangel, 2 rounds of Miramar, as well as the final game to be happening in Erangel. This is the usual rotation of the maps that will be played out. It's only going to be the teams that will be rotating match after match, and therefore you just have to watch every game from evening. 6:40 is the usual time that we start all these matches, so set your calendar clock, or should I say alarm clock. Man, it's been a long day for Contra, but I hope that you guys had a lot of fun. Thank you for hanging out here, and I hope that I've been able to cure Monday blues along with all the casters that's been working hard. And also kudos to everybody on the back end of the production team. Everybody here has been able to put their level best, and of course, mad respect to all of you guys. So we'll see you guys once again for our 3rd week of the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH. It's Contra here, signing out.